For 4 more years, Beren wandered the highlands of Dorthonion, a solitary figure. He forged a strange kinship with the wild creatures. Birds and beasts became his allies, never betraying him, and from that time he ate no meat and killed no living thing unless it served the enemy. He carried no fear of death, only a dread of capture, and his bold, desperate acts kept him from both. Tales of his lone daring spread across Beleriand, even reaching the hidden realm of Doriath. Eventually, Morgoth placed a bounty on his head equal to that on Fingon, the High King of the Noldor. Yet orcs would often flee at the mere rumor of his approach rather than hunt him. Frustrated, Morgoth dispatched an army under Sauron's command, which included fell werewolves, beasts inhabited by terrible spirits Sauron had bound. The land grew thick with evil, every wholesome thing retreating from it. Pressed relentlessly, Beren was finally driven from Dorthonion. In the dead of winter, abandoning his father's grave, he climbed into the bleak heights of the mountains of Terror. From those desolate peaks, he gazed out and saw, far in the distance, the guarded forests of Doriath. A profound conviction settled in his heart, compelling him to descend into the hidden kingdom, a realm untouched by mortal feet. His journey south was a harrowing trial. The cliffs of the mountains of Terror rose with impossible steepness, their bases shrouded in ancient darkness that predated the moon itself. He then crossed the wasteland of Dungortheb, a place where dark sorcery and divine power clashed, breeding pure terror and madness. Here lurked the great spiders, offspring of the vile Ungoliant, spinning invisible snares for all living creatures, and other nameless horrors born in the primeval dark, hunting with a multitude of silent, watchful eyes. That land offered no sustenance, only a promise of death. Though this trek stands as one of Beren's greatest trials, he never spoke of it again, guarding his mind against the returning dread. How he found a path where none had ventured, crossing into the realm of Doriath, remains a mystery. He navigated the magical labyrinths woven by Melian around Thingol's kingdom, as had been prophesied, for a mighty destiny guided his steps. It is sung that Beren finally stumbled into Doriath, aged and bent by the anguish of the road, his spirit nearly broken. Yet, while wandering the woods of Neldoreth on a summer evening, just as the moon appeared, he beheld Lúthien, the daughter of Thingol and Melian. She was dancing on the everlasting grass near the river Esgalduin, and at that sight all his pain was forgotten, replaced by a deep enchantment. Lúthien's beauty was unparalleled among all the children of Ilúvatar. Her gown was the blue of a clear sky, her eyes the grey of twilight stars, her cloak glittered with golden flowers, and her hair was the dark of gathering dusk. Her presence was like sunlight on leaves, the sound of pure water, stars piercing the world's mist, a radiant, shining loveliness. But she disappeared from his view, leaving him mute and spellbound. He roamed the forests then, frantic and cautious as a hunted animal, searching for her. In his heart, he named her Tinuviel, Nightingale, daughter of twilight, for he knew no other name. He glimpsed her distantly, like autumn leaves in the wind or a winter star on a hilltop, yet felt shackled, unable to reach her. Then, on a dawn near spring, Lúthien danced upon a green hill and suddenly began to sing. Her song was piercing, like a lark ascending from night's gate, its melody flowing among the fading stars at the glimpse of the hidden sun. That song shattered winter's grip, made frozen streams speak, and caused flowers to bloom in her footsteps. The silence holding Beren broke, and he called out, "Tinuviel," the woods echoing the name. She stopped, amazed, and did not flee as he approached, but as she looked upon him, her own doom was sealed, and she loved him. Still, she slipped from his embrace and vanished with the breaking day. Beren collapsed, overwhelmed by both joy and despair, falling into a deep, shadowy sleep. He awoke cold and empty, his heart a barren wasteland. Lost in spirit, he groped like one struck blind, desperately trying to grasp the vanished light. Thus began his payment of anguish for the destiny imposed upon him, a fate in which Lúthien, though immortal, became entangled, sharing his mortality and accepting his chains. her sorrow was profound, deeper than any borne by the Eldar. Against all hope, she later returned to him in his darkness, and there, long ago in the hidden kingdom, she placed her hand in his. From that spring into the summer, she would often seek him out, and they would steal away together through the hidden paths of the forest. No others among the children of Iluvatar have ever known a joy so profound, though their season was heartbreakingly short. Yet Daron the minstrel, who also loved Lúthien, discovered their secret meeting. Consumed by a bitter jealousy, he went to King Thingol and revealed all. The king was filled with a cold fury, for he cherished Lúthien above all else, holding her higher than any prince of the elves. The thought of mortal men was so far beneath him, he would not even suffer them in his guard. In his grief and shock, he confronted his daughter, but she would tell him nothing until he swore a solemn oath not to kill Beren, nor cast him into a dungeon. Defiant, Thingol sent his guards to seize Beren and bring him to Menigroth as a common criminal. But Lúthien, ever a step ahead, brought Beren before the throne herself, presenting him not as a prisoner, but as a guest. Thingol gazed upon the man with open contempt, while Queen Melian watched silent and grave. "Who are you," the king demanded, his voice like ice, "to enter my realm as a thief and approach my throne uninvited?" Beren was struck dumb, overwhelmed by the dazzling splendor of the cavernous hall and the sheer majesty of the Elven king. So it was Lúthien who answered, her voice clear and steady. "This is Beren, son of Barahir, a lord among men and a mighty foe of Morgoth. His deeds are already sung in our own glades." "Let Beren speak for himself," Thingol commanded. "What do you seek here, unhappy mortal? For what purpose have you trespassed where your kind is forbidden? Give me one reason why my power should not crush you for your insolence." Then Beren lifted his eyes. He met the gaze of Lúthien, and his glance also fell upon the serene face of Melian. Suddenly, it was as if the words were given to him. His fear melted away, replaced by the ancient pride of the first house of men. "My fate, O king, has guided me here through perils that would daunt even the elves," he declared. "And here I have found what I did not seek. Yet, having found it, I will claim it forever. It is worth more than all hoards of gold and silver, beyond any jewel, neither stone nor steel, nor the fires of Morgoth, nor all the might of the elf kingdoms will keep me from the treasure I desire. For Lúthien, your daughter, is the fairest of all the children of the world." A stunned silence gripped the hall. Those assembled were certain they had just heard a death sentence. Thingol finally spoke, his words measured and cold. "With such words you have earned death, and death you would have found this moment, had I not been tricked into a hasty oath, an oath I now regret, you base-born mortal who has learned to skulk in shadows like Morgoth's own spies and slaves." Beren's reply was fierce. "You may give me death, earned or not, but I will not accept the names you throw at me, baseborn, spy, or thrall. By the ring of Finrod Felagund, which he gave to my father Barahir on the northern battlefield, my house has deserved no such insult from any elf, king, or otherwise." He held the ring aloft, and all eyes were drawn to it. The green jewels, crafted by the Noldor in Valinor, gleamed in the light. The ring was fashioned as twin serpents with emerald eyes, their heads meeting beneath a crown of golden flowers, which one serpent upheld and the other devoured, the very badge of Finarfin's house. Seeing this, Melian leaned close to Thingol and whispered a swift counsel, urging him to set aside his wrath. "He will not die by your hand," she murmured. "His fate leads him far and freely, yet it is now bound with your own. Take care." Thingol looked long at Lúthien, and a dark thought settled in his heart. Shall these unhappy men, children of petty lords and fleeting kings, dare to lay claim to you and yet draw breath? Turning back, he broke the heavy silence. "I see the ring, son of Barahir. I perceive your pride. You believe yourself mighty, yet the actions of a father, even if his service had been rendered directly to me, are not enough to earn the hand of Thingol and Melian's daughter. Consider this. I too long for a treasure that remains out of reach, For stone and iron and the flames of Morgoth guard the jewel I wish to claim, defying all the strength of the elven kingdoms. Still, I hear you claim that such obstacles do not frighten you. Go then, bring back to me, held in your own hand, a single Silmaril taken from Morgoth's crown. Only then, if she is willing, may Lúthien place her hand in yours. You shall have my prize, and though the very fate of our world resides within those gems, you will call me generous. In this way he sealed the doom of Doriath, entangling himself in the curse of Mandos. Those who listened understood Thingol's design to keep his oath while sending Beren to a certain death. They knew that even the combined might of the Noldor, before their siege was shattered, had never come close to glimpsing the radiant Silmarils of Fëanor. They were locked in the Iron Crown, hoarded in the depths of Angband above all other riches, surrounded by Balrogs, legions of blades, unbreakable bars, impenetrable walls, and the terrible presence of Morgoth himself. But Beren only laughed. A cheap bargain, he said, for which elven kings trade their daughters, for glittering stones and crafted trinkets. Yet, if this is your will, Thingol, I shall see it done. When we meet again, my hand will hold a Silmaril from that Iron Crown. You have not seen the last of Beren, son of Barahir. He then met the gaze of Melian, who remained silent, and he said his farewell to Lúthien Tinuviel. Bowing before Thingol and Melian, he brushed past the guards around him and left Menegroth alone. Only then did Melian speak, telling Thingol, "O king, you have woven a clever plan. Yet, unless my sight fails me, this bodes ill for you, whether Beren fails in his task or succeeds. For you have doomed either your daughter or yourself. Now Doriath is pulled into the fate of a far greater power." Thingol replied, "I do not sell those I love and cherish above any treasure to elves or men." Had there been any real hope or fear that Beren might return alive to Menegroth, he would never have seen the sky again, oath or no oath. Lúthien spoke not a word, and from that hour she sang no more within Doriath. A heavy quiet settled over the woods, and shadows grew longer in Thingol's realm. It is sung in the Lay of Lúthien that Beren travelled through Doriath unchallenged, coming at last to the mists of the twilight Meres and the fens of Sirion. Leaving Thingol's lands behind, he climbed the hills above the thunderous falls of Sirion, where the river vanishes into roaring caverns. From that height he peered westward, and through the clinging mist and rain he saw Talath Dirnan, the guarded plain, lying between Sirion and Narog. Beyond he could just make out the distant highlands of Tower and Faroth rising above Nargothrond. Lost, and without hope or guidance, he turned his steps in that direction. Across that entire plain, the elves of Nargothrond kept constant watch. Every border hill was crowned with hidden towers, and through all the woods and fields their archers moved with silent skill. Their arrows were swift and fatal. Nothing passed there without their consent. So, before Beren had gone far, they were aware of him, and his death seemed moments away. Knowing his peril, he kept the ring of Felagund held high. Though he saw no one because of the hunter's stealth, he felt eyes upon him and called out again and again, "I am Beren, son of Barahir, friend of Felagund. Lead me to your king." For that reason the hunters did not kill him. Gathering silently, they blocked his path and ordered him to stop. But upon seeing the ring, they bowed before him despite his ragged, weary state. Under cover of darkness, to keep their routes hidden, they led him north and west. At that time, no bridge or crossing existed over the rushing waters of the Narog before the gates of Nargothrond. Farther north, where the Ginglith stream flowed into the greater river, the current was gentler. Crossing there under the moonlight, the elves guided Beren south once more until they stood before the hidden entrance to their halls. So it was that Beren came into the presence of King Finrod Felagund. The king recognized him at once, needing no token to recall the line of Beor and the memory of Barahir. They spoke in private, and Beren recounted the death of his father and all that had transpired for him in Doriath. He spoke of Lúthien, and his voice broke with the memory of their joy, a fleeting happiness that now seemed part of another age. Felagund listened with growing dread, for he knew the oath he had sworn was now claiming him, just as he had foreseen long ago in speaking to Galadriel. His heart was heavy when he finally replied, "Thingol clearly wishes you dead, yet this fate feels larger than his design. The oath of Felnor is stirring once more. The Silmarils are bound by a vow of hatred. To even speak of them with desire wakes a slumbering power. The sons of Feanor would see every elf kingdom burn to ash before they let another hand claim a jewel, for the oath consumes them. And here, in my own halls, dwell Celegorm and Curufin. Though I am king as Finarfin's son, they have gathered much influence and many followers of their own. They have offered me aid in times past, but I fear they will show you neither pity nor quarter if your quest is known. Still, my own vow remains. We are all caught in the same snare." Then King Felagund addressed his people, reminding them of Barahir's courage and of his own sworn promise. He declared that he was bound to aid Barahir's son and asked for the support of his lords. Celegorm rose from the assembly, his sword gleaming as he raised it. "Let him be friend or foe," he cried, "be he demon, elf, man, or any living creature in this world. No law, no love, no pact, not the might of the Valar, nor any sorcery shall shield him from the relentless wrath of Feanor's sons, if he so much as touches a Silmaril and keeps it. The Silmarils are ours alone until the end of days." His words burned with the same fire that had once driven the Noldor to rebellion in Tirion, echoing the fierce rhetoric of his father. After him, Curufin spoke more quietly, yet his voice was no less compelling. He painted a grim picture for the listening elves, visions of open war and the utter ruin of Nargothrond. He planted such a deep fear in their hearts that from that day forward, until the days of Turin, no elf of that realm would willingly march to open battle. Instead, they turned to shadows, ambush, poison, and trickery became their tools, and they hunted strangers, forgetting all kinship. So they fell from the noble courage of the Eldar of old, and a shadow crept over their land. Now the people muttered that the son of Finarfin was no Valar to command them, and they turned away from their king. But the curse of Mandos settled upon the brothers, and dark schemes took root in their minds. They plotted to send Felagund out alone to his doom, and perhaps to seize the throne of Nargothrond for themselves, being of the eldest line of the Noldor princes. Seeing himself abandoned, Felagund removed the silver crown of Nargothrond from his head and cast it down before them. "You may break your oaths of loyalty to me," he said, "but I will keep my bond, yet, if the shadow of our curse has left any untouched, I should hope to find a few who will follow me, that I do not leave these gates like a beggar being driven out." 10 elves remained at his side. Their leader, Edrahil, bent and lifted the crown, asking that it be held in stewardship until the king's return. "You are still my king and theirs," he declared, "no matter what may come." With that, King Finrod Felagund placed the crown of Nargothrond upon his brother Orodreth, charging him to rule in his absence. Celegorm and Curufin offered no argument, yet a cold smile touched their lips as they departed the great hall. As autumn's chill deepened in the evening air, Felagund and Beren left the hidden city with their 10 loyal companions. They traveled along the rushing river Narog until they reached its origin at the majestic falls of Evren. While skirting the foothills of the shadowy mountains, they discovered a band of orcs camped for the night, and overcame them in a swift, silent attack, claiming their foul armor and weapons for themselves. Through Felagund's profound arts, their fair forms were reshaped into the vile likeness of orcs, and so disguised, they made swift progress north. They dared to enter the western pass that wound between the mountains of Shadow and the dark highlands of Tar Nufwin. Yet Sauron, from his dark tower, grew aware of their passage. A suspicion awoke in him, for they moved with a desperate haste, never pausing to report their errand as was demanded of all Morgoth's servants who travelled that road. He sent forth his forces to intercept them and drag them before his throne. Thus began the legendary contest between Sauron and Felagund, a duel sung of in later ages. Felagund challenged the Dark Lord with songs of binding power, and the strength of the elven king was immense. But Sauron's will proved the greater, as the Lay of Leithian recounts. He wove a spell of piercing deceit, a chant of opening and betrayal. In response, Felagund, swaying as if in a storm, sang a counter-song of resistance and steadfastness, of hidden strength and unbroken trust, of freedom seized and shapes changed, of traps avoided and snapping chains. Their powers clashed in a tempest of verse, the very air reeling with the force of it. Felagund poured all the ancient magic and light of the elves into his words. For a moment, the listeners heard illusions, birds singing in distant Nargothrond, the sigh of the sea beyond the west upon pearl-strewn shores. But the gloom gathered again, darkness deepening with visions of blood spilled in Valinor, of stolen ships with white sails taken from lamplit havens, of wailing wind and howling wolves, of muttering ice and captives' laments. Thunder rumbled, fires burned, and Finrod fell defeated before the throne. Sauron then tore away their magical disguises, leaving them exposed and fearful. Yet even with their true natures revealed, he could not wrest their names or purpose from them. In fury, he cast them into a lightless, silent pit, threatening each with a cruel death unless one revealed the truth. From the darkness, two glowing eyes would periodically appear, and a monstrous werewolf would enter to devour one of the companions. Through it all, none betrayed their lord. During this very time, a crushing dread settled upon Lúthien's heart. Seeking her mother Melion's counsel, she learned the terrible truth. Beren was imprisoned in the dungeons of Tol in Gauhot, the Isle of Werewolves, with little hope of deliverance. Seeing that no aid would come from any other in Middle-earth, Lúthien resolved to flee Doriath and go to him herself. She first sought the help of the minstrel Daeron, who in his own tangled feelings betrayed her plan to King Thingol. Filled with dread and awe, Thingol sought to restrain his daughter without dimming her spirit. He could not bear to shut her away from the sky, fearing she would wither, yet he had to stop her. So he commanded a house to be built for her, from which she could not escape. Not far from the gates of Menegroth, in the great beech forest of Neldoreth that formed the northern part of the realm, stood the mightiest tree of all. This immense beech was named Hirilorn, and it rose with three colossal smooth trunks of equal girth, towering high before any branches spread. High among the branches of the great beech Hirilorn, a wooden dwelling was constructed, and there Lúthien was confined. All ladders were removed and kept under watch, brought only by King Thingol's servants when they delivered her necessities. Yet, as the Lay of Leithian recounts, she did not remain trapped. Using her innate arts of enchantment, she willed her hair to grow to an extraordinary length. From those dark tresses she wove a cloak that shrouded her radiance in shadow, imbued with a potent spell of slumber. With the remaining strands she fashioned a rope, which she lowered from her window. As its end drifted above the guards stationed below, they fell into a profound and unwaking sleep. Then Lúthien descended from her prison, wrapped in that shadowy mantle, and slipped unseen from Doriath, vanishing into the wild. It happened that Celagorm and Curufin were hunting across the guarded plain, a venture prompted by Sauron's own suspicions, which had sent many wolves prowling into the elven territories. Taking their hounds, they rode out, thinking they might also gather news concerning King Finrod Felagund. The leader of their wolfhounds was Huan, a creature not born in Middle-earth, but gifted long ago in Valinor by the Valar Orome to Celagorm. Huan had followed his master's horn before the shadow fell, and he remained loyal in exile, thus sharing in the doom of the Noldor. It was foretold he would not meet his end until he faced the greatest wolf ever to walk the world. It was Huan who discovered Lúthien moving like a startled shadow under the daylight trees, while Celagorm and Curufin paused to rest near Doriath's western edge. No enchantment could hinder Huan, nor could anything escape his sight and scent, for he never slept. He led her to Celagorm. Learning he was a prince of the Noldor and an enemy of Morgoth, Lúthien felt a surge of hope. She cast aside her cloak and revealed herself. Her beauty, unveiled suddenly in the sunlight, struck Celegorm with immediate desire, though he masked it with fair words. He promised her aid in her plight if she would accompany him to Nargothrond. He gave no sign that he already knew of Beren and the quest she spoke of, a matter that concerned him deeply. So the hunt was abandoned, and they returned to Nargothrond, where Lúthien was betrayed. The brothers seized her, took her cloak, and confined her. She was forbidden to pass the gates or speak with anyone but Celegorm and Curufin. Believing Beren and King Felagund were beyond rescue, they now plotted to let the king perish. By keeping Lúthien, they intended to force King Thingol to grant her hand to Celegorm, thereby vastly increasing their own power among the Noldor. They had no wish to pursue the Silmarils by craft or war, nor to allow others to try, until they had gathered all the might of the elven kingdoms under their control. Orodreth could not oppose them, for they held the hearts of the people of Nargothrond. Celegorm even dispatched messengers to Thingol to press his suit. But Huan, the great hound, was true of heart. From the first moment of their meeting, a deep affection for Lúthien had taken root in him, and he mourned her captivity. He would often visit her chamber, and at night he lay before her door, sensing the evil that had settled over Nargothrond. In her loneliness, Lúthien spoke to Huan of Beren, telling how he was a friend to all birds and beasts that did not serve Morgoth. Huan understood every word, for he comprehended all speech, though he was permitted to answer with words only 3 times before his death. Now Huan formed a plan to aid Lúthien. Under the cover of night, he brought her cloak, and speaking for the first time, offered his guidance. He led her through hidden passages out of Nargothrond, and together they fled northward. Setting aside his pride, he allowed her to ride upon his back, as the orcs sometimes did upon great wolves. This allowed them to travel with incredible speed, for Huan was both swift and untiring. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of Sauron, Beren and Felagund remained imprisoned, their companions already dead. Sauron intended to keep Felagund alive the longest, sensing he was a Noldo of immense power and wisdom, and believing he held the key to their purpose. But when a wolf came for Beren, Felagund summoned all his remaining strength, shattered his chains, and grappled with the beast. He slew it with his bare hands and teeth, yet received mortal wounds in the struggle. Turning to Beren, he said, "I go now to my long rest in the timeless halls beyond the seas and the mountains of Aman. It will be ages before I am seen again among the Noldor, and perhaps we shall not meet a second time in life or death, for the paths of our peoples are sundered. Farewell." He died there in the darkness of Tol in Gaurhoth, the very fortress he had once built. So perished King Finrod Falagund, the fairest and most beloved of Finwë's line, having fulfilled his oath. Beren grieved beside him in utter despair. In that darkest hour, Lúthien arrived. Standing upon the bridge to Sauron's Isle, she sang a song that no stone walls could block. Beren heard it and thought he was dreaming, for stars glittered above him and nightingales sang in the trees. In reply, he sang a challenge he had crafted in praise of the 7 stars, the sickle of the Valar that Vardar set in the northern sky as a sign of Morgoth's doom. Then his strength failed, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Yet Lúthien heard his answer and sang again with even greater power. Wolves howled, and the very isles shook. Sauron stood in his high tower, wrapped in black thought, but he smiled upon hearing her voice, recognizing the daughter of Melian. The renown of Lúthien's beauty and the wonder of her song had long spread from Doriath, and he schemed to capture her and deliver her to Morgoth for a rich reward. He first sent a wolf to the bridge, but Huan slew it without a sound. Sauron dispatched others, one by one, and one by one Huan took each by the throat and killed them. Finally, Sauron sent Draugluin, a dread beast ancient in evil, the lord and sire of Angban's werewolves. His power was immense, and his battle with Huan was long and ferocious, yet Draugluin managed to flee, staggering back into the tower to die at Sauron's feet, gasping with his last breath. Huan is there. Sauron, like all in that land, knew the prophecy decreed for the Hound of Valinor, and it occurred to him that he might be the one to fulfill it. So he took the form of a werewolf, making himself the most terrible the world had yet seen, and came forth to seize the bridge. His approach was so horrifying that even Juan leaped back. Sauron then sprang at Lúthien. She fainted from the menace in his eyes and the foul vapor of his breath. But as she fell, she managed to cast a fold of her dark cloak before his eyes. He stumbled, a sudden drowsiness overcoming him. In that instant, Juan attacked. The battle between Juan and Wolf Sauron erupted, their howls and snarls echoing through the hills. Watchers on the walls of Ered Wethrin across the valley heard the clamor from afar and were filled with dread. Yet no wizardry, no spell, no fang or venom, no devil's craft or brute strength could overcome Juan of Valinor. He seized his foe by the throat and pinned him to the ground. Sauron then transformed, shifting from a wolf into a serpent, and from that monstrous shape back into his familiar form. Yet he could not slip from Juan's hold without abandoning his physical body entirely. Before his vile spirit could flee its dark dwelling, Lúthien approached him. She declared that he would be stripped of his fleshly raiment and his trembling ghost driven back to Morgoth. There, she told him, your naked essence will endure his scorn forever, pierced by his gaze, unless you surrender to me the command of your tower. So Sauron yielded. Lúthien seized control of the island and all within it, and Juan let him go. At once, Sauron took the shape of a vast vampire, like a dark cloud blotting out the moon. He fled, throat dripping blood upon the trees, until he reached Taur Nufuin and dwelt there, filling that wood with dread. Standing upon the bridge, Lúthien then proclaimed her power. The spell-binding stone-to-stone unraveled, gates crashed down, walls split open, and pits were laid bare. From the darkness, thralls and captives stumbled forth, bewildered, and shielding their eyes from the sudden moonlight after so long in Sauron's gloom. But Beren did not appear. Juan and Lúthien searched the island until Lúthien found Beren grieving beside Felagund. His anguish was so profound, he lay motionless, unaware of her approach, thinking him already dead. She wrapped her arms around him and sank into a dark swoon. Yet Beren, emerging from the pits of despair, lifted her up. Their eyes met once more as dawn broke over the shadowed hills, washing them in its light. They buried Felagund upon the highest point of his own isle, cleansing it of defilement. The green grave of Finrod, son of Finarfin, fairest of all elven princes, remained untouched until the land itself was broken and swallowed by the sea. But Finrod now walks with his father beneath the trees of Eldamar. For a time Beren and Lúthien Tinuviel wandered freely through the woods, their joy renewed. The winter approached. It could not harm them. Flowers lingered where Lúthien passed, and birds sang beneath snow-dusted hills. Juan, ever faithful, returned to his master Celegorm, yet the bond between them had cooled. Meanwhile, tumult gripped Nargothrond. Many elves once imprisoned on Sauron's isle had returned, and their outcry could not be quieted by Celegorm's words. They mourned King Felagund bitterly, remarking that a maiden had dared what the sons of Feanor would not. Most saw it as treachery, not fear, that had guided Celegorm and Curufin. So the hearts of Nargothrond's people were freed from the brothers' sway and turned back to the house of Finarfin, pledging loyalty to Orodrith. Orodrith would not allow the brothers to be slain, as some demanded, for spilling kin blood would only tighten Mandos's curse upon them all. Yet he granted Celegorm and Curufin neither bread nor rest within his realm, swearing that from then on little love would exist between Nargothrond and the sons of Feanor. So be it, Celegorm answered, menace glinting in his eyes, while Curufin merely smiled. They took horse and rode away like wildfire, seeking their kin in the east. Not a soul went with them, not even their own followers. All sensed the curse lay heavy upon the brothers, and that ill fortune followed in their wake. In that hour, Celebrimbor, Curufin's son, renounced his father's deeds and stayed in Nargothrond. Still, Juan followed at the heels of Celegorm's horse. They rode north, driven by urgency, aiming to cut through Dimbar and skirt the northern edges of Doriath, seeking the quickest path to Himring, where their brother Maedhros held his fortress. They hoped to move swiftly, for this route ran near Doriath's boundaries, avoiding the horrors of Nan Dungorthib and the looming threat of the Mountains of Terror. Meanwhile, Beren and Luthien, in their own wanderings, found themselves within the forest of Bretil, drawing ever closer to the familiar borders of her homeland. There, Beren's mind turned again to his solemn vow, and with a heavy heart he resolved that once Luthien was safely within her own realm, he would depart alone to fulfill his fate. Yet she would have none of it. "The choice is yours, Beren," she declared, her voice firm. "Abandon your quest and your oath to wander the world untethered, or hold true to your word and dare to challenge the very throne of darkness. But whichever path you take, I walk it beside you. Our doom shall be one." As they spoke of these weighty matters, heedless of their surroundings, the brothers Celegorm and Curufin came riding hard through the woods. Spotting the pair from a distance, Celegorm wheeled his horse and charged directly at Beren, intent on trampling him. With a deft swerve, Curufin, a skilled and powerful rider, leaned down and swept Luthien onto his saddle. But Beren, with a move that would be sung of for ages among both men and elves, did not flee. Instead, he lunged not away, but forward, leaping onto the flank of Curufin's passing steed. Seizing Curufin from behind by the throat, he dragged him backward, and both tumbled to the earth. The horse reared and crashed down, throwing Luthien clear onto the soft grass. Beren's hands closed around Curufin's neck, but death neared him as Celegorm bore down with a levelled spear. In that critical moment, Huan the Hound turned on his master Celegorm, leaping at him with such fury that the horse shied away, refusing to approach Beren out of terror of the great beast. Celegorm's curses fell on deaf ears. Huan stood unwavering, rising. Luthien forbade the killing of Curufin. Beren, however, stripped him of his arms and gear, taking especially the knife Angrist, crafted by Telchar of Nogrod, which hung bare at his side, a blade said to shear iron as if it were green wood. Then Beren hauled Curufin to his feet and cast him away, bidding him walk back to his noble kin, who might teach him to turn his courage to better purpose. "Your horse," Beren said, "I keep for Luthien's service. Perhaps it will count itself lucky to be free of such a master." Filled with venom, Curufin cursed Beren under the open sky. "Ride on then to a swift and bitter end," he spat. Celegorm pulled him up onto his own horse, and the brothers made to leave. Beren turned his back, paying their words no mind. But Curufin, burning with shame and spite, snatched Celegorm's bow and loosed an arrow as they rode, aimed straight at Luthien. Huon leaped and caught the shaft in his jaws. A second arrow flew, and this time Beren threw himself before Luthien, taking the dart in his chest. It is said Huon gave chase then, driving the sons of Feanor away in fear. Returning, he brought Luthien a healing herb from the forest. With that leaf, and through her arts and enduring love, she tended Beren's wound and wrought him back from the brink. Thus they came at last to Doriath. There, torn between his oath and his love, and seeing Luthien now secure, Beren rose one dawn before sunrise. He committed her to Huan's care, and in silent anguish slipped away while she still slept on the dewy grass. Riding north with all haste to the pass of Sirion, he reached the eaves of Tower New Fwyn and gazed out across the desolate plain of Onfauglith toward the distant peaks of Thangorodrim. There he released Curufin's horse, bidding it shed its dread and servitude to run free upon the green meadows of the Syrian lands. Alone at last, standing before the final and most terrible danger, he gave voice to a song of parting. It was a hymn to Luthien and to the everlasting lights above, for he was certain he must now bid farewell to both love and the very concept of light. These words formed its heart. Farewell, kind earth and northern sky, forever blessed, for here did lie, and here with slender limbs did race, beneath the moon's and sun's embrace, Luthien Tinuvial, whose beauty no mortal tongue can tell. Though all the world to ruin fell, and into the ancient chaos hurled, still was its making justified, for this alone, the dusk, the dawn, the land, the sea, were wrought upon, that Luthien might for a time abide. He sang it loudly, reckless of who might hear, for despair had him in its grip, and he expected no deliverance. Yet Luthien did hear his song, and she answered it as she emerged unseen from the trees. For Juan, having agreed once more to bear her, had carried her swiftly, following close on Beron's trail. The great hound had long pondered what aid he might give to lessen the peril of these two whom he cherished. Therefore, as they journeyed northward once more, he turned aside to the Isle of Sauron. From there he took the ghastly wolf-hide of Draugluin and the bat-fell of Thuringwethil. She was a messenger of Sauron, accustomed to fly in vampire shape to Angband. Her vast fingered wings were barbed at each joint's end with a claw of iron. Clad in these horrifying guises, Huan and Luthien sped through Taurnufuin, and all living things fled from their path. Beren, seeing their approach, was filled with dread and confusion. He had heard the voice of Tinuviel, yet he feared it was a phantom sent to entrap him. But they halted and cast off their disguises, and Luthien ran to him. So it was that Beren and Luthien found each other once more in that desolate place between the barren waste and the haunted wood. For a time he was silent, overcome with a fierce joy, yet soon he tried again to persuade Luthien to abandon her quest. For a third time I curse my oath to Thingol, he declared, and I wish he had slain me in Menegroth, rather than I should draw you under the shadow of Morgoth. Then Huan spoke with words for the second time, and he counseled Beren, saying, "You can no longer save Luthien from the shadow of death, for by her love she is now bound to it. You may yet turn from your fate and lead her into exile, searching in vain for a peace that will last your lifetime. But if you will not refuse your doom, then either Luthien, abandoned, will surely perish alone, or she must stand with you to defy the fate ahead, a hopeless fight, yet not a certain defeat. I can give no further counsel, nor may I travel further on your road, yet my heart warns me that what you find at the gate I too shall see. All else is hidden from me. Still, it may be that our three paths lead back to Doriath, and we may meet again before the end." Then Beren understood at last that Luthien could not be separated from the doom that lay upon them both, and he argued no more. By Huan's counsel, and through Luthien's skill, he was clad in the pelt of Draugluin, and she in the winged fell of Thuringwethil. Beren became in every outward aspect a werewolf, save that, in his eyes, there burned a spirit both fierce and untainted. A fresh horror struck him as he glanced down and saw a bat-like creature clinging to his flank with folded, leathern wings. Then, howling beneath the moon, he leaped down the hillside, and the bat wheeled and fluttered above him. Together they passed through every danger, until, covered with the grime of their long and exhausting journey, they came to the grim valley that lay before the gate of Angband. Black chasms yawned beside the path, from which shapes like coiling serpents emerged. On either side the cliffs rose like fortress walls, and upon them sat carrion birds uttering vile cries. Before them stood the unassailable gate, a wide, dark arch at the mountain's root, above which reared 1,000 feet of sheer rock. There their courage faltered, for at the gate was a guard of whom no rumor had yet reached the outside world. Whispers of unknown schemes among the elven princes reached Morgoth, and the deep baying of Huan, the great warhound of the Valar, echoed through the forest paths. Remembering the hound's prophesied fate, Morgoth selected a pup from Draugluin's line. He fed it with his own hand on living meat and poured his malice into it. The beast grew with terrible speed, soon too vast for any lair, lying enormous and ravenous at its master's feet. Into it went the very fire and agony of the pits, forging a creature of torment and dreadful strength. Carcharoth, the Red Maw, also called Anfauglir, the jaws of thirst. Morgoth stationed him wakeful before the gates of Angband to guard against Huan's coming. From a distance, Carcharoth saw them approach and was troubled, for word had reached the fortress that Draugluin was slain. He barred their way, commanding them to halt, and advanced with threat, sensing strangeness upon them. Then a power from the ancient divine race awoke within Luthien. Casting off her foul disguise, she stood revealed, small before the monstrous wolf, yet shining with a terrible light. She raised her hand and commanded, "O spirit born of grief, fall now into dark oblivion, and forget for a time life's dreadful doom." As if struck by lightning, Karcheroth crashed down in slumber. Beren and Luthien passed, then through the gate and down the winding stairs, daring a deed unmatched by elf or man. They entered Morgoth's deepest hall, a place upheld by horror, lit by baleful fire, and crammed with instruments of death. There Beren crept in wolf shape beneath the throne, but Morgoth's will tore Luthien's disguise away, and he fixed his gaze upon her. Undaunted, she gave her name and offered to sing for him as a minstrel might. Looking on her beauty, Morgoth felt a wicked desire, and a design darker than any since his flight from Valinor, a delicious irony that his own malice would be his undoing. He watched her, granting a fleeting freedom, savoring his secret thoughts. Suddenly she vanished from his sight. From the shadows, a song began of such piercing beauty and overwhelming power that he was compelled to listen. A blindness took him as his eyes darted, searching. His entire court slumped into enchanted sleep. The fires dimmed and died. Only the Silmarils in his iron crown blazed with a sudden white radiance. The weight of that crown, of those jewels, bent his head as if the world itself pressed down, laden with a burden of care, fear, and craving that not even his will could bear. Luthien, seizing her winged robe, sprang upward. Her voice fell like rain into dark, profound pools. She cast her cloak before his eyes and wrapped him in a dream as dark as the outer void of his ancient solitude. He toppled like a mountain in an avalanche, thrown thunderously from his throne to lie prone on the floors of hell. The iron crown rolled clanging from his head. In the stillness, Beren lay as one dead, but Luthien touched his hand and woke him. He shed the wolf skin and drew the knife Angrist from the iron claws that gripped it. He cut free a Silmaril. As he closed his hand around it, the light shone through his living flesh, and his hand glowed like a lamp. The jewel bore his touch and did him no harm. A sudden, reckless ambition seized Beren's heart to claim not one, but all three of the jewels of Fëanor from Angban's core. Yet the doom of the Silmarils was not so easily overturned. As he worked, the knife Angrist shattered, and a flying shard struck Morgoth's cheek. The Dark Lord groaned in his slumber, and all the host of Angban stirred. Terror gripped Beren and Luthien then. They turned and fled, abandoning all stealth, driven only by the desperate hope of seeing daylight again. No one barred their path, yet the gate itself was held against them, for Karcheroth had awoken. The great wolf stood now upon the threshold, wrath burning in his eyes. Before they could react, he saw them and lunged. Luthien was exhausted, with no strength left to calm the beast. But Beren stepped boldly before her, lifting the Silmaril high in his hand. Karcheroth halted, a flicker of fear in his gaze. "Away with you," Beren cried. "Here is a fire that will consume all evil." He thrust the radiant jewel toward the wolf. Yet Karcheroth beheld that holy light and was not cowed. Instead, a devouring hunger blazed within him. In one swift motion, he snatched Beren's hand into his jaws and bit it clean from the wrist. Instantly, a searing flame of agony filled the wolf's innards as the Silmaril burned his accursed flesh. Howling in madness, he fled past them, his tormented cries echoing through the valley. So terrible was his rage that every creature of Morgoth dwelling there fled far away, for he slew all in his path, bursting forth from the north to spread ruin across the land. Of all horrors, to visit Beleriand before Angban's fall, the madness of Karcheroth was most dreadful, for the Silmaril's power now festered within him. Beren lay senseless within the perilous gate, death drawing near from the wolf's venomous fangs. Luthien, with her own lips, drew out the poison and pressed her fading strength to close the hideous wound. Yet behind them, deep in Angban's pits, a rumble of wrath began to grow. Morgoth's armies were awakening. It seemed their quest would end here in despair. But in that very moment, 3 mighty eagles appeared above the valley wall, flying northward on wings swifter than the wind. News of Berin's need had traveled far, and Juan himself had asked all creatures to watch for ways to aid them. High above Morgoth's realm, Thorondor and his vassals soared. Seeing the wolf's frenzy and Berin's fall, they swept down just as the powers of Angband shook off sleep. They lifted Lúthien and Beren from the ground, bearing them skyward into the clouds. Below, thunder rolled, lightning leaped, and the mountains quaked. Fire and smoke belched from Thangorodrim, and flaming bolts were hurled across the land, making the Noldor in Hithlum tremble. But Thorondor flew far above the earth, seeking the high roads of heaven, where the sun shines clear and the moon walks among cloudless stars. Swiftly they passed over Dor New Foglith and Taur New Fuin, coming at last above the hidden valley of Tumladen. No cloud or mist lingered there, and looking down, Lúthien saw far below, like a white light springing from a green jewel, the radiance of fair Gondolin, where Turgon dwelt. Yet she wept, for Beren spoke no word, his eyes remained shut, and he knew nothing of their flight. At last, the eagles set them down upon the borders of Doriath, in that same quiet dell from which Beren had once stolen away in despair, leaving Lúthien asleep. The eagles gently placed Lúthien beside Beren upon the grass, before soaring back to their lofty eyries in the peaks of Chrysigrim. Juan came to her side, and together they cared for Beren, much as she had done before when healing the wound dealt by Curufin. Yet this injury was far more grievous, a venomous and deadly strike. For a long while Beren lay still, his spirit wandering the dark edges of death, trapped in dreams of relentless anguish. Just as Lúthien's hope was nearly exhausted, he awoke. He saw leaves etched against the sky and heard a soft, slow singing beneath them, the voice of Lúthien Tinulviel beside him. Spring had returned. From that time Beren was called Echamion, the one-handed, and suffering was carved into his features. But Lúthien's love finally drew him back to life. He rose, and they walked together once more through the woods. They felt no hurry to leave that peaceful place, finding it fair and restorative. For a time Lúthien was content to wander the wild, willing to forget her home, her people, and all the splendor of the elven kingdoms, and Beren, too, was briefly at peace. Yet he could not long forget his oath to return to Menegroth, nor could he, in good conscience, keep Lúthien from her father, Thingol, forever. He held to the customs of men, believing it dangerous to defy a father's will except in the most dire need. Moreover, it seemed wrong to him that one as noble and radiant as Lúthien should live always in the forest like a common hunter among mortals, without a home, honor, or the beautiful things that bring joy to the queens of the Eldar. So, after a while, he persuaded her, and they turned their steps from the untamed lands. He led her back into Doriath, taking Lúthien home. Such was the path their fate had woven. Meanwhile, shadow had fallen upon Doriath. Grief and a heavy silence had gripped its people since Lúthien's disappearance. Their long searches had proven futile. It is said that in this time Daron, King Thingol's minstrel, wandered away from the realm and was never seen again. He was the one who had crafted the music for Lúthien's dance and song before Beren ever came to Doriath. He had loved her, pouring all his thought of her into his melodies. He became the greatest of all elven minstrels east of the sea, even esteemed above Maglor, son of Feanor. But in his despair, seeking for Lúthien, he took strange roads. Crossing the mountains, he came into the far east of Middle-earth, where for many long years he lingered beside somber waters, singing his laments for Lúthien Thingol's daughter, the most beautiful of all living beings. During this period, Thingol sought counsel from Melian, but she withheld her guidance, saying the doom he had set in motion must run its course, and that he must now wait upon time. Then, secret messages arrived from Celigorm claiming that Feligund was dead. Beren was dead, and that Lúthien was in Nargothrond, where Celigorm intended to wed her. Thingol's wrath was kindled. He sent out spies, considering war upon Nargothrond, and thus learned that Lúthien had fled again, and that Celigorm and Curufin had been cast out. His plans wavered, for he lacked the strength to challenge the 7 sons of Feanor. Instead, he sent messengers north to Himring to summon their aid in searching for Lúthien, arguing that Celigorm had neither returned her to her father's house nor kept her safe. But in the northern reaches of his realm, his messengers met a sudden and unforeseen peril, the mad onslaught of Carcharoth, the wolf of Angband. In his raging torment, the beast had fled ravaging from the north. Skirting the eastern edge of Tor Nufuin, he descended from the headwaters of the Esgolduin like a consuming fire. Nothing could hinder him. Not even the protective power of Melian upon the borders of the land could hold him back, for fate drove him, and the power of the Silmaril he bore was his agony. Thus he broke into the inviolate woods of Doriath, and all who dwelt there fled before him in terror. Of all the messengers, only Mablung, the king's chief captain, made it back alive, carrying the terrible news to Thingol. In that very hour of darkness, Beren and Lúthien themselves returned, rushing from the western lands. Word of their arrival spread ahead of them like a melody carried on a hopeful wind into a gloomy hall where hearts sat heavy with grief. They finally reached the gates of Menegroth, a silent host of elves trailing in their wake. Beren then escorted Lúthien before the throne of her father, Thingol. The king stared in disbelief at Beren, whom he had believed long dead, yet his heart held no warmth, only a cold resentment for the sorrow this man had brought upon Doriath. Kneeling, Beren declared, "I have returned as I promised. I am here to claim what is mine." Thingol's voice was sharp. "What of your quest and your vow?" "It is done," Beren replied. "Even now a Silmaril is within my grasp." "Then show it to me," Thingol commanded. Slowly, Beren extended his left hand, uncurling his fingers to reveal nothing but emptiness. He then raised his right arm, and from that moment on he named himself Camlost the Empty-Handed. Witnessing this, the king's stern mood softened. Beren was seated to the left of the throne and Lúthien to the right, and there they recounted the entire saga of their quest. All who listened were struck with awe. To Thingol, this man appeared unlike any other, standing among the great of Arda, and Lúthien's love for him was a profound and wondrous mystery. He saw then that no earthly power could withstand their shared fate. So, at last, he relented, and Beren took Lúthien's hand before her father's throne. Yet a shadow fell across the joy of Doriath at the fair Lúthien's return. As the people learned the source of Carcharoth's madness, their fear deepened, for they perceived the dreadful power the holy jewel granted the beast, making him a foe nearly impossible to defeat. Upon hearing of the wolf's assault, Beren knew in his heart the quest was not yet complete. With Carcharoth drawing nearer to Menegroth each day, they organized the hunting of the wolf, a pursuit spoken of in tales as the most perilous chase of all beasts. To this hunt went Huan, the hound of Valinor, Mablung of the heavy hand, Beleg Strongbow, Beren Erchimion, and Thingol, king of Doriath himself. They rode out at dawn, crossing the river Esgolduin, but Lúthien remained behind at the gates. A cold dread settled upon her spirit, and it seemed as if the very sun had grown ill and dimmed. The hunters turned east and north, tracking the river's path until they found Carcharoth in a grim valley, where the Esgolduin cascaded down steep falls in a roaring torrent. At the waterfall's base, the wolf drank deeply, trying to quench his burning thirst, and his howl gave away his position. But Carcharoth, spotting their approach, did not charge. Perhaps a devilish cunning stirred in him, his agony briefly soothed by the river's sweet waters. As they rode toward him, he slipped away into a deep, tangled thicket and hid. They encircled the area and waited as the forest shadows lengthened. Beren stood beside Thingol when they suddenly realized Huan had left their side. A tremendous baying then erupted from the thicket, impatient and eager to confront the wolf. Juan had gone in alone to flush him out. Karcheroth, however, evaded the hound. Bursting from the thorns, he launched a sudden, ferocious attack directly upon King Thingol. Beren sprang forward with a spear, but the wolf batted it aside, knocked Beren to the ground, and lunged for his chest. In that instant, Juan sprang from the undergrowth onto the wolf's back, and the two crashed to the earth, locked in a vicious struggle. No clash between hound and wolf had ever been its equal. Juan's baying echoed with the sound of Orome's hunting horns and the righteous fury of the Valar, while the howls of Karcheroth carried the distilled malice of Morgoth, a cruelty sharper than any blade. Their furious clamor split the stones, sending rocks tumbling from the heights to choke the river's flow. They fought on, a duel to the bitter end. Yet Thingol paid it no mind, kneeling instead at the side of the grievously wounded Beren. It was in that hour that Juan slew Karcheroth, yet there, in the tangled woods of Doriath, his own long foretold doom was fulfilled. A mortal wound was upon him, and the venom of Morgoth seeped into his veins. He staggered to Beren and, collapsing beside him, found a final fleeting voice. He bade his master a last farewell before the light left his eyes. Beren, beyond speech, could only rest a trembling hand upon the loyal hound's head in a silent, profound goodbye, a moment of shared understanding that needed no words, a quiet testament to their bond. When Mablung and Beleg rushed to the king's aid and saw the scene, they cast their weapons aside and wept openly. With a heavy heart, Mablung took a knife and slit open the wolf's belly. Inside, the beast's flesh was all but consumed as if by an inner fire, yet Beren's hand, which had clutched the jewel, remained untouched. But as Mablung reached to take it, the hand crumbled to dust, leaving the Silmaril unveiled upon the ground. Its radiance burst forth, flooding the forest shadows with a pure, unearthly light that made the very leaves seem to shimmer. In haste and awe, Mablung retrieved it and placed it in Beren's living hand. The touch of the Silmaril stirred Beren back to consciousness. He raised it aloft, his voice a faint whisper as he bade King Thingol to receive it. "The quest is achieved," he said, "and my doom is complete." He spoke no more. They bore Beren Camlost, son of Barahir, away upon a bier of branches with the fallen Huan at his side, and night had fully descended by the time they neared Menegroth. At the roots of the great beech Hirelorn, Lúthien met the solemn procession, her steps slow, her face illuminated by the flickering torchlight carried beside the bier. She wrapped her arms around Beren, kissed him, and whispered for him to await her beyond the western sea. He gazed into her eyes one final time before his spirit departed, and with his passing it was as if the very starlight was extinguished. A profound darkness fell, shrouding even Lúthien Tinuviel. So concluded the quest for the Silmaril. Yet the lay of Lúthien, the song of release from bondage, sings on. For at Lúthien's plea, the spirit of Beren lingered in the halls of Mandos, refusing to depart the world until she could come to him. Her own spirit then plunged into a deep gloom, fleeing her body, which lay upon the grass like a freshly cut flower that retains, for a haunting moment, the illusion of life. A winter of grief, cold as the long years of mortal aging, settled upon Thingol's heart. But Lúthien journeyed to the appointed places of the Elderly in the halls of Mandos, beyond the western mansions at the edge of the world, where spirits wait in the shadows of their own thoughts. Her beauty outshone all there, and her sorrow was a deeper well than any they had known. She knelt before Mandos and sang to him. That song was the fairest ever woven from words, and the most sorrowful the world would ever know, a lament unchanged and eternal, now sung in Valinor, where the Valar hear it and are filled with grief. In it, Lúthien wove together two great themes, the sorrow of the elves and the grief of men, the two kindreds made by Ilúvatar to dwell in Arda, the kingdom of earth beneath countless stars. As she knelt, her tears fell upon his feet like a gentle, persistent rain upon stone. And Mandos, the judge of the dead, was stirred to pity, a thing that had never happened before and has not happened since. Therefore he summoned Beren, and just as Luthien had promised in the hour of his death, they were reunited beyond the Western Sea. Yet Mandos held no authority to keep the spirits of departed men within the circles of the world once their time of waiting was fulfilled, nor could he alter the destinies of the children of Iluvatar. So he went before Manwë, the lord of the Valar, who ruled the world under Iluvatar's hand. Manwë sought wisdom in his deepest thought, where the will of Iluvatar was made clear. Two paths were then set before Luthien. For her trials and her sorrow, she could be freed from Mandos and dwell in Valimar until the ending of the world among the Valar, leaving behind every grief her life had carried. To that place Beren could not follow, for the Valar were not permitted to withhold from him the gift of Iluvatar, death itself, which belongs to men. The second choice was this: she might return to Middle-earth with Beren, to live once more, yet without any promise of life or gladness. Then she would become mortal, bound to a second death as he was, and before long she would depart the world forever, her beauty surviving only as a memory in song. This fate she chose, turning away from the blessed realm and renouncing all kinship with those who dwell there, so that whatever sorrows lay ahead, the paths of Beren and Luthien might be woven together, leading them side by side beyond the bounds of the world. Thus, alone among the Eldalie, she truly died and left the world long ago. But in her choice the two kindreds were joined, and she remains a forerunner of many in whom the Eldar still glimpse, though all the world is changed, the likeness of Luthien the beloved, whom they have lost, chapter 20, of the 5th battle Nirnath Arnodiad. It is told that Beren and Luthien came back to the northern lands of Middle-earth, and lived together for a time as mortal man and woman, taking up once more their living forms in Doriath. Those who saw them felt both joy and dread. Luthien went to Menegroth, and with a touch of her hand melted the winter in Thingol's heart. But Melian looked into her eyes and read the doom written there, and she turned away, for she understood that a parting beyond the end of the world now stood between them, and no loss has ever weighed heavier than the grief of Melian the Maya in that hour. Then Beren and Luthien set out alone, unafraid of hunger or thirst, crossing beyond the river Gelion into Osiriand. They made their home on the green isle of Tol Galen, in the midst of Adorant, until all news of them faded away. The Eldar later named that land Dor Fern y Gwynar, the land of the dead that live, and there was born Dior Aranel the Beautiful, who would later be called Dior Eluchil, Thingol's heir. No mortal man ever spoke again with Beren son of Barahir, and none saw Beren or Luthien depart the world, or knew where at last their bodies were laid to rest. In those days, Maedhros son of Feanor took heart, seeing that Morgoth was not beyond reach, for the deeds of Beren and Luthien were sung in many lays across Beleriand. Yet Morgoth would crush them all, one by one, unless they could unite once more and form a new alliance and shared purpose. So Maedhros began those plans to rally the fortunes of the Eldar that came to be called the Union of Maedhros. But the Oath of Feanor and the wicked acts it had spawned weakened Maedhros' design, and he received less support than was needed. Orodreth would not march at the bidding of any son of Feanor because of the deeds of Celegorm and Curufin, and the elves of Nargothrond still trusted to defend their hidden fortress through secrecy and stealth. From there came only a small company, led by Gwyndor son of Gilin, a prince of great courage. Against Orodreth's will, he went to the Northern War, grieving for his brother Gelmir, lost in the Dagor Bragollach. They took up the badge of the house of Fingolfin and marched under the banners of Fingon, and none ever returned save one. From Doriath came little aid, bound by their unbreakable oath. Maedhros and his brothers had earlier dispatched messengers to King Thingol, delivering a stark and arrogant ultimatum. They demanded the surrender of the Silmaril, threatening enmity should he refuse. The wise Melian advised him to relinquish the jewel, but the haughty and menacing tone of the Feanorians only stoked Thingol's fury. He remembered the terrible price paid for it, Lúthien's sorrow and Berin's blood, spilled despite the treachery of Celegorm and Curufin. Each day the Silmarill's radiance captivated him more, its inherent power fueling a deep, possessive desire. His reply to the messengers was therefore one of utter contempt and dismissal. Maedhros himself remained silent, his mind occupied with forging a grand alliance of elves. His brothers, Celegorm and Curufin, however, were less restrained. They swore publicly that should they emerge victorious from the coming conflict, they would slaughter Thingol and raise his kingdom if the jewel was not freely given. In response, Thingol fortified the borders of Doriath and refused to march to war. Only two of his captains, Mablung and Beleg, reluctant to miss the great events unfolding, received his permission to join the host of High King Fingon, provided they did not serve the sons of Fëanor. Meanwhile, Maedhros's preparations advanced. He reunited his brothers and their followers and secured the formidable aid of the dwarves of Nogrod and Belegost, whose forges rang day and night producing weapons of war. The armies of the loyal men of Bor and the more dubious men of Ulfang were drilled and expanded with kin from the distant east. In the west, his ally Fingon coordinated from Hithlum, where the Noldor and the mighty men of the House of Hador readied themselves. Even in the forest of Brethil, the people of Haleth sharpened their axes under their lord Halmir, though he would pass away before the battle, leaving his son Haldir to lead them. Word of the gathering storm even reached the hidden city of Gondolin and its secret king, Turgon. Yet Maedhros moved too hastily before his designs were fully ripe. While his initial efforts cleared orcs from the northern lands and briefly freed Dorthonion, they served only to warn Morgoth of the rebellion. The Dark Lord, aided by the secret treachery of Ulfang's men who had infiltrated the Fëanorian ranks, sent forth spies and agents to sow discord. Ultimately, Maedhros finalized his strategy, a simultaneous assault on Angband from east and west. His plan was to march openly across the desolate plain of Anfauglith to draw out Morgoth's legions. Then, at the signal of a great beacon fired in Dorthonion, Fingon would erupt from the passes of Hithlum, catching the enemy host as if between an anvil and a hammer to shatter it completely. On the appointed morning of midsummer, elvish trumpets heralded the sunrise. The standard of the sons of Fëanor was raised in the east, and in the west flew the banner of Fingon, High King of the Noldor. From his vantage at Aithel Sirion, Fingon surveyed his immense and well-concealed force, hidden in the valleys and woods east of the Mountains of Shadow. His army comprised the full might of the Noldor of Hithlum, warriors from the Falas, Gwyndor's company from Nargothrond, and a great host of men. On his right flank were the fierce warriors of Dor Lomin, led by the brothers Húrin and Hor, now joined by Haldir of Brethil and his woodsmen. As Fingon gazed toward the towering peaks of Thangorodrim, he saw a brooding dark cloud and rising black smoke. The challenge had been issued, and the wrath of Morgoth was now unmistakably awakened. A flicker of uncertainty clouded Fingon's thoughts as he gazed east, his elven eyes straining for any sign of Maedhros's army, stirring the dust of the great plain. Unaware that Maedhros was delayed by the cursed Uldor's deceit, false warnings of an attack from the north, Fingon felt a growing unease. Then a cry echoed up from the southern valleys, a wave of astonishment and elation. Unlooked for and unsummoned, Turgon had marched forth from the hidden city of Gondolin, leading 10,000 warriors in gleaming armor, their spears a forest of steel. Hearing his brother's great trumpet call across the distance, the shadow lifted from Fingon's heart. He raised his voice in a triumphant shout. "The day has come! Behold, people of the Eldar and fathers of men, the day has come!" All who heard him took up the cry, their voices answering from the hillsides, "The night is passing." Yet Morgoth, ever aware of his enemy's movements, chose this moment to strike. Relying on his treacherous agents to keep Maedhros at bay, he sent a force toward Hithlum, a host clad in dull earth-toned raiment, bearing no visible steel, which allowed them to cross much of the plain undetected. The Noldor captains, their blood heating with battle lust, clamoured to meet this foe on open ground. But Húrin counselled caution, warning of Morgoth's endless guile and hidden strength. He urged patience, to let the enemy wear themselves against the hills, despite the growing impatience for Maedhros' signal. The western captain of Morgoth, however, had orders to lure Fingon out swiftly. He advanced his lines until they faced the stream of Sirion from the fortress walls to the marshy fen, and the eyes of the elvish outposts met those of their foes. The ensuing silence was unnerving. Even the orcs' taunts died in their throats as they stared at the silent, threatening heights. In a calculated move, the enemy captain sent riders under a token of parley to the outer defences. With them was Gelmir, a captured lord from Nargothrond, now blinded. The heralds displayed him, shouting, "We have many more like this at home. Hurry if you wish to find them, for we will treat them all the same upon our return." Then, within full sight of the elves, they brutally hewed off Gelmir's hands and feet, and finally his head. By cruel fate, Gelmir's own brother Gwyndor was stationed at that very point in the defences. Witnessing this atrocity, Gwyndor's grief erupted into a berserk fury. He charged forth on horseback with many riders, slaughtering the heralds and plunging recklessly deep into the enemy ranks. This single act of vengeance ignited the entire Noldor host. Fingon donned his white helm, sounded the trumpets, and the army of Hithlum erupted from the hills in a furious avalanche. The sudden gleam of their drawn swords was like a wildfire rushing through a dry field. Their assault was so fierce and swift that it nearly unravelled Morgoth's own plans. The force he sent west was overwhelmed before reinforcements could arrive, and Fingon's banners swept across the plain to be planted before the very gates of Angband Gwyndor, and the warriors of Nargothrond remained at the vanguard of the assault, their fury impossible to contain. They shattered the gate and cut down the sentinels on the very steps of Angband, their hammering upon the fortress doors, sending a tremor through the foundations to Morgoth's deep-seated throne. Yet this triumph was a trap. Isolated beyond the gate, the entire company was slaughtered, save for Gwyndor alone, who was captured alive. Fingon could not reach them, for through countless hidden passages within Thangorodrim, Morgoth unleashed the full might of his waiting legions, driving Fingon's forces back from the walls with terrible losses. Thus, on the fourth day of the conflict upon the desolate plain of Anfoglith, began the Nirna ith Arnawediad, the battle of unnumbered tears, a sorrow too vast for any song to fully capture. Fingon's host retreated across the sands, their rearguard led by Haldir, lord of the Haladin, who fell in that desperate fighting. With him perished the greater part of the men of Bretil, who would never again return to their forest homes. As dusk fell on the fifth day, still far from the shelter of the Ered Wethrin mountains, the orcs closed in, encircling the army of Hithlum. The fighting raged through the night. The elves pressed tighter with each passing hour. Dawn brought a glimmer of hope with the sound of silver horns. Turgon, who had held the main host of Gondolin in reserve guarding the pass of Sirion, now marched swiftly to his brother's aid. The Gondolindrim were a formidable sight, their armor gleaming like a sunlit river of steel as their disciplined phalanx shattered the orc line. Turgon fought his way to Fingon's side, and in that grim field, the moment when he clasped hands with Húrin, who stood steadfast beside the High King, was a point of fierce joy. Elven hearts lifted anew. Then, at the third hour of that morning, came the long-awaited trumpets of Maedhros from the east. The banners of the sons of Feanor struck the enemy's rear, and for a fleeting moment victory seemed possible. The orc lines wavered, their assault faltering, and some began to flee. But at that precise instant, Morgoth played his final devastating card, emptying the depths of Angband. Wolves and wolf riders, balrogs and dragons poured forth, led by Glaurung, the father of dragons, whose terrible power now reached its peak. His very presence withered the courage of elves and men, and he drove a fiery wedge between the armies of Maedhros and Fingon, scattering them. Yet wolves, balrogs, and even the great worm might not have secured Morgoth's victory alone. The true turning point was the treachery of men. The scheming of Ulfang came to its poisonous fruition. While many Easterlings simply broke and ran, hearts corrupted by fear and deceit, Ulfang's sons turned their blades upon their allies, charging into the rear of the Fëanorian host. In the chaos they sowed, they nearly reached Maedhros' standard. They did not live to claim their promised reward. Maglor cut down Uldor the accursed, the architect of the betrayal, and the loyal sons of Bor slew Ulfast and Ulwarth before falling themselves. But fresh regiments of evil men, summoned by Uldor and hidden in the eastern foothills, now swarmed the field. Assailed from three sides, the host of Maedhros shattered and scattered in flight. Fate, however, shielded the sons of Fëanor. Though all were wounded, none were slain. Fighting as one, they gathered a remnant of Noldor and Nogrim and carved a bloody path from the carnage, escaping far toward Mount Dolmed in the east. The final eastern force to hold its ground was the dwarves of Belegost, and in that hour they won immortal renown. The Naugrim could endure dragon fire better than either elves or men, and their tradition of wearing great hideous war masks in battle served them well against the terror of the dragons, allowing them to stand firm where others fell. Were it not for the dwarves, Glaurung and his spawn would have consumed the last of the Noldor. Yet the Naugrim formed a ring around the dragon when he attacked, and even his formidable scales could not fully withstand the strikes of their great axes. In a fury, Glaurung turned and crushed Azagal, lord of Belegost, slithering over his body. With a final effort, Azagal plunged a dagger deep into the dragon's underside, a wound so grievous that Glaurung fled the battle, his beasts from Angband scattering in confusion behind him. The dwarves then lifted their lord's body and carried it from the field. In a slow, solemn procession, they marched away singing a low dirge as if conducting a funeral rite in their own halls, paying no further mind to the enemy. None dared to stop them. Meanwhile, in the west, Fingon and Turgon were engulfed by a wave of adversaries 3 times the size of their remaining force. Gothmog, lord of Balrogs and Angband's high captain, had arrived. He drove a dark wedge through the elven armies, isolating King Fingon and pushing Turgon and Húrin back toward the fen of Serech. Then Gothmog turned his full wrath upon Fingon. Their clash was terrible and final. Soon Fingon stood alone, his guards slain around him. He dueled Gothmog until another Balrog stole behind him, lashing a whip of fire about his body. Then Gothmog swung his black axe, and a white flame flashed from Fingon's helm as it was split. So perished the High King of the Noldor. They beat his body into the earth with their maces and trampled his blue and silver banner into the bloody mud. The day was lost, yet Húrin and Hór of the house of Hador held fast beside Turgon of Gondolin, and the forces of Morgoth could not take the pass of Sirion. Húrin then urged Turgon, "Leave now, my lord, while you still can. In you rests the last hope of the Eldar. So long as Gondolin endures, Morgoth will know a sliver of fear in his black heart." Turgon replied with grim foresight, "Gondolin's secrecy nears its end. Once found, it will surely fall." Then Hór spoke, his words carrying the weight of a final prophecy. "But if it stands only a little longer, then from your line shall spring the hope for both elves and men. I tell you this, Lord, with the sight of death upon me, though we part here forever, and I shall never again behold your white walls, from you and from me a new star shall be born. Farewell." Maeglin, Turgon's nephew, who stood nearby, heard these words and stored them in his heart, though he remained silent. Heeding their counsel, Turgon gathered the remnants of Gondolin's host and those of Fingon's people he could find, retreating toward the pass of Sirion. His captains, Ecthelion and Glorfindel, guarded the flanks fiercely, allowing no enemy to slip past. The men of Dor Lomin, as Húrin and Hór wished, formed the rear guard. In their hearts, they had no desire to abandon the Northlands. If they could not return to their homes, they would make their stand here until the end. In this way, the earlier betrayal by Uldor was avenged of all the wartime deeds men performed for the Eldar. This last defense by the men of Dor Lomin is the most celebrated. Thus Turgon fought his way southward, passing behind the guard of Húrin and Hór. He escaped down the Sirion and vanished into the mountains, hidden from Morgoth's gaze. The brothers gathered the remaining men of the house of Hador around them and withdrew step by bloody step until they reached a position behind the fen of Seresh, with the stream of Rivil before them. There they planted their feet and yielded not another inch. All the hordes of Angband surged against them. They bridged the stream with their own fallen and encircled the last defenders of Hithlum like a relentless tide swallowing a lone rock. As the sun sank low on the 6th day, its light turning the shadow of the Iron Mountains long and cold, Húr was struck down. A poisoned arrow found his eye, and around him every brave warrior of the house of Hador was slain, their bodies forming a grim hill. The orcs, in their vile celebration, severed the heads of the fallen and stacked them like a gilded mound against the dying light. At the end, Húrin alone remained standing. He threw down his shield, gripping his great axe with both hands. Legends say that blade steamed with the black blood of Gothmog's troll guard until the metal itself grew dull. And with every foe he felled, Húrin shouted to the heavens, Ora Entuluva. The day will return, he cried out, this defiance 70 times. Yet, on Morgoth's orders, they did not kill him. Instead, the orcs swarmed him, their grasping hands clinging even as he severed their limbs, their numbers endless, until he was finally overwhelmed and pinned beneath a writhing mass of bodies. Gothmog himself bound the captive and dragged him in chains toward the dark fortress of Angband, all the while hurling taunts. So concluded the Battle of Unnumbered Tears with the sun's final descent into the sea. A great wind howled out of the west that night over Hithlum, as if the sky itself mourned. Morgoth's victory was utter, achieved precisely as his cruel heart desired, through the betrayal of kin and the sowing of fear and hatred among those who should have stood together. From that hour, a coldness grew between elves and men, save for the enduring bond with the 3 houses of the Idaean. The kingdom of Fingon was utterly destroyed. His sons, like leaves in a gale, were scattered, their alliance shattered. They faded into a rough, hidden existence among the woods at the feet of the Blue Mountains, blending with the rustic green elves of Ossiriand, their former power and splendor only a memory. In the forest of Bretil, a handful of the Haladin still clung to life under the leadership of Handir, son of Haldir, protected by their deep woods. But to Hithlum, not a single soldier of Fingon's army ever returned, nor any man of Hador's line, leaving only a terrible silence where news of the battle's end should have been. Morgoth, in a bitterly ironic twist, then sent the Easterlings who had betrayed Maedhros into that very land. He denied them the fertile fields of Beleriand they craved, trapping them instead in the bleakness of Hithlum with orders never to depart. Their reward for treachery was to become tormentors, set to pillage and harass the widows, the elderly, and the orphaned children of the people they had helped to destroy. The surviving elves of Hithlum were dragged north to labor as slaves in the mines, though a few clever souls slipped away into the high, lonely crag. With the victory, orcs and wolves now roamed without check across all the northern lands, pressing ever southward into Beleriand, reaching even the quiet land of willows and the edges of Ossiriand. No road or field was safe. Doriath, protected by its magic, still stood, and the hidden caves of Nargothrond remained secret. For the time being, Morgoth paid them little mind, whether from ignorance or because his deeper schemes had not yet called for their ruin. Many refugees now fled to the havens of the Farlas, sheltering behind the walls raised by Círdan the shipwright. His mariners became raiders, striking the enemy's shores from their swift ships. Yet before the next winter, Morgoth unleashed a new force into Hithlum and Navrast. This host swept down the rivers Brython and Nenning, laying waste to the Farlas and laying siege to the great harbor walls of Brythombar and Eglarist. They brought smiths and engineers and terrible machines of fire. Though the defenders fought with desperate courage, the walls were finally broken. The havens were sacked and ruined, the watchtower of Barad Nimrus thrown down, and most of Círdan's people were killed or enslaved. But some reached the ships and escaped onto the open sea. Among them was a Renyan called Gil-galad, the son of Fingon, who had been sent to the safety of the havens long before, after the fires of the Dagor-Bragollach. The survivors journeyed with Círdan southward to the Isle of Balar, establishing a sanctuary for all who could reach it. They maintained a presence at the mouths of Sirion as well, concealing numerous swift vessels within the labyrinth of creek beds and thick reed forests. When word reached Turgon, he dispatched messengers once more to Sirion, earnestly seeking the aid of Círdan the shipwright. At Turgon's urgent request, Círdan constructed 7 swift ships to sail into the distant west. From that voyage, only a single final report ever returned to Balar. That lone ship's crew struggled across endless seas, only to turn back in despair and founder in a furious tempest just within sight of Middle-earth's shores. By the will of Ulmo, one mariner was spared from the wrath of Osse, the waves carrying him to the shores of Nevrast. This was Voronwe, originally sent by Turgon as a messenger from hidden Gondolin. Morgoth's mind fixated on Turgon with a gnawing obsession. Here was the one foe who had slipped his grasp, the one he most longed to capture or crush. This singular failure cast a shadow over his victories, for Turgon, of the mighty line of Fingolfin, stood as the rightful king of all the Noldor. Morgoth harbored a deep, seething hatred for that house, resentful of their alliance with Ulmo, his enemy, and haunted by the wounds Fingolfin himself had once dealt him. But of all that lineage, it was Turgon he feared most. A memory from Valinor surfaced, a moment when his gaze had fallen upon Turgon, and a cold shadow had passed over his spirit, a foreboding that from this elf, one day, his own ruin would emerge. It was a fear that festered, turning even triumph sour. Thus Húrin was dragged before the Dark Lord, for Morgoth knew of his bond with the king of Gondolin. Yet Húrin met him with defiance and scorn, his laughter echoing in the vast dark hall. Enraged, Morgoth laid a terrible curse upon Húrin and his wife Morwen and all their line, dooming them to darkness and sorrow. He then had Húrin taken from his cell and placed in a chair of stone upon a high peak of Thangorodrim. There, bound by Morgoth's will, the Dark Lord stood beside him and pronounced his sentence. "Sit now," he commanded, "and gaze upon the lands where evil and despair will find all you hold dear. You dared to mock me and question the power of Melkor, master of Arda's fate. Now, through my eyes you shall see, and with my ears you shall hear. You will not stir from this place until every last bitter detail has come to pass." And so it was done. Yet it is recorded that Húrin never begged Morgoth for mercy, nor for death, not for himself, nor for any of his kin. On Morgoth's orders, orcs labored to gather the dead from the great battle, heaping their bodies, armor, and broken weapons into a vast mound upon the plain of Anfaglith. It rose like a solitary hill, visible from miles away. The elves named it Hord-en-Dengin, the Hill of Slain, and also Hord-en-Nirnaeth, the Hill of Tears. In time, grass grew there, long and green, the only life in the desolation Morgoth had wrought. No servant of the Dark Lord would ever tread upon that earth, where the swords of elves and men slowly turned to rust. Chapter 21. Of Turin Turamba, Rian, daughter of Belegond, was the wife of Huor, son of Galdor. Their marriage came just 2 months before he rode to war with his brother Húrin to the battle known as the Unnumbered Tears. When no word returned of her lord, she fled into the wilderness, aided by the grey elves of Mithrim, who fostered her newborn son, Tuor. Then, carrying a sorrow too heavy to bear, Rian left Hithlum. She journeyed to the great mound Hord-en-Dengin, laid herself upon its green slope, and her spirit departed. Morwen, daughter of Baragund, was the wife of Húrin, lord of Dor-Lomin. Their son was Turin, born in the very year Beren-Eshamian first beheld Lúthien within the shadows of Neldoreth forest. Morwen and Húrin had a daughter named Lalaith, meaning laughter, who was dearly loved by her brother Turin. A plague swept through Hithlum when she was just 3, carried on a foul wind from the north, and she perished. In the grim years following the great battle, Morwen remained in Dor-lómin with her young son, for Turin was only 8, and she was expecting another child. These were dark times. The Easterlings who had invaded Hithlum looked down upon the surviving people of Hador, seizing their lands and possessions and enslaving their children. Yet Morwen, the lady of Dor-lómin, was held in such awe for her beauty and stern dignity that the invaders feared to touch her or her household, muttering that she was a dangerous witch in league with elvish magic. Her only aid came secretly from Erin, a kinswoman of Húrin, who had been forced to marry an Easterling lord named Brodda. Fearing Turin would be taken from her, Morwen resolved to send him away in secret, appealing to King Thingol of Doriath for shelter, as Beren was a kinsman of her house and an old friend of Húrin. So, in the bleak autumn of that sorrowful year, she sent Turin over the mountains with 2 loyal aged servants, charging them to find a way into the hidden elven realm. Thus began the fate of Turin, a tale fully told in the long lay known as the Narn Eihin Húrin, the tale of the children of Húrin. Here it is recounted, but briefly, for it is woven with the greater doom of the Silmarils, and is rightly called a tale of grief, revealing the cruelest designs of Morgoth. At the start of the new year, Morwen gave birth to Húrin's daughter and named her Nienor, which means mourning. After enduring many dangers, Turin and his guides were found at last on the borders of Doriath by Beleg Strongbow, chief of the king's march wardens, who led them to the halls of Menegroth. There, Thingol welcomed Turin and, in honor of steadfast Húrin, took him as his own foster son, for the king's heart had softened toward the houses of elf friends. Messengers were sent north to bid Morwen leave Dor-lómin and come to Doriath, but she refused to abandon the home she had shared with Húrin. When the elves departed, she sent with them the dragon helm of Dor-lómin, the greatest heirloom of Hador's house. Turin grew tall and strong in Doriath, yet a shadow of sorrow lay upon him. For 9 years he dwelt in Thingol's halls, and his grief eased somewhat when messengers occasionally returned from Hithlum with news of Morwen and Nienor. But a day came when no messengers returned, and Thingol would send no more. Then fear for his mother and sister hardened Turin's heart. He went before the king, asked for sword and mail, donned the dragon helm, and went out to fight on the wild borders of Doriath, becoming the steadfast companion of Beleg Cuthalion. After 3 years in the wilderness, Turin returned to Menegroth, his clothes worn, his appearance rough from the wild. In Doriath there was a counselor of the king, a Nandoran elf named Saros, who had long resented the honor shown to Thingol's mortal foster son. At a feast, seated across from Turin, Saros mocked him, saying, "If the men of Hithlum are such uncouth savages, what of their women? Do they run through the woods like deer, wearing nothing but their own hair?" In a fury, Turin seized his drinking cup and hurled it at Saros, striking him hard the following day. As Turin prepared to leave Menegroth and return to the borderlands, Saros ambushed him. Turin swiftly gained the upper hand, forcing his foe to flee naked and terrified through the forest like a hunted animal. In his panic, Saros tumbled into a deep ravine, where his body was shattered upon the jagged rocks of the stream below. Witnesses arrived, including Mablung, who commanded Turin to return to Menegroth and submit to the king's judgment, trusting in his mercy. Yet Turin, now convinced he was an outlaw and fearing imprisonment, refused. He turned and fled, passing beyond the protective girdle of Melian into the wild woods west of the river Sirion. There he fell in with a band of desperate, rootless men who haunted the wilderness in those dark times, preying upon all travelers, elves, men, and orcs alike. When the full tale was later examined before King Thingol, the king absolved Turin, declaring him wronged. It was then that Beleg Strongbow returned from the northern frontier and came to Menegroth, seeking his friend. Thingol spoke to him with regret. "I grieve, Cuthalion, for I took Húrin's son as my own, and so he shall remain unless Húrin himself ever returns from the shadows. I would have no one say Turin was driven out unjustly into the wild. I would welcome him back gladly, for I loved him well, Beleg answered. I will search for Turin until I find him, and I will bring him back to Menegroth if I can, for I love him also. So Beleg departed, journeying far across Beleriand through many dangers, yet he found no trace of Turin. Meanwhile, Turin had long remained with the outlaws, rising to become their leader. He took the name Nethan, the Wronged. They lived with great caution in the wooded lands south of the river Teiglin. A full year after Turin's flight from Doriath, Beleg finally discovered their hidden camp by night. By chance, Turin was away. The outlaws, fearing Beleg as a spy for the king of Doriath, captured him, bound him, and treated him harshly. Upon his return, Turin was filled with shame at their cruel and lawless acts. He freed Beleg at once, and their friendship was restored. In that moment, stricken with remorse, Turin swore an oath to forsake all warfare and plunder except against the servants of Angband. Beleg then told Turin of King Thingol's pardon and pleaded with him to return to Doriath, where his strength and courage were sorely needed on the beleaguered northern marches. The orcs have lately found a path down from Tor Nufuin, Beleg explained. They have carved a road through the pass of Anak. Turin replied that he did not recall such a place. We never ventured so far from the borders, said Beleg. But you have seen the distant peaks of the Chrysaegrim and the dark walls of Gorgoroth to the east. Anak lies between them, above the high springs of Mindeb, a hard and perilous road. Yet now many foes use it Dimbar. Once a land of peace is falling under the Black Hand, and the men of Brethil are deeply troubled. We are needed there, but in his wounded pride, Turin refused the king's pardon. Beleg's earnest words could not sway his stubborn heart. Turin then urged Beleg to stay with him in the lands west of Sirion. But Beleg would not. You are hard, Turin, and stubborn. Now the choice is mine. If you truly wish to have the strongbow at your side, look for me in Dimbar, for there I shall return. The next morning Beleg set out. Turin walked with him a short distance from the camp, but he remained silent. Is it farewell, then, son of Hurin? Asked Beleg. Turin gazed westward, and his eyes fell upon the distant great height of Amon Rut. Unaware of the fate that awaited him there, he answered, You have said to seek you in Dimbar, but I say to you, seek for me on Amon Rut, otherwise this is our final goodbye. And so they went their separate ways, bound by friendship, yet shadowed by sorrow. Beleg made his way back to the 1,000 caves, and standing before Thingol and Melian, he recounted all that had transpired, though he carefully omitted the rough treatment he had suffered at the hands of Turin's men. Thingol let out a weary sigh. What more does Turin expect from me? Grant me your permission, my lord, Beleg replied, and I will watch over him and steer him as best I can. Let no one claim that the words of elves are given lightly, nor would I wish to see such great promise wasted in the wilderness. Thingol then granted Beleg his leave to follow this course. Beleg Cuthalion, you have earned my gratitude through many deeds, yet not the least among them is finding my foster son. As we part, name any gift, and I shall not refuse you. I ask for a worthy sword, said Beleg. The orcs now swarm too thickly for a bow alone, and the blade I carry cannot pierce their armor. Choose from all that I possess, Thingol offered, save only Aranruth, which is my own. Beleg selected Anglachel, a sword of immense value, so named for being forged from iron that fell from the heavens as a blazing star. It could shear through any iron drawn from the earth. Only one other blade in Middle-earth was its equal, though that sword plays no part here, crafted as it was from the same ore by the same smith, Eol the Dark Elf, who wedded Aredhel, sister of Turgon. Eol had given Anglachel to Thingol as a grudging payment for permission to dwell in Nan Elmoth, while he kept its mate Anguirol until it was stolen by his son Miglin. As Thingol turned the hilt toward Beleg, Melian studied the blade. Malice lives in this sword, she warned. The dark heart of its smith still lingers within. It will not love the hand it serves, nor will it remain with you for long. Yet I will wield it while I can, Beleg answered. Another gift I shall give you, Cuthalion, said Melian, to aid you in the wild and to help those under your care. She bestowed upon him a store of lembas, the waybread of the elves, wrapped in silver leaves and bound with threads sealed at the knots by the queen's own mark, a wafer of white wax shaped like a single flower of Telperion. By the customs of the Eldalia, only the queen could keep and give this waybread. In no other act did Melian show Turin greater favour, for the Eldar had seldom permitted men to use this sustenance, and would rarely do so again. Beleg then departed Menigroth with these gifts and journeyed back to the northern marches, where he kept his lodges and had many friends. In Dimbar the orcs were driven back, and Anglashel seemed to sing with joy when drawn from its sheath. Yet when winter arrived and the fighting ceased, his companions suddenly realized Beleg was missing, and he did not return to them. After Beleg left the outlaws to return to Doriath, Turin led the men westward, away from the Vale of Serion. They had grown weary of their restless, vigilant existence, constantly fearing pursuit, and they sought a more secure refuge. One evening, by chance, they came upon 3 dwarves who fled at their approach. One who lagged behind was caught and thrown to the ground, and a man from the company shot an arrow from a seized bow at the others as they disappeared into the twilight. The captured dwarf was named Mim, who pleaded for his life before Turin and offered as ransom to lead them to his hidden halls, which none could find without his guidance. Turin took pity on Mim and spared him. "Where is this house of yours?" he asked. Mim replied, "High above the lands it lies, upon the great hill now called Amon Root, since the elves saw fit to change all the names." Turin fell silent, studying the dwarf for a long moment. Finally he said, "You will lead us to that place." The following day they set out, following Mim toward Amon Root. As they climbed, a sudden icy rain began to fall, soaking them to the bone and turning the path to mud, a miserable detail Mim seemed to relish with a faint, grim smile. The hill stood at the boundary of the high moorlands, separating the valleys of Sirion and Narog, lifting its stark, grey summit above the stony heath. Its bare slopes were cloaked only in the red sirigon that clung to the rock. As Turin and his men approached, the westering sun broke through the clouds, striking the hilltop and setting the sirigon ablaze with bloom. One of the men murmured, "The hill is crowned with blood." Yet Mim guided them upward by hidden trails onto the steep sides of Amon Rud. At the entrance to his cave, the dwarf bowed to Turin. "Enter Bar-en-Danwedd," he said, "the house of ransom, for so it shall be named." Another dwarf appeared with a light, and after a swift exchange in their own tongue, they vanished into the cave's depths. Turin followed, descending at last into a chamber lit by dim lamps hanging from chains. There he found Mim kneeling beside a stone couch, tearing at his beard and wailing a single name. Upon the couch lay a third figure. Turin stepped forward and offered his help. Mim looked up, his eyes hollow. "Your aid is worthless. This is Kim, my son. An arrow took his life at sunset. My other son, Ibun, has told me everything." Pity stirred in Turin's heart. "Would that I could call back that arrow," he said. "Then let Bar-en-Danwedd be its true name. Should I ever possess wealth, I will pay you a ransom of gold for your son, as a token of grief, though it cannot warm your heart again." Mim rose and studied Turin for a long moment. "I hear you," he replied. "You speak with the honor of a dwarf lord from elder days, and that astonishes me. My fury has cooled, though my heart finds no joy. You may dwell in this house if you wish, for I shall accept your ransom." Thus began Turin's stay in the secret halls of Mim upon Amon Rud. He would often walk the grassy ledge before the cave, gazing out to the east, west, and north. To the north, his eyes were drawn to the green forest of Bretel encircling Amon Obel, though he felt no clear reason for its pull. His heart, after all, yearned northwest, where he fancied he could sometimes see, leagues away at the edge of the sky, the faint line of the mountains of shadow, the walls of his lost homeland. At dusk, he looked west into the sunset as the sun sank, a red ember into the haze above the distant coast, while the vale of Narog drowned in deepening shadow. In the days that followed, Turin spent many hours with Mim. Sitting alone with the old dwarf, he learned his lore and heard the tale of his life. Mim was of a line of dwarves exiled long ago from the great eastern cities. Wandering into Beleriand ages before Morgoth's return, they dwindled in stature and craft, living furtive, stealthy lives, shoulders bent and steps quiet. The elves of that land, encountering them before the dwarves of Nogrod and Belegost arrived, did not know what they were and hunted them down. Later, they were left alone and called the Noegeath Nibin, the petty dwarves. They trusted no one but themselves. While they feared and despised orcs, they hated the elves just as much, and the exiles most of all, claiming the Noldor had stolen their lands. Long before King Finrod Felagund crossed the sea, they had discovered the caves of Nargothrond and begun their delving, and beneath the bald crown of Amon-Rud, through slow, patient years, their hands had bored and deepened these very caves, undisturbed by the grey elves of the wood. Now, at the end of things, they had faded from Middle-earth, all but Mim and his 2 sons. Mim was ancient, even by dwarf measure, old and utterly forgotten. In his halls, the forges fell silent, the axes grew dull with rust, and their legacy lived on only in the old tales of Doriath and Nargothrond. As midwinter approached, a snow heavier than any known in the river valleys descended from the north, burying Amon-Rud in a deep white shroud. The people spoke of winters growing harsher across Beleriand as the shadow of Angband lengthened. Only the toughest ventured out now. Illness spread and hunger gnawed at them all. Then, in the grey twilight of a winter's afternoon, a figure of immense stature appeared among them, wrapped in a white hooded cloak. He strode silently to their fire. When the men leaped up in alarm, he laughed, casting back his hood, and there beneath his broad cloak was a large pack. In the firelight, Turin beheld once more the face of Beleg Cuthalion. So Beleg came back to Turin, and their reunion was a joyful one. From Dimbar he had brought the dragon helm of Dor Lomin, hoping its sight might lift Turin's spirit above his life as a mere captain of outlaws in the wild. Yet Turin still refused to return to Doriath Beleg, setting aside his better judgment for friendship, chose to stay. In the days that followed, he worked tirelessly for the good of the company. He tended the wounded and the sick, offering them the waybread of Melian, and they recovered swiftly. For while the grey elves possessed less lore than the exiles from Valinor, in the ways of Middle-earth they held a wisdom beyond the grasp of men. Beleg's strength, endurance, and keen foresight earned him great respect among the outlaws. All the while, the hatred of Mim for the elf who had entered Baron Danwedd festered. He and his son Ibun withdrew into the deepest shadows of their home, speaking to no one. Turin, for his part, paid the dwarf little mind. When winter finally relented and spring arrived, they found themselves faced with graver tasks. Who can truly fathom the designs of Morgoth? Who can gauge the reach of his mind? He who was once Melkor, mighty among the Ainur of the great music, and now sat as a dark lord upon a dark throne in the north, sifting every report with malice. He perceived more of his enemies' plans than even the wisest among them dreaded, save for Queen Melian alone. To her, his thoughts often stretched, and there they were, thwarted. Now the might of Angband was set in motion once more. Like the searching fingers of a groping hand, the vanguards of his armies felt their way into Beleriand. They came through Anak, overran Dimbar, and seized the northern borders of Doriath. Down the old road they marched, through the long defile of Sirion, past the island where Finrod's Minas Tirith had stood, through the lands between the Malduin and Sirion rivers, and on through the eaves of the forest of Brethil to the crossings of Teglin. The road continued from there into the guarded plain, but the orcs did not yet advance far upon it, for a hidden terror now dwelled in the wilderness, and upon the red hill were watchful eyes they had not anticipated. For Turin had donned once more the helm of Hador. A whisper travelled far and wide across Beleriand, under every tree, over every stream, and through the mountain passes. The helm and bow that had fallen in Dimbar had risen again against all hope. Many, left leaderless and driven from their homes, yet still bold, took fresh courage and came seeking the two captains. The land between the Teiglin River and the western march of Doriath became known in that time as Dor Carthol, the land of bow and helm. Turin took a new name for himself, Gorthol, the dread helm, and his heart swelled with pride. In Menegroth, in the deep halls of Nargothrond, and even in the hidden realm of Gondolin, word spread of the deeds of the two captains, and in the pits of Angband too their names were known. Morgoth's laughter echoed when the dragon helm revealed Húrin's son once more, and soon Amon Rút was encircled by watchful eyes. As the year faded, Mime the dwarf and his son Ibun left Bar en Danwedd to collect wild roots for winter, only to be captured by orcs. For a second time, Mime agreed to lead his enemies along hidden paths to his home on the hill, though he tried to stall, demanding that Gorthol be spared. The orc captain laughed coldly, replying, "Turin, son of Húrin, will certainly not be killed." So Barendanwith betrayed. Under cover of night, guided by Mim, the orcs descended unnoticed. Many of Turin's companions were slain in their sleep, while others fled up an inner stair to the hilltop, fighting until they fell, their blood staining the seregan that cloaked the stone. Turin himself was caught in a thrown net, entangled and overpowered, then dragged away. When silence returned, Mime crept from the shadows of his house. At sunrise over the Sirion mists, he stood among the dead on the summit, but not all were lifeless. One figure returned his gaze, Beleg the elf. With long-hoarded hatred, Mime stepped forward, pulling the sword Anglashel from beneath a fallen body. Yet Beleg, staggering up, seized the blade and thrust at the dwarf, who fled wailing in terror. Beleg shouted after him, "The vengeance of the house of Hador will find you yet." Though gravely wounded, Beleg was mighty among Middle-earth's elves and a skilled healer. He did not die. Slowly his strength returned. Searching in vain among the dead for Turin to bury him, he realized Húrin's son was alive, taken toward Angband. With little hope, Beleg left Amon Rúd and headed north toward the crossings of Teiglin, tracking the orc. He crossed the Breathiac, journeyed through Dimbar toward the pass of Anak, and gained ground, for he marched without rest while his quarry delayed, hunting and feeling safe as they moved northward. Even in the dreadful woods of Tar Nufwin, he never lost the trail, his skill unmatched in Middle-earth. Passing through that evil land by night, he found an elf asleep beneath a great dead tree. Beleg halted, offered him lembas, and asked what fate had brought him there. The elf named himself Gwyndor, son of Gilin. Beleg looked on him with grief. Gwyndor was now a bent, fearful shadow of the Lord who once rode with rash courage to Angband's very doors in the Nirnith Arnawediad, only to be captured. Few captured Noldor were slain, valued for their forging and mining skills, and Gwyndor had been forced to labor in the northern mines. Through secret tunnels known only to the mining elves, some occasionally escaped, and so Beleg found him exhausted and lost in Taur Nufwin's maze. Gwyndor told how, hiding among the trees, he had seen a large band of orcs moving north with wolves. Among them was a man in chains, driven onward by whips. Gwyndor described him as exceptionally tall, as lofty as the men from the fog-shrouded highlands of Hithlum. Beleg then shared the purpose of his own journey into Taur Nufwin, the Forest of Night. Gwyndor attempted to dissuade him from this pursuit, warning that he would only share in the torment awaiting Turin. Yet Beleg refused to forsake his friend, and his own steadfastness, born of a loyalty that defied all reason, kindled a fragile hope once more in Gwyndor's spirit. Together they pressed on, trailing the orc band until they emerged from the dark woods onto the high ridges that descended toward the desolate wastes of Anfoglith. There, within the ominous sight of Thangorodrim's peaks, the orcs made camp in a barren hollow as daylight faded, posting wolf guards before descending into raucous feasting. A tremendous storm gathered in the west, its distant lightning illuminating the shadowy mountains as Beleg and Gwyndor stole toward the dell. When the camp fell into a drunken slumber, Beleg used his bow to dispatch the wolf sentinels one by one in the silent dark. At great risk, they entered and found Turin bound hand and foot to a dead tree, knives thrown at him studding the trunk around his head. He was unconscious in an exhausted stupor. They cut his bonds and carried him from the hollow, managing only to reach a thorn thicket a short distance up the slope before they had to rest. There they laid him down as the storm broke overhead. Beleg drew his sword, Anglashel, to sever the iron fetters, but fate proved stronger that day. The blade slipped as he worked, pricking Turin's foot, jolted into a sudden blind rage of waking terror. Turin saw a figure leaning over him with a naked sword, and believing orcs had returned to torture him, he sprang up with a cry. He wrested Anglashel away in the blackness and struck down Beleg Cuthalion, thinking him a foe. As he stood free, ready to sell his life dearly against phantoms, a great flash of lightning split the sky. In its stark light, he looked down and saw Beleg's face. Then Turin became as stone, silent and unmoving, staring at the horror he had wrought. His own face, lit by the flickering storm glare, was so terrible that Gwyndor cowered to the ground, afraid to lift his eyes. Below in the dell, the orcs were now roused, the camp in chaos, for they feared the western thunder, believing it a weapon of the great powers beyond the sea. A wind howled, torrential rains fell, and flash floods rushed down from the heights of Tower Nufuin. Though Gwyndor shouted warnings of their deadly peril, Turin gave no answer, sitting motionless and tearless in the tempest beside Beleg's body. By morning, the storm had rolled east over Lothlan, and an autumn sun rose hot and fierce. Thinking Turin had fled far, and all tracks were washed away, the orcs departed in haste without a thorough search. Gwyndor watched them march across the steaming sands of Anfoglith in the distance. Thus they returned to Morgoth empty-handed, leaving behind the son of Húrin, who sat broken and unaware on the slopes, bearing a grief heavier than any chains. Gwyndor finally roused Turin to help bury Beleg, and he rose like a sleepwalker. Together they laid him in a shallow grave, placing beside him his great black yew-wood bough, Belfronding. But the dread sword Anglachil Gwyndor kept saying it was better it seek vengeance on Morgoth's servants than lie useless in the earth. He also took the waybread of Melian to sustain them in the wilderness. And so Beleg's strongbow met his end, the most loyal of friends and the most skilled of all who dwelled within the forests of Beleriand in the elder days, slain by the very hand of the one he cherished most. That sorrow was etched permanently upon Turin's face, a mark that would never fade. Yet within the elf from Nargothrond a renewed resolve took hold. Leading Turin away from the shadowed woods of Tornufuin, Gwyndor guided him across vast and mournful distances. As they travelled those long and bitter paths, Turin remained utterly silent, moving like a man devoid of all desire or direction, while the seasons turned and winter's grip tightened over the northern realms. Gwyndor never left his side, a constant guardian and guide. Their journey carried them west over the river Surian until they finally reached Eithel Ivrin, the pristine springs where the Narog River is born beneath the mountains of shadow. There, Gwyndor finally broke the silence. Awaken, Turin, son of the steadfast Húrin, look upon Ivrin's lake, where laughter is eternal. These waters flow from everlasting crystal fountains, kept pure and undefiled by Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, who shaped her beauty in the dawn of time. At these words, Turin knelt to drink. Then, as if a dam had burst within him, he collapsed upon the ground, his tears flowing freely at last, and the grip of his madness was loosened. In that moment of clarity and grief, he composed a lament for Beleg, singing it aloud without fear, naming it Ler Cu Beleg, the song of the great bow. Gwyndor then placed the sword Anglachel into his hands. Turin felt its surprising weight and latent strength, though its blade was dark, dull, and blunt. "This is a strange weapon, unlike any other in Middle-earth," Gwyndor observed. "It grieves for Beleg, as you do. But take heart, for I am returning to Nargothrond of the house of Finarfin, and you shall come with me to find healing and renewal." "Who are you?" Turin asked, his voice rough from disuse. "A wandering elf, an escaped thrall, whom Beleg found and succored," Gwyndor replied. "Yet once I was Gwyndor, son of Gilin, a lord of Nargothrond, before the battle of unnumbered tears led to my enslavement in the pits of Angband." Turin's next question came swiftly. "Then did you ever see Húrin, son of Galdor, the warrior of Dor-lomin?" "I did not see him," said Gwyndor, "but even in Angband whispers speak of his defiance against Morgoth. It is said Morgoth has laid a curse upon him and all his line." "That I can well believe," Turin answered grimly. Rising from the springs, they journeyed south along the Narog, only to be captured by elven scouts and brought as captives to a hidden fortress. Thus Turin entered Nargothrond. At first none recognized Gwyndor, who had left young and vigorous and now returned appearing as aged as a mortal man, worn by torment and toil. But Finduilas, the daughter of King Orodreth, knew him at once and welcomed him with joy, for she had loved him before the great battle. So profound was Gwyndor's love for her radiance that he gave her the name Fylivrin, the gleam of sunlight upon the pools of Ivrin. For Gwyndor's sake, Turin was granted entry into the city, where he was received with honor. When Gwyndor moved to introduce him, Turin stopped him. "I am Agarwain, son of Umarth," he declared, meaning the blood-stained, son of ill fate, a hunter of the woods. The elves of Nargothrond asked nothing further. In the days that followed, Turin rose swiftly in King Orodreth's esteem, and he won the hearts of nearly all in the Hidden Realm. He was young, just coming into the full power of his manhood, and in truth he was the image of his mother Morwen Eladwen, dark-haired, fair-skinned, with piercing grey eyes, and a countenance of such beauty it was unmatched among mortal men in that age. His speech and bearing echoed the ancient grace of the kingdom of Doriath, so much so that among elves he might be mistaken for one of the noble Noldor. Many began to call him Adanidel, the elf man. The master smiths of Nargothrond reforged the sword Anglachel for him. Though its blade remained black, its edges now gleamed with a deadly pale fire. Turin renamed it Gurthang, the Iron of Death. His renown in battle along the borders of the guarded plain grew so immense that he earned the name Mormigil, the Black Sword. Among the elves it was whispered, "The Mormigil cannot be slain except by ill fortune or a foul arrow from a distance." To protect him, they gifted him dwarf-forged armor. In a somber moment, he also discovered in the armories a gilded dwarf mask, which he donned before combat. His foes would scatter at the very sight of it. Finduilas found her heart turning from Gwyndor, and against her own will, her affection settled upon Turin, though he remained oblivious to this shift. Torn by this inner conflict, Finduilas grew melancholy, her spirit fading into quiet sorrow. Gwyndor, meanwhile, brooded in darkness. One evening he sought her out and said, "Daughter of Finarfin's house, let no sorrow stand between us. Though Morgoth has shattered my life, my love for you endures. Follow where your heart leads, yet take heed. It is not fitting for the elder children of Ilúvatar to wed the younger, nor is it wise, for their lives are fleeting, leaving us in a loneliness that lasts as long as the world. Fate seldom allows such unions, save perhaps once or twice for some profound purpose we cannot grasp. But this man is no baron. A doom lies upon him. Any who look with clear sight can perceive it, and it is a dark one. Do not step into its shadow. If you persist, your love will deliver you only to bitterness and death. Listen to me. Though he is called Agarwain, son of Umarth, his true name is Turin, son of Húrin, whom Morgoth holds in Angband, and whose family he has cursed. Never doubt the power of Morgoth Bauglir. Is that truth not written plainly upon me? Findula's pondered his words for a long while, but finally she replied simply, "Turin, son of Hurin, does not love me nor ever will." When Turin later learned from Findula's what had been revealed, he was furious. Confronting Gwyndor, he declared, "I have held you in affection for saving me and keeping me safe. Yet now you have wronged me, my friend, by betraying my true name and calling my doom down upon me when I wished to remain hidden." Gwyndor answered, "The doom resides in yourself, not in your name." Once Orodreth discovered that the Mormegil was indeed the son of Hurin the Steadfast, he bestowed high honor upon him, and Turin rose to great power among the people of Nargothrond. However, Turin had little patience for their methods of war, ambush, stealth, and hidden arrows. He longed for bold, open combat, and his counsel increasingly swayed the king as time passed. During this period, the elves of Nargothrond abandoned their secrecy and marched openly to war, forging great stores of weapons. On Turin's advice, the Noldor constructed a massive bridge across the Norog River from the doors of Felagund to speed the movement of their forces. The servants of Angband were thus driven from all lands between the Norog and Sirion to the east and west to the Nenning River and the barren Farlet. Though Gwyndor continually spoke against Turin in the king's council, warning that this strategy was unwise, he fell into disgrace. His strength had waned, he was no longer vigorous in arms, and few paid him any mind. And so Nargothrond was laid bare to the wrath and hatred of Morgoth. Still, at Turin's urging, his true name was not spoken abroad. Though word of his deeds reached Doriath and the ears of Thingol, rumor spoke only of the black sword of Nargothrond. In that fleeting season of hope and respite, when the power of Morgoth was checked west of the Sirion due to the Mormegil's actions, Morwen finally fled Dor-Lumin with her daughter Nienor, daring the long and perilous journey to Thingol's halls. There, fresh grief awaited her, for she found Turin gone, and no tidings had come to Doriath since the dragon helm had disappeared from the lands west of Sirion. Yet Morwen and Nienor remained in Doriath as honored guests of Thingol and Melian, treated with all courtesy. In the spring, when 495 years had passed since the moon first rose, two elves named Gelmir and Arminas arrived at the gates of Nargothrond. They were of the people of Angrod, but after the terrible battle of the Dagor Bragollach, they had made their home in the southern havens with Círdan the shipwright. From their long travels, they brought grim news. A vast army of orcs and foul creatures was gathering in the shadows of the arid Wethrin mountains and within the pass of Sirion. More urgently, they told how Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, had appeared to Círdan with a warning of imminent danger for the hidden kingdom. "Hear the words of the Lord of Waters," they declared to King Orodreth. He spoke thus to Círdan: "The malice from the north has poisoned the very sources of Sirion, and my power recedes from the streams, yet a greater evil approaches. Therefore, say to the Lord of Nargothrond, shut fast the doors of your stronghold, and venture not beyond them. Cast down the stones of your pride into the rushing river, so the creeping shadow may not discover your gate." Orodreth was deeply unsettled by this ominous message, but Turin, grown proud and unyielding, would hear none of it. He refused all counsel, especially any plan to destroy the great bridge, for he wished to command all things according to his own will. Not long after, Handir, the lord of Brethiel, was slain when orcs invaded his lands. His people were defeated and forced to retreat into their forests. Then, in the autumn, biding his time, Morgoth unleashed the long-prepared host upon the people of Narog. Glaurung the dragon crossed the desolate Anfauglith and descended into the northern valleys of Sirion, wreaking ruin. Under the peaks of Ered Wethrin, he defiled the fair springs of Eithel Ivrin, before turning his fury toward the realm of Nargothrond, setting the guarded plain between the rivers Narog and Teglin ablaze. The warriors of Nargothrond marched out to meet this threat. Turin appeared tall and fearsome that day, and his presence heartened the host as he rode at the right hand of Orodreth. Yet Morgoth's force was far greater than any scout had reported, and none but Turin, protected by his dwarf-wrought helm, could stand before the advance of Glaurung. The elves were driven back. pressed by the orcs into the field of Tumhalad, between the rivers Ginglith and Narog, where they were trapped. On that day the pride and might of Nargothrond withered away. Orodreth fell in the forefront of the battle, and Gwyndor, son of Gilin, was mortally wounded. Turin fought his way to Gwyndor's side, and all fled before his wrath. He carried his friend from the carnage, escaping into a wood where he laid him upon the grass. Gwyndor then spoke to Turin, his voice fading. "Let one rescue repay another, yet mine was ill-fated, and yours shall be in vain, for my body is broken beyond mending, and I must depart from Middle-earth. Though I love you, son of Húrin, I regret the day I took you from the orcs. Had it not been for your prowess and your pride, I might yet have life, and Nargothrond might still stand. Now, if you love me, leave me. Make haste to Nargothrond and save Finduilas. This last I say to you, she alone stands between you and your doom. If you fail her, that doom will not fail to find you. Farewell." Turin raced back toward Nargothrond, gathering scattered survivors as he went. The leaves tore from the trees in a great wind, for autumn was giving way to a bitter and foreboding winter. But the host of orcs and Glaurung had arrived before him. They came with terrible suddenness, before those left on guard understood the disaster at Tumhalad. On that day, the mighty bridge over the Narog proved a fatal flaw. It was so strong it could not be quickly destroyed, and the enemy crossed the deep river with ease. Glaurung came in full fire against the doors of Felagund, shattered them, and passed within. By the time Turin arrived, the dreadful sack of Nargothrond was nearly complete. The orcs had killed or scattered the last defenders, and were now looting the great halls, stealing and smashing all they found. Those women and maidens not already burned or slain were herded like cattle on the terraces before the doors, destined for slavery in Morgoth's pits. Into this scene of ruin and despair came Turin, a force of wrath none could withstand. He cut down all who stood before him, crossed the bridge, and fought his way toward the captives. Soon he stood alone, his few followers having fled. In that moment, Glaurung emerged from the shattered doorway, placing his massive form between Turin and the bridge. Suddenly, the dragon spoke, his voice filled with malice. "Greetings, son of Húrin. We meet at last." Turin whirled to face him, striding forward as the edges of Gurthang gleamed like fire. Yet Glaurung held his flame, instead fixing Turin with the full force of his serpentine gaze. Fearless, Turin met those eyes as he raised his sword, and at once fell motionless, trapped by the dragon's binding spell. For a long while he stood like a statue carved of stone, the two of them locked in silence before the gates of Nargothrond. Then Glaurung spoke again, his tone dripping with mockery. "Every path you've walked has been cursed, son of Húrin. Ungrateful ward, outlaw, killer of your friend, thief of another's love, reckless captain who stole the rule of this realm, and abandoner of your own blood. Your mother and sister live as thralls in Dor Lomin, clothed in rags and trapped in want. They long for you, yet you give them no thought. How proud your father would be to know he has such a son, and know it he shall." Held by the dragon's spell, Turin heard every word and saw himself reflected as a thing twisted by hatred, a vision he could not bear. While Turin remained frozen, tormented, and unable to move, the orcs began driving the captive women away. They passed near him and crossed the bridge. Among them was Finduilas, who cried out to Turin as she was forced onward, a cry he heard but could not answer. Only when the sound of weeping faded on the northern road did Glaurung release him from the spell, though that haunting voice would stay with him long after. The dragon withdrew his gaze and waited, slowly, as if waking from a nightmare. Turin stirred back to awareness. With a furious shout, he lunged at Glaurung. The dragon only laughed. "I will gladly kill you if you wish it, but what good will that do, Morwen and Nienor? You ignored the elf woman's pleas. Will you deny your own kin as well?" Turin drew back his sword to stab at the dragon's eyes, but Glaurung recoiled and loomed above him. "No," said the dragon, almost amused. You are brave. I grant you that, braver than any I have faced. They are wrong who say we do not respect courage in our enemies. So listen, I offer you your freedom. Go to your family, if you can. Leave this place. And if any remain to tell tales of these days, they will name you with scorn if you refuse this gift. Still clouded by the dragon's gaze, and tricked into believing his foe capable of pity, Turin accepted the words. He turned and fled across the bridge. As he went, Glorung called after him in a cold voice, "Make haste, son of Hurin, to Dor-Lomin, or perhaps the orcs will arrive there before you, and if you delay for Findulas, you will never see Morwen again, nor your sister Nienor at all. They will curse your name." Turin hurried away northward, and Glaurung laughed once more, his master's task now complete. Then the dragon turned to his own delights, breathing out his fire until everything around him was consumed in flame. Turin drove out every orc he found ransacking the halls, denying them even the smallest trinket of their plunder. He shattered the bridge, casting its stones into the rushing waters of the Narog, and then, secure at last, gathered the hoarded wealth of King Felagund into a great mound within the deepest chamber. There he rested briefly, lying upon the gold like a dragon upon its bed. His journey northward began in haste, through the bleak lands between the rivers Narog and Teiglin, where the fell winter descended to meet him. That year, snow arrived before autumn had truly ended, and a cold, reluctant spring lingered far behind. As he traveled, the phantom cries of Findulas seemed to echo through the barren woods and hills, calling his name, and his anguish was a sharp, constant companion. Yet his heart was poisoned by Glaurung's lies, his mind tormented by visions of orcs setting fire to Hurin's house or torturing Morwen and Nienor. So he pressed on, never turning from his path, driven by a feverish purpose. After 40 leagues or more of relentless travel, exhaustion clinging to his bones, he reached the pools of Ivrin with the first ice of winter. Once a place of healing, they were now only a frozen mire, offering him no solace. He pushed through the bitter northern snows into the passes of Dor-Lomin, finally returning to the land of his childhood. It was a bare, bleak country. Morwen was gone. Her house stood empty, its windows like sightless eyes, cold and broken, with no living soul nearby. A sudden, fierce wind howled through the abandoned yard, scattering old leaves in a frantic dance, a stark reminder of the life that had fled. Turning away, Turin went to the hall of Brodda the Easterling, who had taken Hurin's kinswoman, Erin, as his wife. From an aged servant he learned that Morwen had fled Dor-Lomin long ago with Nienor, and only Erin knew their destination. In a flash of motion, Turin strode to the high table, seized Brodda, and drew his sword, demanding to know where Morwen had gone. Erin told him she had set out for Doriath to seek her son. For the lands were freed from evil then, she said, by the black sword of the south, who now has fallen, or so they say. In that moment, the last threads of Glaurung's enchantment snapped. A black rage, born of anguish, wrath at the lies that had ensnared him, and hatred for Morwen's oppressors, overwhelmed Turin. He slew Brodda there in his own hall, and other Easterlings who were guests, before fleeing into the winter as a hunted man. Some of Hador's folk, who knew the secret paths of the wilderness, aided his escape through the falling snow to an outlaw's refuge in the southern mountains of Dor-Lomin. From there, Turin left his childhood land once more, returning to the Vale of Sirion. His heart was a stone of bitterness, for he had brought only greater woe upon his people's remnant, and they were relieved to see him go. One cold comfort remained. By the prowess of the black sword, the road to Doriath had been made safe for Morwen, he thought. Then those deeds did not bring evil to all. Where else could I have sent my family for greater safety, even had I come sooner? If the girdle of Melian is broken, then the last hope is ended. No, it is better as things are, for I cast a shadow wherever I walk. Let Melian keep them. I will leave them in peace, unshadowed for a time. Now, descending from the arid Wethrin, Turin searched in vain for Findulas, roaming the woods beneath the mountains like a wild, wary beast. He watched all the northern roads leading to the pass of Sirion, but he was too late. The trails were old or washed away by winter rains. It was, while ranging southward along the Taglin, that he came upon a band of men from Brethil, surrounded by orcs. He scattered their foes, for the orcs fled at the sight of Gurthang. Naming himself the wild man of the woods, the men begged him to dwell with them. But he said he had an unfulfilled errand, to seek Finduilas, daughter of Orodreth of Nargothrond. Then Dorlas, the leader of the woodmen, shared the grievous news of her death. The warriors of Brethil had ambushed the orc company at the crossings of Taglin, where they held prisoners taken from Nargothrond, hoping to free them. Yet the orcs, in a final act of cruelty, slew their captives immediately. Finduilas they impaled upon a tree with a spear. With her dying breath, she whispered, "Tell the Mormigul that Finduilas is here." They buried her in a mound near that tragic spot, naming it Hord-en-Eleth, the mound of the elf maid. Turin demanded to be taken there, and upon seeing the grave, he collapsed into a grief so profound it nearly claimed his life. Dorlas, recognizing the famed black sword, and knowing of the man's quest for the king's daughter, understood this ragged figure was indeed the Mormigul of Nargothrond, rumored to be Turin, son of Hurin of Dolomin. So the woodmen carried him back to their settlement. Their homes were set within a stockade upon a high forest hill, Ethel Brandir upon Amon Obel. The people of Haleth had dwindled through war, and their chieftain, Brandir, son of Handir, was a gentle and lame man who relied on secrecy, not strength of arms, to protect his folk from the power of the north. He dreaded the news Dorlas brought, and when he saw Turin's face upon the bier, a shadow of foreboding fell upon his heart. Still, moved by pity, Brandir took Turin into his own house and used his skill in healing to tend him. With the coming of spring, Turin emerged from his darkness and regained his health. He rose, resolved to remain hidden in Brethil, to leave his shadow behind and forsake the past. He took a new name, Turambar, which in the High Elven tongue means Master of Doom, and begged the woodman to forget he was ever a stranger among them or bore any other name. Yet he could not abandon warfare entirely. He could not bear the thought of orcs coming to the crossings of Taglin or drawing near to Hord-en-Eleth. He made that place a terror to them, so they learned to shun it, but he set aside his black sword, preferring now the bow and spear. Meanwhile, new tidings reached Doriath concerning Nargothrond. A few survivors of the sack who had endured the fell winter in the wilderness finally came to King Thingol seeking refuge. The tales they told were confused. Some claimed the enemy had all withdrawn north, while others said the dragon Glaurung still lurked in Felagun's halls. Some reported the Mormigil slain, and others that he lay under a dragon's spell turned to stone. But all agreed on one thing revealed in Nargothrond before its fall: the Mormigil was Turin, son of Hurin. Upon hearing this, Morwen was overcome. Refusing the counsel of Melian, she rode out alone into the wild to seek her son or some true word of his fate. Thingol sent Mablung with a company of hardy march wardens to find her, guard her, and gather news. Nienor was ordered to remain behind, but the fearlessness of her house ran strong in her, in a disastrous hope that her mother would turn back if she saw her daughter, determined to share the peril. Nienor disguised herself as one of Thingol's folk and joined that ill-fated company. They found Morwen by the banks of the river Sirion. Mablung pleaded with her to return to Menigroth, but she was fey and would not listen. Then Nienor's presence was discovered, and despite her mother's command, she refused to go back. Mablung had no choice but to bring them to the hidden ferries at the Mirrors of Twilight, and they crossed the Sirion. After 3 days' journey, they came to Aemon Ether, the Hill of Spies, which King Felagund had long ago raised with great labor, a league before the gates of Nargothrond. There, Mablung placed a guard of riders around Morwen and her daughter, and forbade them to go any farther from the hilltop. He saw no sign of the enemy, so Mablung led his scouts down toward the Narog River, moving with all the stealth they could muster. Yet Glaurung was aware of their every move. In a fury, The great worm emerged and surged into the water, sending up a vast foul vapor that blinded the company and left them scattered and lost. Then the dragon crossed east over the Narog. Seeing his approach, the guards on Amon-Ether tried to lead Morwen and Nienor away, urging a swift retreat eastward, but the wind drove the blanketing mist upon them, and their horses, maddened by the dragon stench, became ungovernable. They bolted wildly. Some dashed against trees and perished. Others were carried far into the gloom. In the chaos, the ladies were lost. Of Morwen, no certain word ever reached Doriath again. Nienor, thrown from her horse but unharmed, found her way back to Amon-Ether to wait for Mablung. There she climbed above the reek into clear sunlight, and looking west, she stared directly into the eyes of Glaurung, whose head rested upon the hilltop. Her will fought his for a moment, but he exerted his power, and having discerned who she was, he forced her gaze into his own. He laid upon her a spell of utter darkness and forgetfulness, so that she could recall nothing of her past, not her own name, nor the name of any person or thing. For days she could neither hear, nor see, nor move by her own will. Then Glaurung left her standing alone on the hill and returned to Nargothrond. Meanwhile, Mablung, who had daringly explored the halls of Felagund after the dragon's departure, fled their approach and made his way back to Amon-Ether. The sun set and night fell as he climbed the hill, where he found no one but Nienor, standing motionless under the stars like a stone image. She spoke no word and heard none, yet she would follow if he took her hand. In deep grief, he led her away. Though it seemed a hopeless effort, both were likely to perish, alone and without aid in the wilderness. They were found by 3 of Mablung's companions, and together they began a slow journey north and east toward the guarded borders of Doriath beyond the river Sirion, near where the Esgalduin flows in. As they drew closer to Doriath, some strength returned to Nienor, yet she remained unable to speak or hear, walking blindly where she was led. Just as they neared the fences at last, her wide eyes closed, and she sank into a deep sleep. They laid her down and rested themselves, weary beyond caution. There they were attacked by a band of orcs, who now roamed as near to Doriath's borders as they dared. In that moment of crisis, Nienor's hearing and sight returned. Awakened by the cries of the orcs, she sprang up in terror and fled before they could reach her. The orcs gave chase, with the elves pursuing close behind. The elves overtook and slew the orcs before they could harm her, but Nienor had already escaped. She ran with a madness of fear, swifter than a deer, tearing off her clothing as she went until she was naked. She vanished from their sight, running northward, and though they searched long, they found no trace of her. At last, in despair, Mablung returned to Menegroth and delivered the heavy news. Thingol and Melian were filled with sorrow, and Mablung went out again, searching long in vain for any word of Morwen or Nienor. Nienor ran on through the woods until her strength gave out. She fell, slept, and awoke to a sunlit morning. She rejoiced in the light as if it were a new discovery, and everything she saw seemed strange and unnamed, for she had no memory to give them meaning. All she retained was a darkness behind her and a shadow of fear. So she moved warily like a hunted animal, growing weak with hunger, for she had no food and did not know how to find any. At last, she reached the crossings of Tiglin and crossed over, desperate for the shelter of Brethel's great trees. A deep fear gripped her, a sense that the very darkness she had escaped was closing in once more. Yet it was not shadow, but a violent thunderstorm rolling up from the south that broke upon the land. In her terror, she threw herself upon the mound of Hod en Eleth, pressing her hands to her ears against the thunder's roar. The lashing rain soaked her through, and she lay there like a wounded animal, trembling and spent. It was there that Turumbar found her. He had come to the crossings, hearing rumors of orcs prowling nearby. In a sudden flash of lightning, he saw what he took to be the slain form of a maiden upon the burial mound of Findulas, and his heart clenched with dread. The woodman with him lifted her gently. Turambar wrapped his own cloak around her shivering frame, and they carried her to a nearby hunting lodge. There they warmed her, fed her, and tended to her. The moment her eyes met Turambar's, a strange comfort settled over her. In the depths of her confusion, it felt as if she had finally found an anchor she had been blindly seeking. From that instant, she clung to his presence, refusing to be parted. When he gently asked her name, her kin, or what misfortune had befallen her, she grew deeply troubled. She seemed like a lost child, aware a question has been asked, but utterly unable to grasp its meaning, and she began to weep. Seeing her distress, Turambar spoke softly. "Be at peace. The tale can wait. But I will give you a name. I will call you Niniel, the Tear Maiden." At the name she shook her head slightly, yet whispered, "Niniel." It was the first word she spoke after her long silence, and it became her name among the wood folk from that day forward. The next day they began the journey to bring her to Ethel Brandir. As they passed Dimrost, the rainy stair, where the stream of Celebros cascaded toward the Tiglan, a violent shudder seized her body. So profound was her reaction that the place was afterwards called Nengirith, the shuddering water. Before they even reached the woodmen's homes on Amon Obel, she fell into a burning fever. For a long time she lay ill, nursed by the women of Brethil, who, as if teaching an infant, patiently helped her relearn language. By autumn, through the skilled care of Brandir, her health returned and she could speak again, yet all memory of her life before Turambar found her on the mound was gone, a blank page. Brandir, who had tended her so faithfully, found his heart claimed by her. But her own heart was given wholly to Turambar. In those days, the threat of orcs had faded, and with peace settled over Brethil. Turambar did not go to war. His thoughts turned increasingly to Niniel, and in time he asked her to be his wife. Despite her love for him, she hesitated. Brandir, haunted by a formless dread, sought to hold her back, not from rivalry, but from a protective fear for her sake. He revealed to her that Turambar was truly Turin, son of Hurin. Though the name meant nothing to her, a cold shadow seemed to pass over her spirit at its sound. 3 years after the fall of Nargothrond, Turambar asked Niniel once more, vowing he would either make her his bride or return to a life of war in the wilderness. This time Niniel accepted with joy. They were wed at midsummer, and all of Brethil celebrated with a great feast. Yet, before the year's end, new trouble stirred. Glaurung, the great worm, sent orcs from his domain to assail Brethil. Remembering his promise to Niniel to fight only if their homes were directly attacked, Turambar remained at home, inactive. The woodmen began to lose ground, and Dorlus openly scorned him for abandoning the people he had chosen as his own. Stung by the reproach, Turambar finally arose. He took up his black sword once more, gathered a strong force of Brethil's men, and led them to a decisive victory over the orc host. Word of this reached Glaurung in his lair. The news that the black sword now dwelt in Brethil gave the dragon pause, and he began to weave fresh schemes of malice. In the spring that followed, Niniel found she was with child, but the joy of it was marred as she grew pale and sorrowful. At that same time, the first whispers came to Ethel Brandir that Glaurung himself had at last crawled forth from the ruins of Nargothrond. Immediately, Turambar sent scouts ranging far and wide, for he now took full command of their defences. Few any longer looked to Brandir for counsel. As summer approached, the shadow of Glaurung fell upon the borders of Brethil, his presence a dark stain along the western banks of the Tiglan River. Fear spread swiftly among the woodfolk, their fragile hope that the great worm would pass them by now shattered. It was clear he meant to ravage their land. They turned to Turambar for guidance, and he spoke plainly. To meet Glaurung with open force was folly. Only through cunning and a stroke of fortune could he be overcome. Turambar offered to confront the dragon at the land's edge himself, urging the people to remain at Ethel Brandir, but to prepare for a swift dispersal. Should Glaurung prevail, he would come first for their homes, and none could stand before him. Yet if they scattered, Many might survive, for the worm would not linger in Bretill, but would soon return to his lair in Nargothrond. When Turambar called for companions, only Dorlus stepped forward. In his frustration, Dorlus scorned the others, and he directed particular contempt toward Brandir, who seemed unable to fulfill the legacy of Haleth's house. Publicly shamed, Brandir felt a deep bitterness take root. Yet his kinsman Hunthor asked leave to go in his place. Turambar then bid a sorrowful farewell to Niniel, whose heart was heavy with dread. Unable to bear the waiting, and unwilling to remain behind for news, Niniel soon gathered a company and set out after him. Brandir, consumed by a terrible foreboding, tried to dissuade her from this recklessness, but his words were ignored. Feeling his leadership and the people's regard slip away, he renounced his lordship. With nothing left but his love for Niniel, he took up a sword and followed, though his lameness meant he quickly fell behind. Turambar reached Nen Girith by sundown, learning that Glaurung rested on the high brink above the Teiglin, likely to stir at nightfall. This news suited Turambar's plan, for the dragon lay at Kabed en Aras, where the river carved a deep, narrow gorge, a leap for a desperate deer. Under cover of dusk, Turambar meant to descend into the ravine, cross the fierce water, and scale the far cliff to take the dragon unawares. Yet, when they reached the roaring Teiglin in the darkness, Dorlus's courage failed him. He could not face the perilous crossing and shrank back into the woods, cloaked in shame. Undeterred, Turambar and Hunthor crossed safely, the river's thunder masking their movements while Glaurung slept. But before midnight, the dragon stirred. With a great noise and a blast of foul air, he thrust his foreparts across the chasm and began to drag his bulk after. The heat and stench were nearly overwhelming as the two men scrambled for a path upward. Then tragedy struck. A stone, loosened by the dragon's movement, fell from above. It struck Hunthor on the head and cast him into the river, ending the life of one of Haleth's house, no less valiant than any who came before alone. Now Turambar gathered his will. He climbed the cliff and came beneath the dragon's belly. Drawing Gurthang, he poured all his strength and all his hatred into a single thrust, driving the blade deep into the worm's soft underside up to the hilt. Feeling his death pang, Glaurung screamed. In a final dreadful convulsion, he heaved his massive form across the gorge, where he lay lashing and coiling in his mortal agony. He set everything ablaze around him, thrashing until the fires faded and he lay motionless. Gurthang had been torn from Turambar's grasp during Glaurung's death throes, and it remained lodged in the dragon's belly. Determined to reclaim his sword and confront his fallen enemy, Turambar crossed the water once more. There he found the dragon stretched out on its side, the hilt of Gurthang protruding from its scaled flesh. Turambar gripped the hilt, planted his foot firmly on the creature's belly, and shouted with bitter mockery, echoing the dragon's own taunts from Nargothrond, "Greetings, worm of Morgoth! We meet again. Now die and be swallowed by darkness. This is the vengeance of Turin, son of Hurin." He pulled the sword free, but a jet of black blood followed, splashing his hand. The venom seared his skin like acid. At that moment, Glaurung's eyes flickered open, fixing Turambar with a gaze so full of malice it struck him like a physical blow. Overcome by pain and poison, Turambar collapsed into a deep swoon, falling as if dead, his sword pinned beneath him. Glaurung's final screams echoed through the forest, reaching the people waiting anxiously at Nen Girith. Hearing those cries and seeing distant flames, they believed the dragon had triumphed and was now destroying its attackers. Niniel sat trembling beside the cascading water. At the sound of Glaurung's voice, the old shadow of fear crept over her once more, rooting her to the spot. It was there that Brandir found her, having arrived at last, limping and weary. When he learned the dragon had crossed the river and seemingly defeated its foes, his heart ached with pity for Niniel. Yet a thought stirred within him. Turambar is gone, but Niniel lives. Perhaps now she will come away with me, and we can flee this horror together. After a moment, he approached her and gently said, "Come, it is time to leave. If you allow it, I will guide you." He took her hand, and she rose silently, following him into the deepening gloom where none observed their departure. As they made their way down the path toward the crossings, the moon rose, casting a pale silver light across the land. Niniel paused and asked, "Is this the right way?" Brandir admitted he knew no certain path, only that they must flee Glaurung and escape into the wilderness. But Niniel replied, "The black sword was my beloved, my husband. I go only to find him. What else did you imagine?" With that, she hurried ahead of him. She reached the crossings of Teiglin and saw Hod-en Elith gleaming in the moonlight, a sight that filled her with profound dread. Crying out, she threw off her cloak and fled south along the river bank, her white garments shimmering under the moon. Brandir watched from the hillside and moved to intercept her, but he was still behind when she came upon the scene near the brink of Cabed-en-Aras. There lay the dragon, but she paid it no mind, for a man's form was stretched beside it. She ran to Turambar, calling his name again and again to no reply. Noticing his burned hand, she washed it with her tears, bound it with a strip torn from her dress, and kissed him, pleading for him to awaken. At this, Glaurung stirred one last time before death took him. With his final breath, he whispered, "Hail, Nienor, daughter of Hurin! We meet again before the end. I rejoice that you have found your brother at last. Now you shall know him for what he is, a stabber in the dark, treacherous to foes, faithless to friends, a curse upon his kin, Turin, son of Hurin. But the worst of his deeds you will carry within yourself." Then Glaurung died, and the veil of his malice lifted from her. All the memories of her life returned in a flood. Gazing down at Turin, she cried out, "Farewell, beloved, not once, but twice, O Turin Turambar, master of doom by doom mastered." Then Brandir, who had stood broken upon the edge of that chasm, having heard every word, rushed toward her. Yet she fled from him, a figure shattered by horror and grief, and reaching the precipice of Cabed-en-Aras, she threw herself into the torrent below and was gone. Brandir came to the brink and looked down, then turned away sickened. Though he wished for death, he could not bring himself to leap into that roaring water. From that day, no man ever looked upon Cabed-en-Aras again. No beast or bird would go near it, and no tree ever took root there. It became known as Cabed-Neramath, the leap of dreadful doom. Brandir turned back toward Nen Girith to bear the news. In the woods he met Dorlus, and in a sudden surge of anguish struck him down the first and last blood he ever spilled. When he reached Nen Girith, the people called out, "Have you seen her? Niniel is gone," he answered. "Niniel is gone forever. The dragon is dead, and Turambar is dead, and that is good news." They murmured, thinking him mad, but Brandir cried, "Hear me out. Niniel the beloved is also dead." She cast herself into the Teiglin, wanting life no more, for she learned the truth. She was none other than Nienor, daughter of Hurin of Dor-Lomin, before her forgetfulness took hold, and Turambar was her own brother, Turin, son of Hurin. Even as he finished and the people began to weep, Turin himself appeared among them. After the dragon's death, his swoon had passed into a deep, exhausted sleep. But the night's chill troubled him, and the hilt of Gurthang pressed painfully into his side. So he woke. He saw his hand had been bandaged, yet he wondered why he had been left alone on the cold ground. He called out, and hearing no reply, went seeking aid, weary and wounded. When the people saw him, they shrank back in fear, thinking him a restless spirit. "Do not fear," he said. "Rejoice, for the dragon is dead and I live. But why did you scorn my counsel and come into danger? And where is Niniel? I must see her. Tell me you did not bring her from her home." Then Brandir told him it was so, that Niniel was dead. But Dorlus's wife cried, "No, my lord, he is crazed. He came here saying you were dead and called it glad tidings, yet you live." At this, Turambar grew wrathful, convinced Brandir acted only from malice, begrudging the love between him and Niniel. He spoke cruelly to Brandir, taunting him as Clubfoot. Brandir then repeated all he had heard, naming Niniel as Nienor, daughter of Húrin, and he threw Glaurung's last words at Turambar, that he was a curse upon his kin and all who sheltered him. A fury seized Turin, for in those words he heard the footsteps of his own doom catching him at last. He accused Brandir of leading Niniel to her death, and of spreading Glaurung's lies with delight, if not inventing them himself. Then he cursed Brandir and struck him down. Afterward, Turin fled from the people into the forest. When his rage finally cooled, he came to Hodenelith and sat there. Weighing all his deeds, he cried out to Finduilas to guide him, uncertain whether he should now seek his family in Doriath or abandon them forever and chase death in battle. As he sat there, Mablung with a company of grey elves crossed the Teglin and recognized Turin. He hailed him, overjoyed to find him still alive, for he had learned of Glaurung's march toward Brethil and heard rumors that the black sword of Nargothrond now dwelt there. He had come to warn Turin and offer aid if needed, but Turin only said, "You come too late." The dragon was slain. They stood in awe, offering him high praise, yet he waved it aside. "I ask only for news of my family," he said, "for in Dorlomin I heard they had sought refuge in the hidden kingdom." Mablung's heart sank, but he had no choice but to tell Turin the grim truth, how Morwen had vanished, and how Nienor, trapped in a spell of mute forgetfulness, had eluded them on the edges of Doriath and fled north. In that moment, Turin saw the full weight of his doom descend upon him. He realized he had slain Brandir without cause, and the venomous words of Glaurung had finally come to pass. A wild, broken laugh escaped him. "What a cruel joke this is," he cried. He commanded Mablung to leave, to return to Doriath, and he laid a curse upon that land and upon the ill-fated errand that had brought these tidings. "Now the night falls," he shouted, his voice echoing with despair. Then he fled from them with the speed of a gale, leaving the company bewildered, unsure what madness had taken hold. They gave chase, but Turin, driven by a torrent of anguish, far outstripped them. He came to Cabeden Arras, where the river roared, and he saw the trees shedding their dry leaves, as if a sudden deep winter had gripped the world. Drawing his sword, the last possession he had left, he addressed it. "Hail, Gurthang! You know no lord or loyalty, save the hand that holds you. You shrink from no blood. Will you then take Turin Turambar? Will you end me quickly?" A cold, clear voice rang from the blade in reply. "Yes, I will gladly drink your blood, that I might forget the blood of Beleg, my master, and the blood of Brandir, slain unjustly. I will slay you swiftly." Turin planted the sword's hilt upon the earth and cast himself upon its point. The black blade took his life. When Mablung and the elves arrived, they beheld the dead form of Glaurung and the body of Turin, and they mourned. Men of Brethil came, and upon learning the reasons for Turin's madness and death, they were horrified. Mablung spoke with bitter sorrow. "I, too, have been caught in the doom of the children of Húrin. With my tidings, I have slain one I held dear." They raised Turin and found that Gurthang had shattered. Elves and men gathered a great store of wood and built a mighty pyre, reducing the dragon to ashes. Turin was laid in a high mound where he fell, the broken shards of his sword placed beside him. When all was finished, the elves sang a lament for the children of Húrin. A great grey stone was set upon the barrow, carved with the runes of Doriath Turin Turambar, slayer of Glaurung, and beneath it they wrote Nienor Niniel, but she was not there, and none ever learned where the cold waters of Teglin had carried her. Thus ended the tale of Turin Turambar, yet Morgoth neither slept nor rested from his evil, and his dealings with the house of Hador were unfinished. His malice toward them remained unsated, even with Húrin under his watchful eye, and Morwen wandering broken in the wilderness. Húrin's lot was wretched, for Morgoth allowed him to see all the workings of that malice, yet poisoned the vision with lies, hiding or twisting any trace of good. Above all, Morgoth strove to paint the deeds of Thingol and Melian in the darkest light, for he hated and feared them. When he deemed the time was right, he released Húrin from bondage, bidding him go where he wished, pretending this was an act of pity for an utterly defeated foe. It was a lie. His true purpose was for Húrin, in his final days, to spread his hatred for elves and men. Though Húrin trusted Morgoth's words not at all, knowing him to be pitiless, he took his freedom and went forth into a grieving world, his spirit poisoned by the Dark Lord's whispers. A year had now passed since the death of his son, Túrin. After 28 years as a captive in Angband, Húrin's face was etched with a grim and hardened resolve. His hair and beard were long and white, yet he walked without a stoop, carrying a great black staff and wearing a sword at his side. In this manner he entered Hithlum, and word reached the Easterling chieftains that a large company of captains and dark soldiers from Angband was crossing the sands of Anfoglith, and among them travelled an old man who was treated with evident respect. For that reason they did not seize Húrin, allowing him instead to wander freely through their territories, a decision that proved prudent, as the few of his own people who remained there avoided him, believing his arrival from Angband marked him as an ally and honored servant of Morgoth. This very liberty only deepened the bitterness in Húrin's heart. He soon left Hithlum behind and turned his steps toward the high mountains. From those heights he glimpsed, far off and wreathed in cloud, the peaks of the Crisegrim, and the memory of Turgon stirred within him, rekindling a desperate hope to find once more the hidden kingdom of Gondolin. He descended from the arid Wethrin, unaware that the creatures of Morgoth tracked his every move. Crossing the Brithiak, he entered the bleak land of Dimbar and came at last to the shadowed feet of the Echoriath. All around him the country lay cold and forsaken. With dwindling hope, he stood at the base of a massive rockfall beneath a sheer cliff, not knowing this rubble was all that remained of the old secret path. The dry river was choked, the arched gate buried forever. Húrin lifted his eyes to the leaden sky, half expecting to see the great eagles as he had in the days of his youth. But he saw only shadows streaming from the east and clouds coiling about the unreachable peaks. The wind hissed over the stones, and nothing more. Yet the watch of the eagles had been strengthened, and they marked Húrin clearly, a small, forlorn figure in the failing light far below. The news seemed so grave that Thorondor himself bore it to Turgon. "But," Turgon replied, "does Morgoth sleep? You have been deceived." "We are not mistaken," said Thorondor. "If the eagles of Manwë were so prone to error, my lord, your secrecy would have been vain long ago." "Then your tidings bring only ill," Turgon answered. "They can mean but one thing. Even Húrin the Steadfast has yielded to Morgoth's will. My heart is closed to him." After Thorondor departed, however, Turgon sat long in troubled thought, remembering the mighty deeds of Húrin of Dor-Lómin. His resolve softened, and he sent word to the eagles to search for Húrin and bring him to Gondolin if they could. But they were too late. Never again would they see him in light or in shadow, for Húrin stood now in despair before the silent cliffs of the Echoriath. The westering sun broke through the clouds, staining his white hair with a bloody light. Then he cried out in the wilderness, heedless of who might hear, and he cursed the merciless land. At last, climbing upon a high rock, he turned toward Gondolin and shouted with all his strength, "Turgon! Turgon! Remember the fen of Seric! Will you not listen in your hidden halls?" Only the wind in the dry grasses answered him. "So they hissed in Seric also at the day's end," he murmured. As he spoke, the sun sank behind the mountains of shadow. Darkness fell around him. The wind dropped, and a deep silence settled over the desolate land. Yet ears had heard Húrin's words, and a full report soon came to the dark throne in the north. There Morgoth smiled, for now he knew clearly in what region Turgon dwelt, though because of the eagles none of his spies could yet draw near to glimpse the land behind the encircling mountains. This was the first evil wrought by Hurin's freedom. As darkness deepened, Hurin stumbled down from the rock and fell into a heavy, grief-laden sleep. And in that sleep he heard the voice of Morwen weeping, and she spoke his name again and again. It seemed to him her voice came from the distant woods of Brethil. As dawn broke he stirred and made his way back to the Brithiarch. Skirting the edges of the Brethil forest, he reached the crossings of Teglin under the cover of night. The guards on watch saw his approach, but a deep fear gripped them. They believed a spectre from some ancient burial mound walked forth, shrouded in shadow. Unchallenged, Hurin pressed on until he arrived at the scorched earth where Glaurung had fallen, and there stood the tall stone near the chasm of Cabed Neramarth. Hurin did not read the inscription, for he already knew its word. His gaze was drawn instead to a figure seated in the stone's shadow, a woman hunched over, wrapped in tattered cloth. As he stood silently, she pushed back her hood and lifted her face. She was grey and aged, yet when her eyes met his, wild and full of fear, a familiar light shone within them, the same light that had once earned her the name Elidwen, celebrated long ago as the proudest and most beautiful of mortal women. "You have come at last," she said. "My waiting has been too long." "The road was dark," he replied. "I came as soon as I was able, but you are too late," Morwen told him. "They are lost to us." "I know," he answered, "but you are not." Morwen shook her head. "I am nearly spent. I will leave with the sunset. There is little time left, if you know. Tell me now, how did she find him?" Hurin gave no answer. They sat together beside the stone in silence until the sun began to sink. Then Morwen sighed, clasped his hand, and grew still. Hurin knew then that she had died. He looked upon her face in the fading light and saw that the harsh lines of grief and hardship had softened away. "She was never conquered," he whispered. He closed her eyes and remained motionless beside her as night deepened. The roaring waters of Cabed Neramarth filled the air, but to Hurin they were silent. He saw nothing, felt nothing. His heart turned to stone within him. Then a cold wind rose, driving a sharp rain against his face. It stirred him from his numbness, and a hot anger swelled like smoke, clouding all reason. His whole being burned with a desire for vengeance, for his own wrongs, and for those done to his family, and in his anguish he blamed every soul who had ever crossed their path. He rose then, and dug a grave for Morwen on the western side of the stone, above the chasm. Upon it he carved the words, "Here lies also Morwen Elidwen." It is said that a seer and harp player of Brethil named Glirhin once sang a prophecy that the stone of the hapless would never be defiled by Morgoth, nor ever cast down, not even if the sea swallowed all the land, a fate that later came to pass, leaving Tol Morwen standing alone in the waters beyond the reshaped coasts wrought in the days of the Valar's wrath. But Hurin would not rest there, for his doom drove him onward, and a shadow still trailed his steps. Crossing over the Teiglin, Hurin journeyed south along the old road that led to Nargothrond. In the distance to the east, he glimpsed the lonely peak of Amon Root and understood what tragedy had unfolded there. At last he came to the banks of the Narog River and dared to cross upon the fallen stones of the ruined bridge, just as Mablung of Doriath had done before him. He stood before the shattered doors of Felagund, leaning heavily on his staff. It should be told that after Glaurung's departure, the petty dwarf named Mim had found his way into the ruins of Nargothrond. He crept inside the broken halls and took possession, sitting among the gold and gems, letting them slide through his fingers hour after hour. None dared approach to rob him, for the memory of Glaurung's spirit still inspired dread. But now a visitor had come, standing at the threshold. Mim emerged and demanded to know his purpose. Hurin demanded, "Who dares bar my path to the house of Finrod Felagund?" From the shadows a voice rasped in reply, "I am Mim. Long before your proud kind crossed the sea, dwarves carved these halls of Nulukizden. I have come to reclaim what is mine, for I am the last of my line." "You shall hold nothing here," Hurin declared. his voice like iron. "I am Hurin, son of Galdor, returned from the pits of Angband. My son was Turin Turambar, a name you surely recall. He was the one who slew Glaurung the dragon, the very beast that laid waste to this place where you now cower. And do not think I'm ignorant of who betrayed the dragon helm of Dor Lomin. Meme, trembling, begged for mercy, offering any treasure in exchange for his life. Hurin showed no pity. He struck the dwarf down before the great doors of Nargothrond and stepped inside. For a time, he wandered that haunted cavern where the glorious treasures of Valinor lay discarded in the gloom, tarnished and forgotten. Yet when he finally emerged back into the light, he carried only a single item from all that vast wealth. Turning east, Hurin traveled until he reached the Meres of Twilight near the falls of Sirion. There, the border guards of Doriath took him and brought him before King Thingol in the Thousand Caves. The king looked upon the grim, aged figure with astonishment and sorrow, recognizing Hurin Thalion, the long-imprisoned captive of Morgoth. Thingol greeted him with respect and honor. Hurin offered no reply. Instead, he drew from his cloak the one treasure he had borne from Nargothrond, none other than the Noglamir, the famed necklace of the dwarves. Crafted in ancient days by the master smiths of Nogrod and Belegost for Finrod Felagund. It was the most celebrated work of the elder days, treasured by Finrod above all else in his halls. With a bitter cry, Hurin cast it at Thingol's feet. "Take your reward," he shouted, "for your fine keeping of my wife and children. This is the Noglamir, known to many among elves and men. I bring it to you from the darkness of Nargothrond, where your kinsman Finrod left it when he departed with Beren, son of Barahir, to fulfill a quest for the king of Doriath." Thingol beheld the great jeweled collar and understood Hurin's accusing intent. But pity stayed his anger, and he endured the scorn in silence. Then Melian spoke. "Hurin Thalion, Morgoth has poisoned your sight. He who looks through the enemy's eyes, willing or not, sees all things twisted. Your son Turin was raised here in Menegroth with the love and honor due a king's own child. It was not by our will that he did not return to Doriath. Later, your wife and daughter were sheltered here with good will. We pleaded with Morwen, using every means we had, to abandon her journey to Nargothrond. Now you use Morgoth's own voice to chastise your friends." Hearing Melian's words, Hurin stood utterly still, his eyes locked with hers. There, within Menegroth, still shielded by the girdle of Melian from the enemy's shadow, the truth of all that had happened finally became clear to him. He felt at last the full and terrible weight of the anguish Morgoth Bauglir had crafted for him. He spoke no more of the past. Instead, he bent down, lifted the Nauglamir from where it lay, and placed it in Thingol's hands. "Accept now, Lord," he said quietly, "the necklace of the dwarves. A gift from one who has nothing left to give, and a remembrance of Hurin of Dor Lomin. My fate is now complete, and Morgoth's design is finished, yet I am no longer his slave." With that, he turned and departed from the Thousand Caves. All who saw him drew back from his gaze, and none dared to bar his path or knew where he went. It is told that Hurin, stripped of all purpose and desire, could not bear to live on. He journeyed to the western shores and at last cast himself into the sea, thus perishing the greatest warrior among mortal men. After Hurin left Menegroth, Thingol sat long in silence, his eyes fixed upon the great treasure in his lap. A thought grew in his mind. It should be remade, and within it the Silmaril should be set. As the years had worn on, Thingol's mind had turned incessantly to Feanor's jewel. He had become bound to it, unwilling to let it rest even behind the doors of his deepest vault. Now he wished to bear it with him always, awake and asleep. In those days, dwarves still journeyed into Beleriand from their halls in the Blue Mountain. Crossing the river Gillian at the Ford of Stones, they travelled the old road to Doriath, for their skill with metal and stone was unmatched, and their craft was ever needed in the halls of Menegroth. They no longer came in small, peaceful bands as before, but in large, well-armed companies for protection in the dangerous lands between the rivers Aros and Gillian. They lodged in Menegroth in chambers and forges set aside for them. It happened that master craftsmen from Nogrod had recently arrived, and the king summoned them. He declared his desire, if their skill sufficed, they should remake the necklace of the dwarves and set the Silmaril within it. The dwarves examined the work of their forefathers and beheld with awe the shining jewel of Fëanor. A fierce lust to possess both treasure and gem and carry them to their distant mountain homes filled them, but they hid their intent and agreed to the task. Their labor was long, and Thingol would often descend alone to their deep forges, sitting among them as they worked. In time his wish was fulfilled. The greatest works of elves and dwarves were united into one, and its beauty was immense. For now the countless gems of the Nauglamir reflected and cast abroad in marvelous hues the light of the Silmaril at its heart. Then Thingol, standing alone among them, moved to take it and clasp it about his neck. But in that instant the dwarves withheld it, demanding he yield it to them. By what right, they said, does the Elven king claim the Nauglamir made by our fathers for Finrod Felagund, who is dead? It came to you only by the hand of Hurin of Dor Lomin, who took it like a thief from the darkness of Nargothrond. Thingol saw their hearts clearly, knowing their desire for the Silmaril was but a pretext, a fair cloak for their true greed. In his wrath and pride he gave no thought to his danger. He spoke to them with scorn. How do you, of an uncouth race, dare to demand anything of me, Elu Thingol, lord of Beleriand, whose life began by the waters of Cuivianen countless years before the fathers of your stunted people ever awoke? Standing tall and proud among them, he shamefully bade them leave Doriath empty-handed. The dwarves' lust was kindled to rage by the king's words. They rose up around him, laid hands on him, and slew him where he stood. Thus died in the deep places of Menegroth Elber Singolo, king of Doriath, who alone of all the children of Ilúvatar was joined with one of the Ainur. He who alone of the forsaken elves had seen the light of the trees of Valinor, with his last sight gazed upon the Silmaril. Then the dwarves, taking the Nauglamir, fled Menegroth and hastened eastward through the woods of region. News of the tragedies spread swiftly through the woods. Few of the dwarven company made it across the river Aros, hunted down as they fled eastward. The Nauglamir was recovered and returned to Queen Melian in a state of profound sorrow. Yet two of Thingol's slayers managed to evade the pursuit along the eastern border, eventually finding their way back to their distant city in the Blue Mountains. In Nogrod, they told a twisted tale claiming the dwarves had been murdered in Doriath on the Elvenking's orders, a treachery to rob them of their payment. This sparked a firestorm of rage and mourning among the dwarves of Nogrod. They tore at their beards, their wails echoing through the stone halls as they plotted a grim revenge. It is said they sought aid from Belegost, but it was refused. The dwarves of Belegost tried to talk sense into them, to dissuade them from this dark path, but their counsel fell on deaf ears. Soon, a great and grim host marched out from Nogrod, crossing the river Gelion and moving westward through Beleriand. A heavy shadow had fallen upon Doriath. Melian sat in long silence beside her slain king, her thoughts drifting back through starlit centuries to their first meeting among the nightingales of Nan Elmoth. In that stillness, she understood her parting from Thingol was but a prelude to a far greater sundering. The doom of Doriath was now at hand. Melian was of the divine Valar, a Maya of immense power and wisdom. For love of Elwë Singolo, she had taken the form of the elder children, and in doing so, bound herself to the limits of the flesh of Ada. In that form, she bore him Lúthien Tinuviel, and through it she wielded a power over the very substance of the land, weaving the girdle of Melian that had long shielded Doriath from external evil. But with Thingol's spirit departed to the halls of Mandos, a change came upon Melian as well. Her power, once a living force in the forests of Neldareth and region, now receded. The enchanted waters of Esgulduin murmured with a stranger, colder voice, and Doriath lay exposed. Thereafter, she spoke only to Mablung, charging him to guard the Silmaril and to send word swiftly to Beren and Luthien in Osiriend. Then she vanished from Middle-earth, returning to the land of the Valar beyond the Western Sea, to dwell upon her sorrows in the gardens of Lorien. And with that, her part in this tale ends. So it was that the host of the Nogrim crossed the Aros and entered the woods of Doriath unopposed. None withstood them, for they were a legion driven by fury, and the captains of the grey elves, gripped by doubt and despair, wandered aimlessly. The dwarves pressed on relentlessly, crossing the great bridge and invading the halls of Menegroth. There, in the Thousand Caves, a grievous battle was joined, a sorrowful deed of the elder days never forgotten. Many elves and dwarves fell. The dwarves prevailed, ransacking and plundering the halls of Thingol. Before the doors of the treasury where the Nauglamir lay, Mablung of the Heavy Hand was slain, and the Silmaril was seized. At that time, Beren and Luthien still made their home on Tall Galen, the green isle in the river Adirant, the southernmost of the streams flowing from Ered Linden into Gelion. Their son, Dior Eluchil, was wed to Nimloth, a kinswoman of Celeborn, Prince of Doriath, who was himself married to the Lady Galadriel. To Dior and Nimloth were born twin sons, Ilured and Ilurine, and later a daughter. She was born on a night when starlight danced in the spray of the waterfall of Lanthialamoth beside her father's house, and for that she was named Elwing, which means star spray. News travelled quickly through the forests of Osiriand that a column of dwarves, armed for war, had descended from the peaks and crossed the river Gelion at the Ford of Stones. This report soon reached Beren and Luthien in their hidden refuge, and in that same hour a messenger arrived from the ruined halls of Doriath with a tale of slaughter and theft. Stirred to action, Beren left the Isle of Tol Galen, calling his son Dior to his side. Together they journeyed north to the banks of the river Askar, and many of the woodland elves of that land followed them. Thus, when the dwarves of Nogrod, their numbers thinned from the carnage at Menegroth, returned to the crossing of Sarn Athrad, they walked into a trap. As they struggled up the muddy banks of Gelion, weighed down by the plunder of Doriath, the air was suddenly pierced by the clear, cold call of elven horns. Arrows flew from the surrounding trees like deadly rain. Many dwarves fell in that first furious assault. Those who broke free from the ambush fled in a ragged band toward the eastern mountains, their hearts filled with dread. Yet their flight was cut short. As they toiled up the long slopes beneath Mount Dolmed, the shepherds of the trees, ancient and wrathful, emerged from the stone. They drove the survivors into the deep, tangled woods of Ered Linden, and from that shadow not a single dwarf is said to have found the path home. In that fight by the river crossing, Beren Erkamion fought his final battle. With his own hand he slew the Lord of Nogrod, and seized from him the great necklace, the Nauglamir. With his dying breath, the dwarf lord cursed all the treasure. Beren then looked with awe upon the jewel he had once cut from Morgoth's crown, now masterfully set by dwarven craft amid gold and gems. He knelt by the river and washed the blood of its guardian from the Silmaril in the cold, clear water. When the grim work was done, the plundered hoard of Doriath was cast into the depths of the Askar, which was renamed forever after as Rathloriel the Golden Bed. Beren, bearing only the necklace, returned to Tol Galen. The news of the dwarf lord's death brought Luthien little comfort. Yet the bards sing that when she wore the Nauglamir and its immortal light, she became a vision of such beauty and glory that nothing in Middle-earth had ever matched it. For a brief, shining season, the land of the dead that live was transfigured, as fair and filled with light as a memory of the blessed realm itself, a fleeting paradise that has never been seen again. Soon after, Dior, heir of Thingol, took leave of his parents with his wife Nimloth and their young children, Elured, Elurine, and the babe Elwing. He departed the waterfalls of Lanthialamath and came to the long silent caves of Menegroth. The Sindar there welcomed them with a joy that began to lift the long shadow of grief for their lost king and the departure of the Maya Melian. Dior Eluchiel set himself to the task of restoring the glory of Doriath, Then came an autumn night, deep and still. When the hour was late, a frantic pounding echoed on the great doors of Menegroth. The sentries admitted a travel-stained lord of the green elves who had ridden hard from Osiriand. He was brought before Dior, who sat alone in his chamber. Without a word, the elf placed a small, heavy coffer into the king's hands and then departed into the night. Within that box lay the necklace of the dwarves, and the Silmaril shone at its heart. Dior, looking upon it, knew with a cold certainty the truth it signified. Beren and Lúthien had passed from the world, gone to the fate of all mortal kind beyond the circles of the earth. Long he sat, his grief a sharp and sudden weight, mourning that death had taken them so soon. Yet the lore-masters say the Silmaril itself hastened their end, for the radiant flame of Lúthien's beauty, kindled by the jewel, was too fierce a light for mortal shores to long contain. Finally, Dior stood. He clasped the Nauglamir about his own neck, and in that moment he appeared as the fairest of all the world's children, born of 3 lineages, the blood of mortal Edain, the grace of the immortal Eldar, and the divine essence of the Maiar. Word spread through the scattered elves of Beleriand that Dior, Thingol's heir, now wore the Nauglamir. They whispered among themselves, "A Silmaril of Feanor shines once more in the forests of Doriath," and this rekindled the long-dormant oath sworn by the sons of Feanor. While Lúthien had possessed the dwarven necklace, no elf would have dared raise a hand against her. But news of Doriath's resurgence and Dior's perceived arrogance changed everything. The 7 brothers, drawn from their wanderings, sent a demand to Dior, claiming the jewel as their rightful inheritance. Dior offered them no reply. His silence was all the provocation Celegorm needed to rally his brothers for an attack. They struck Doriath in the heart of a bitter winter, catching its defenders unprepared. Battle erupted within the 1,000 caves, leading to the second tragic kinslaying among elves. In the fierce fighting, Celegorm, Curufin, and the grim Caranthir all fell by Dior's hand. But Dior himself was slain, as was his wife Nimloth. In a final despicable act, Celegorm's cruel servants captured Dior's young sons and abandoned them in the frozen woods to perish. Maedhros, filled with remorse, would later search the forests of Doriath for them long and fruitlessly. The fate of Illared and Illarine remains a mystery lost to time. So was Doriath brought to utter ruin, never to be restored. Yet the sons of Feanor did not secure their prize. A remnant of the people escaped ahead of the assault, and with them was Dior's daughter, Elwing. They fled, carrying the Silmaril, and in time found refuge at the mouths of the river Sirion by the sea, chapter 23, of Tuor and the fall of Gondolin. It is recorded that Hor, brother of Húrin, perished in the battle of unnumbered tears. That same winter, in the desolate reaches of Mithrim, his wife Rian gave birth to a son named Tuor. The child was fostered by Anael of the Grey Elves, who still lingered in those highlands. When Tuor reached 16 years, the elves resolved to abandon the caves of Androth and journey in secret to the distant southern havens of Sirion. Their plan was foiled when orcs and Easterlings ambushed them during their flight. Tuor was captured and enslaved by Lorgan, the Easterling chieftain of Hithlum. For 3 bitter years he endured this bondage, his spirit hardening like forged steel against the injustice, until at last he managed a desperate escape. He returned to the lonely caves of Androth, living there in solitude and waging a relentless guerrilla war against his former captors. He became so troublesome that Lorgan placed a bounty on his head. After 4 years of this solitary, outlaw existence, a new purpose was planted in Tuor's heart by the will of Ulmo, Lord of Waters, who had chosen him as an instrument for deeper designs. Leaving the caves behind once more, Tuor travelled west across Dor Lomin until he discovered Anon in Gilith, the gate of the Noldor, built in a forgotten age by Turgon's people when they dwelled in Nevrach. A dark tunnel there passed under the mountains, emerging at Cirith Niniac, the Rainbow Cleft, where a furious river raced toward the western sea. This hidden path allowed Tuor to vanish from Hithlum unseen by either man or orc, and no whisper of his departure reached the dark ears of Morgoth. Emerging into Nevrast, Tuor beheld Beliger, the great sea, and was instantly captivated. The roar of the waves and a deep yearning for the endless water took root in his heart, an unquiet pull that would eventually lead him into the very deeps of Ulmo's domain. He dwelt alone in Nevrast as the summer waned and the doom of Nargothrond approached. With the arrival of autumn, he witnessed 7 great swans flying purposefully southward. He took them as a sign he had delayed too long and followed their path along the coastline. His journey brought him to the empty halls of Vinyamar beneath Mount Taras. Venturing inside, he discovered the arms, shield, hauberk, sword, and helm that Turgon had left there ages past on Ulmo's command. Donning the ancient gear, Tuor walked down to the shore. There a tremendous storm gathered from the west, and from its fury arose Ulmo himself in majestic power, speaking to Tuor where he stood before the tumultuous sea. Ulmo commanded Tuor to leave that shore and make his way to the concealed realm of Gondolin. He gifted the man a vast cloak, woven with shadows to hide him from the watchful eyes of his foes. When dawn broke and the tempest subsided, Tuor discovered an elf standing near the ancient walls of Vinyamar. This was Voronwë, son of Aronwë, a mariner of Gondolin who had sailed on the final vessel Turgon dispatched toward the west. That ship, upon its desperate return, was shattered by the great storm within sight of Middle-earth's shores. Ulmo alone saved Voronwë from the wreck, casting him onto the land near Vinyamar. Learning of the charge Ulmo had placed upon Tuor, Voronwë was filled with awe and agreed to guide him to the hidden entrance of the secret city. Together they departed, and as the cruel fell winter descended from the north, they traveled cautiously eastward, beneath the grim peaks of the Mountains of Shadow. Their journey brought them to the pools of Ivrin, where they stood in sorrow at the desecration left by the dragon Glaurung's passing. Yet, as they mourned the fouled waters, they spied a figure hastening north, a tall man clad entirely in black, bearing a black sword. Neither traveler knew his identity or the grim tidings he carried from the southern lands. The stranger passed without a word, leaving them in silent wonder. It was a fleeting, ominous encounter that lingered in Tuor's mind, a shadow of events unfolding beyond their knowledge. Driven by the power Ulmo had bestowed upon them, they at last found the hidden door. Passing through the tunnel, they reached the inner gate, where the guards seized them as intruders. They were led up the great ravine of Orfalch Echor, which was barred by 7 mighty gates, and brought before Ecthelion of the Fountain, the warden of the final gate. There, Tuor cast off his shadow cloak, and the arms he bore from Vinyamar revealed him truly as an emissary of the Lord of Waters. Then Tuor gazed down upon the fair vale of Tumladen, a green jewel amid the encircling mountains, and saw in the distance upon the rocky height of Armon Gwareth the glorious city of Gondolin, whose fame outshone all other elven dwellings in the hitherland. At Ecthelion's command, trumpets sounded from the gate towers, their echoes rolling through the hills, and from the white walls of the city, flushed with the rose of dawn, came a clear answering call. Thus the son of Hor crossed Tumladen and came to the gate of Gondolin. Ascending the city's broad stairways, he was brought to the tower of the king and beheld the images of the trees of Valinor. Tuor then stood before Turgon, son of Fingolfin, high king of the Noldor. At the king's right hand stood Maeglin, his sister's son, and upon his left sat his daughter, Idril Celebrindel. All who heard Tuor speak marveled, doubting this was truly a man of mortal race, for his words carried the authority and urgency of Ulmo himself. He delivered a warning to Turgon that the curse of Mandos now hastened to its end when all the works of the Noldor would perish. He urged the king to depart, to abandon his fair and mighty city, and to go down the river Sirion to the sea. Turgon pondered Ulmo's counsel long, recalling the words once spoken to him at Vinyamar, to not love too well the work of his hands and the devices of his heart, and to remember the true hope of the Noldor lay in the west and came from the sea. But pride had taken root in Turgon's heart. To him, Gondolin was as beautiful as a memory of elven Tyrion, a masterpiece he believed was both secret and impregnable, even should Avala oppose it. After the tragedy of the Nernaeth Arnuediad, his people wished only for isolation, to never again be entangled in the external woes of elves and men, nor to brave the dread and danger of a return to the west. The city was their sanctuary and their cage, and Turgon would not be moved hidden away behind their enchanted and trackless mountains. They allowed no one to enter, not even those fleeing the hatred of Morgoth. News from the outside world reached them only as faint, distant whispers, and they paid it little mind. The spies of Angband searched for them without success, and their home became more rumor than reality, a secret none could uncover. In the king's councils, Maeglin continually spoke against Tuor, and his arguments carried extra weight because they echoed Turgon's own private fears. In the end, the king turned away from Ulmo's message and ignored his guidance. Yet, within that divine warning, Turgon heard echoes of the words spoken long ago on the shores of Araman before the Noldor departed, and a dread of betrayal stirred within him. Because of this, the hidden entrance through the encircling mountains was sealed shut. From that moment, no one left Gondolin on any mission, whether for peace or war, so long as the city endured. Word came from Thorondor, Lord of Eagles, telling of Nargothrond's fall, then of Thingol's murder and the death of his heir Dior, and finally of Doriath's destruction. Yet Turgon closed his heart to these outside sorrows. He swore never to fight alongside any son of Fëanor, and forbade his people from crossing the mountain barriers. As for Tuor, he stayed in Gondolin, utterly captivated by its joy, its beauty, and the profound wisdom of its people. He grew powerful in both body and mind, delving deep into the knowledge of the exiled elves. In time, Idril's heart turned to him, and his to her, which only fed the secret, burning hatred of Maeglin, who desired above all else to claim her, the king's sole heir. But Tuor had earned such high favor with Turgon that after 7 years the king did not deny him his daughter's hand. Though he refused Ulmo's direct command, Turgon sensed the fate of the Noldor was intertwined with this messenger from the Valar, and he remembered the words Hor spoke to him before the host of Gondolin withdrew from the battle of unnumbered tears. A great and joyous feast was held, for Tuor had won the love of all the people, save for Maeglin and his few hidden followers. Thus, the second union of elves and men was achieved. The following spring, Eärendil half-elven was born in Gondolin, son of Tuor and Idril Celebrimbor. This was 503 years after the Noldor first came to Middle-earth. Eärendil was of extraordinary beauty, with a light upon his face like the light of the sky. He possessed the beauty and wisdom of the Eldar and the enduring strength of the ancient men of old. The sea's call lived ever in his ears and heart, just as it had for his father, Tuor. For a time, the days of Gondolin remained filled with peace and happiness. No one knew that the general location of the hidden kingdom had finally been betrayed to Morgoth by the anguished cries of Húrin. Standing in the desolate lands beyond the mountains and finding no way in, Húrin had called out to Turgon in his despair. After that, Morgoth's mind fixed relentlessly on the mountainous land between Anak and the upper Sirion River, a place where his servants had never trod. Still, no spy or creature from Angband could penetrate the area, thanks to the watchful eagles, and Morgoth's plans were frustrated. But Idril Celebrimbor was wise and foresighted. A deep unease settled in her heart, and a shadow of foreboding crept over her spirit. So, during this time, she had a secret passage built. It led down from the city, under the plain, and emerged far beyond the walls to the north of Amon-Gwareth. She ensured the work was known to only a trusted few, and no whisper of it ever reached Maeglin's ears. Then, one day, when Eärendil was still young, Maeglin went missing. Maeglin, as is known, held a deep passion for mining and the pursuit of metals above all other arts. He was the lord and overseer of the elves who labored in the distant mountains far from the city, delving for ores to fuel their forges for works of both peace and war. Yet Maeglin often ventured with a small company beyond the guarded borders of the hills, defying the king's command without his knowledge. It was on one such forbidden expedition that fate intervened, and Maeglin was captured by orcs and dragged in chains to the dungeons of Angband. Though no coward, the unspeakable torments promised to him broke his will. To save his own life, he bargained away the secret of Gondolin, revealing its hidden location and the vulnerable paths by which it might be discovered and stormed. Morgoth's delight was immense, and he pledged to Maeglin the rule of the conquered city as his underling, along with the prize of Idril Celebrindle for his own. Indeed, it was Maeglin's twisted longing for Idril and his seething jealousy of Tuor that made his betrayal all the more effortless, securing his name as the most notorious traitor in the chronicles of that ancient time. Sent back to Gondolin to avoid suspicion and to act as a hidden weapon within the walls, when the moment arrived, Maeglin returned to the king's halls wearing a mask of loyalty, all while a gathering shadow clouded Idril's heart. He even began to take solitary walks along the northern battlements, staring toward the distant peaks as if searching for some sign, a new habit that unsettled those who noticed his distant gaze. The hour of doom came in the year Erendil turned 7. Morgoth unleashed his full might. Balrogs, vast hosts of orcs, wolves, and dragons of Glaurung's vile brood, now multiplied and more horrifying than ever before. They swept over the northern heights where the defenses were thinnest and the watch least alert, attacking on a night of festival when all the people of Gondolin were gathered on the walls to greet the dawn and sing to the rising sun, for the great feast known as the Gates of Summer was to follow. But the red light that climbed the hills came from the north, not the east. There was no halting the enemy's advance until they stood beneath the very walls, and the city was surrounded without hope. The tales speak of desperate courage that day, of the noble houses and their warriors, and of Tuor most of all. There was the duel between Ecthelion of the Fountain and Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, in the king's square, where each slew the other, and the grim last stand of Turgon and his household guard in the king's tower, until it was cast down in ruin, burying the king in its fall. In the chaos of the sack, Tuor fought to reach Idril, only to find Maeglin had seized her and young Erendil. Their struggle carried on to the high walls, where Tuor at last hurled the traitor out into the void. Maeglin's body struck the rocky face of Amon Gwerith 3 times before vanishing into the flames below. Through the burning wreckage, Tuor and Idril gathered what survivors they could and fled down the secret passage Idril had wisely prepared, a route unknown to the captains of Angband, who never imagined any fugitives would dare flee northward toward the highest and most perilous reaches of the mountains, closest to their own stronghold. The vale of Tumliden was shrouded in mournful mist, the fumes of burning and the steam from Gondolin's beautiful fountains choked by dragon fire. This gloom, ironically, aided the escape, hiding the long exposed path from the tunnel's exit to the distant foothills. Against all odds, they reached those heights, climbing in grief and exhaustion through cold and terrible passes, their band laden with the wounded, with women and with children, each step a testament to their enduring will. The Eagle's Cleft, known as Cirith Thoronarth, was a terrifying passage beneath the towering peaks. A single narrow trail snaked along the mountainside, with a sheer cliff on one side and a dizzying drop into nothingness on the other. As the weary column of refugees from Gondolin picked their way along this treacherous path, they were set upon by orcs lying in wait, for Morgoth's spies watched every pass. Among the attackers was a Balrog of shadow and flame. Their situation seemed hopeless, and even the legendary courage of Glorfindel, golden-haired lord of the House of the Golden Flower, might not have been enough had not the great eagle Thorondor arrived in that desperate hour. Songs still tell of Glorfindel's fierce duel with the demon upon a jagged spire of stone, a battle that ended with both combatants plummeting into the chasm below. The eagles swept down upon the orcs, scattering them in terror and casting them into the depths, ensuring that no word of the escape reached the Dark Lord for a long time afterward. Thorondor himself retrieved Glorfindel's body, and they laid him to rest in a cairn beside the pass. There, against all odds, grass grew and yellow flowers bloomed upon the barren rock, a living memorial until the world itself was remade. Guided by Tuor, son of Huor, the survivors crossed the mountains and descended into the Vale of Sirion. Their journey south was arduous and perilous, but they finally reached Nan Tathrin, the land of willows, where the lingering power of Ulmo in the great river offered them shelter. Here they rested, and their physical wounds began to mend, though the grief for their lost home was a deeper hurt that would not fade. In the fading light of the year beneath the weeping willows, they held a feast in memory of Gondolin, for its fallen warriors, its wives, and its maidens. They sang many songs for beloved Glorfindel, their voices mingling with the sigh of the leaves. It was here that Tuor, feeling the call of the sea in his own spirit, composed a lay for his young son Eärendil about Ulmo's ancient visitation upon the shores of Nevrast, and the sea longing awoke powerfully in them both. So it was that Tuor and Idril left the willows behind, traveling south down the river to the coast. They settled near the mouths of Sirion, joining their people with those of Elwing, daughter of Dior, who had fled there not long before. When news of Gondolin's fall and King Turgon's death reached the Isle of Balar, Irenian called Gil-galad, son of Fingon, was proclaimed High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth. Meanwhile, Morgoth, in his arrogance, believed his victory complete. He gave little thought to the sons of Feanor and their cursed oath, which had, ironically, always served to aid his own terrible purposes. In his dark musings, he even laughed, untroubled by the one Silmaril he had lost. He was convinced that this very jewel would finally erase the last remnants of the elves from the world, ending their bothersome resistance forever. If he was aware of the new haven growing by the waters of Sirion, he showed no sign, patiently waiting for the oaths of others to do their destructive work. Yet by that river and the sea a new elven folk did arise, the last gathering of those from Doriath and Gondolin. Mariners from Círdan's folk on Balar came among them, and they turned to shipbuilding and the waves dwelling ever near the coasts of Arvernian under the protection of Ulmo. It is told that in this time Ulmo himself went to Valinor from the deeps and pleaded with the Valar for the elves' plight, urging forgiveness and a rescue from Morgoth's tyranny, and the recovery of the Silmarils in which the lost light of the two trees alone survived. But Manwë did not stir, and who can know the full weight of the counsels he kept in his heart? The sages had long declared the moment was not ripe, and that a single voice speaking directly for both elves and men, begging forgiveness for their errors and mercy for their suffering, might sway the judgment of the powers. Even the oath of Feanor, it was said, could not be undone by Manwë himself until it reached its conclusion, and the sons of Feanor surrendered the Silmarils they had claimed with such relentless determination. After all, the light within those jewels was born from the hands of the Valar. During this time, Tuor felt the weight of years settling upon him, and a profound yearning for the ocean's depths grew ever more insistent in his spirit. So he constructed a mighty vessel, naming it Eärame, the Sea Wing, and alongside Idril Celebrimbor he sailed into the sunset and the west, vanishing from all recorded tales. Later songs would claim that Tuor, uniquely among mortal men, was counted among the elder race, united with the Noldor he cherished, his destiny forever parted from the path of humankind. Chapter 24. Off the voyage of Eärendil and the War of Wrath. In those days, Eärendil the Bright was lord of the folk dwelling near the delta of the river Sirion. He wedded the fair Elwing, and she bore him twin sons, Elrond and Elros, who would be known as the Half-Elven. Yet Eärendil found no peace, and his coastal voyages did nothing to calm the restlessness within him. Two desires merged into one deep longing for the open sea. He wished to sail in search of Tuor and Idril, who had never returned, and he dreamed of perhaps finding the final shore to carry the plea of elves and men to the Valar in the west before his death. Hoping to stir their hearts to pity for Middle-earth's sorrows, he formed a firm friendship with Círdan the shipwright, who resided on the Isle of Balar with his people who had escaped the ruin of the havens of Brithombar and Eglarist. With Círdan's help, Eärendil built Vingillet, the foam flower, the most beautiful ship ever celebrated in song. Its oars were gold, its timbers white, cut from the birchwoods of Nimbrathil, and its sails gleamed like the silver moon. Many adventures in deep waters, on uncharted lands, across strange seas and lonely isles are told in the Lay of Eärendil. But Elwing was not with him. She remained in sorrow by the mouths of Sirion. Eärendil did not find Tuor or Idril on that voyage, nor did he reach the shores of Valinor, thwarted by haunting shadows, powerful enchantments, and contrary winds, until his longing for Elwing compelled him to turn back toward the coasts of Beleriand. A sudden dread, born from troubled dreams, urged him to hurry. Yet the very winds he had once battled now seemed to delay his return, refusing to match the speed of his desire. When word first reached Maedhros that Elwing still lived, guarding the Silmaril by the Cerion's delta, he, remorseful for the deeds in Doriath, held back. But with time, the memory of their unfulfilled oath began to torment him and his brothers. Gathering from their scattered wanderings, they sent messages to the havens, words that mixed a feigned friendship with a stern ultimatum. Elwing and the people of Sirion refused to surrender the jewel Beren had won, Lúthien had worn, and for which fair Dior had been slain. They would not yield it, especially while Lord Eärendil was upon the sea, for they believed the Silmaril's light held the very healing and blessing that protected their homes and vessels. And so, the last and most cruel slaughter of elf by elf came to pass. The third great wrong wrought by that accursed oath, for the surviving sons of Fëanor descended suddenly upon the exiles from Gondolin and the remnants of Doriath and destroyed them. In the conflict at the havens of Sirion, the elves were divided in heart and deed. Some of their kin held back, while a handful even turned against their own lords to stand with Elwing. So great was the grief and turmoil among the Eldar in that dark time. Though Maedhros and Maglor prevailed, the victory was bitter, for they alone survived of Fëanor's sons, with both Amrod and Amraz lost. The fleet sent by Círdan and High King Gil-galad arrived too late to aid the defenders. Elwing had vanished, and her young sons were gone. Those few who survived the assault joined Gil-galad's host and retreated with him to the Isle of Balar, bearing grim tidings. Elros and Elrond had been captured, while Elwing, wearing the Silmaril, had thrown herself into the sea. Thus the jewel seemed lost to the brothers, yet it was not. Ulmo, Lord of Waters, lifted Elwing from the deep, transforming her into a great white bird. Upon her breast the Silmaril shone like a star as she flew across the ocean in search of Eärendil, her beloved husband. One night, as Eärendil stood at the helm of his ship Vingillet, he saw a vision approaching. A swift white cloud under the moon, a moving star above the waves, a pale flame riding the storm. Legends say she fell upon the ship's timbers, nearly dead from her frantic flight, and Eärendil gathered her into his arms. At dawn, he marveled to find Elwing restored at his side, her hair across his face as she slept. Their joy was shadowed by sorrow for the fall of Sirion and the capture of their sons, fearing the boys would be slain. Yet, in a twist few could have foreseen, Maglor's hardened heart softened. He took pity on Elros and Elrond, fostering them with a care that slowly kindled affection between them, a fragile light amid the crushing weight of his terrible oath. Meanwhile, seeing no hope left in Middle-earth, Eärendil turned his ship not homeward, but back toward the west, despairing yet determined. With Elwing beside him, he stood often at the prow, the Silmaril bound upon his brow, its light growing ever brighter as they sailed on. By the power of that holy jewel, they passed through waters known only to the Teleri, slipped past the enchanted isles, crossed the shadowy seas, and glimpsed the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa before anchoring at last in the Bay of Eldamar. From afar, the Teleri watched in wonder as the ship approached, blazing with the Silmarils' radiance. There, Eärendil, first of living men, prepared to step onto the immortal shore. He spoke to Elwing and his 3 loyal mariners, Falathar, Erelont, and Erendar, who had sailed every sea with him. "I alone shall set foot here," he declared, "lest you incur the wrath of the Valar. This peril I will bear for the sake of both our kindreds." But Elwing answered, "Then we would be parted forever. I will share every danger with you." And with that she leaped into the white foam and ran to his side. Eärendil's heart was heavy, fearing the anger of the lords of the West upon any from Middle-earth who dared breach the bounds of Aman. Together they bid a final farewell to their companions and were taken from them, never to return. Eärendil turned to Elwing and spoke softly, "Wait for me here. This message is mine alone to carry, as fate has decreed." He then ventured alone into the land, passing through the Calaseria, which felt strangely hollow and quiet to him. Unbeknownst to him, his arrival coincided with a great festival, much like the time long ago when Morgoth and Ungoliant had crept in. Nearly all the elves had journeyed to Valimar or were assembled in Manwë's halls upon Tanikitil, leaving Tirion's walls lightly guarded. A few distant watchers, however, glimpsed his approach and the immense radiance he carried. Hastening to bring word to Valimar with a heavy heart, Eärendil ascended the green hill of Tuna, finding it deserted. He walked the empty streets of Tirion, fearing some shadow had fallen even upon the blessed realm. The dust upon his clothes and boots glittered like crushed diamonds as he moved, and he shone with an unearthly light while climbing the long, pale stairways. He called out in the tongues of both elves and men, yet no answer came from the silent city. Eventually he turned back toward the sea. Just as he began the shoreward path, a figure appeared on the hill and called to him with a voice of immense power. "Hail, Eärendil, most famed of mariners, you who arrive unforeseen, you who are hoped for beyond all hope. Hail, bearer of light before the sun and moon, splendor of the earth's children, a star in the darkness, a jewel at dusk, radiant at dawn." The voice belonged to Onwë, herald of Manwë, who had come from Valimar to summon Eärendil before the powers of Arda. Eärendil obeyed, entering Valinor and the halls of Valimar, never to walk again upon mortal lands. The Valar convened in council, calling even Ulmo from the ocean depths. Standing before them, Eärendil delivered his plea on behalf of both kindreds. He begged pardon for the Noldor and pity for their sorrows, asking for mercy and aid for elves and men in their desperate need. His prayer was heard. Among the elves, it is said that after Eärendil left to seek Elwing, Mandos spoke concerning his fate. "Shall a mortal man set living foot upon the undying lands and yet retain his life?" he questioned. But Ulmo responded, "For this very purpose he was brought into the world. And tell me, is he Eärendil, son of Tuor of the house of Hador, or is he the son of Idril, daughter of Turgon of the elven house of Finwë?" Mandos answered, equally, "The Noldor, who left this place by their own will, may not return." After all arguments were heard, Manwë delivered his judgment. "In this matter the authority of doom is granted to me. The peril he dared for love of the 2 kindreds shall not condemn Eärendil, nor shall it condemn Elwing his wife, who faced peril for love of him. Yet they shall not walk again among elves or men in the outer land. This is my decree for them, Eärendil and Elwing, and to their sons shall each be given the freedom to choose to which kindred their fates shall be bound, and by which kindred they shall be judged." As Eärendil's absence grew long, Elwing was filled with loneliness and fear. Wandering the shoreline one evening, drawn by the sound of distant singing, she neared Alcalonde, where the Telerin fleets rested. The Teleri welcomed her with kindness, listening with awe and compassion to her stories of Doriath, of Gondolin, and of the great griefs of Beleriand. It was there, at the haven of the swans, that Eärendil, returning, finally found her. They were soon summoned to Valimar, where the decree of the elder king was declared to them. Eärendil then said to Elwing, "You choose, for I am weary of the world." Remembering Lúthien, Elwing chose to be judged among the firstborn children of Ilúvatar. And for her sake, Eärendil made the same choice, though in his heart he felt a deeper kinship with the kindred of men and the people of his father. At the command of the Valar, Eowynwe journeyed to the shores of Aman, where the companions of Eärendil waited in anxious silence for news. He placed the 3 weary mariners into a small boat, and with a mighty gust sent by the Valar, they were borne away upon the eastern winds. But Vingilot was taken and hallowed, carried through the heart of Valinor to the very edge of the world. There it passed through the door of night and was lifted into the celestial seas. That ship was a vision of wonder, filled with a pure, wavering light, and at its helm sat Eärendil the mariner, glistening with the dust of elven gems, the Silmaril bound upon his forehead. He journeyed far into the starless voids, yet he was most often glimpsed at the hinges of the day, a glimmer at dawn or dusk as he returned to Valinor from voyages beyond the world's rim. Elwing did not join these star-faring journeys, for she could not bear the biting cold and the trackless emptiness of the heavens. Her heart remained with the earth and the gentle winds that sweep over sea and hill. So a white tower was built for her upon the northern margins of the sundering seas. To this place, in time, all the sea-birds of the world would gather. It is told that Elwing, who had once worn their form, learned the speech of birds. They taught her the art of flight, and her wings became feathered in white and silver grey. Whenever Eärendil's return brought him near to Arda once more, she would fly out to meet him, just as she had in that desperate flight long ago to escape the sea. From the lonely isle, the far-sighted elves would see her then, a radiant white bird, stained rose by the sunset, soaring in joyous welcome as Vingilot sailed home to its haven. When Vingilot first ascended to sail the heavens, it rose unexpected, a glittering beacon. The people of Middle-earth saw it from afar and marveled, taking it for a sign. They named it Gil Estel, the star of high hope. One evening, as this new star shone in the west, Maedhros turned to his brother Maglor and said, "Can that be any other than a Silmaril shining now in the west?" Maglor replied, "If it is truly the jewel we saw cast into the sea, now returned by the Valar's power, then we should be glad. Its light is seen by many, yet it remains safe from all evil." The elves looked up and their despair lifted, but in the depths of Angband, Morgoth was sown with doubt. His pride, however, had grown so immense that he never expected an open assault from the west. He believed he had forever poisoned the Noldor against the lords of Valinor, and that the Valar, content in their bliss, would no longer care for the world beyond their realm. To a heart without pity, deeds of compassion are always bewildering and impossible to predict. Meanwhile, the host of the Valar made ready for war. Beneath their white banners marched the Vanyar, the people of Ingwe, and those of the Noldor who had never left Valinor, led by Finarfin, son of Finwë. The Teleri were reluctant to go to war, their memories scarred by the slaughter at the Swanhaven and the theft of their ships. Yet they listened to Elwing, daughter of Dior Eluchiel, who was of their own kindred. They provided mariners to sail the ships that carried the host of Valinor east across the sea, though they remained aboard their vessels, and not a single one set foot upon the hitherlands. Little is recorded of the host's march across the north of Middle-earth, for no elves who had lived and suffered in those lands went with them to write its history. They would learn these tidings only much later from their kin in Aman-Yet in the final hour. The strength of Valinor arose from the west. The call of Eönwër's trumpets shook the heavens, and Beleriand burned with the splendor of their weapons. The Valar's host appeared in shapes both beautiful and fearsome, their tread making the mountains tremble. This clash between the forces of the west and the north is remembered as the great battle, the War of Wrath. Here was gathered the entire might of Morgoth's throne, grown so vast that the plain of Anfalglith could not hold it. All the north was scorched by conflict, but none of it served him. The Balrogs were shattered, save a handful that escaped into deep, hidden caverns beneath the world's roots. The numberless legions of orcs burned away like dry grass in a wildfire, or were swept aside like brittle leaves before a scorching gale. So few remained that the world knew peace for many long years afterward. Those who were left of the three houses of the elf friends, the fathers of men, took up arms beside the Valar. In those days they were avenged for Baragund and Barahir, for Galdor and Gundor, for Hor and Húrin, and for many other fallen lords. Yet a great number of men, whether from Uldor's people or other tribes newly arrived from the east, chose to march alongside the enemy, a choice the elves have never forgotten. Then, seeing his armies broken and his power scattered, Morgoth cowered and did not dare to face the fray himself. In desperation, he unleashed his final prepared assault. From the pits of Angband streamed the winged dragons, creatures never before seen in the world. So sudden and devastating was their attack that even the host of the Valar was driven back. For the dragons came with thunder, lightning, and a storm of fire. But Erendil arrived then, gleaming with a white flame, and around his ship Vingulet gathered all the great eagles of the sky, led by Thorondor. Battle raged in the air through the day, and into a night shadowed with doubt. Before sunrise, Erendil slew Uncalagon the Black, mightiest of the dragon host, and hurled him from the sky. He fell upon the towers of Thangorodrim and shattered them in his ruin. With the dawn, the Valar's host prevailed. Nearly all the dragons were destroyed. Morgoth's pits were broken open and laid bare, and the power of the Valar plunged into the deepest chambers of the earth. There at last Morgoth stood cornered, and still he showed no courage. He fled into the deepest of his minds, begging for peace and pardon. But his feet were cut from under him, and he was thrown face down. They bound him with the chain Angaina, which he had worn long before, beat his iron crown into a collar for his neck, and forced his head down upon his knees. The two Silmarils that remained to Morgoth were taken from his crown. They shone, unstained, beneath the open sky, and Onve received them and kept them guarded. Thus the power of Angband in the north was ended, and its evil realm brought to nothing. From the deep dungeons, multitudes of slaves emerged beyond all hope into daylight, gazing upon a world utterly changed. So furious was the strife between these adversaries that the northern lands of the western world were torn apart. The sea roared in through many rifts. There was chaos and a great roaring. Rivers vanished or carved new courses. Valleys were heaved up and hills trampled down, and Sirion was no more. Then Unve, herald of the elder king, summoned the elves of Beleriand to leave Middle-earth. Yet Maedhros and Maglor would not listen. Wearied and filled with loathing, they steeled themselves to fulfill their oath in despair. They were ready to fight for the Silmarils, even if the jewels were withheld, even if it meant standing alone against all the world and the victorious host of Valinor. A message was sent to Enwi, demanding he surrender the jewels crafted long ago by Fëanor and stolen by Morgoth. Enwi replied that any claim the sons of Fëanor once held to their father's work had been forfeited. Their merciless deeds, driven by a blinding oath, most notably the slaying of Dior and the assault on the havens, had extinguished their right. The light of the Silmarils, he declared, must return to the west, its original source. Maedhros and Maglor were to come to Valinor and await the judgment of the Valar. Only by their decree would Enwe release the jewels from his keeping. Maglor, his heart heavy with sorrow, was inclined to submit. The oath does not forbid patience, he reasoned. Perhaps in Valinor all will be forgiven and forgotten, and we might yet find peace and reclaim what is ours. But Maedhros countered with a darker vision. If they returned to Aman and found no favor from the Valar, their oath would remain. Yet its fulfillment would be hopeless. Who can foresee the dreadful doom awaiting us, he asked, if we defy the powers in their own land, or ever dare to bring war again to their holy realm? Maglor hesitated, voicing a desperate hope. If Manwë and Varda themselves deny the fulfillment of an oath sworn in their name, does that not render it void? Maedhros responded with grim finality. But how can our pleas reach Ilúvatar beyond the circles of the world? In our madness we swore by him and called the everlasting darkness upon ourselves if we failed. Who now can release us from that? If no one can, Muglur said quietly, then the everlasting darkness will be our fate, whether we keep the oath or break it. But in breaking it, we may yet do less evil. In the end, however, he yielded to his brother's stubborn will. Together they plotted to seize the Silmarils. Disguised, they slipped into Anv's camp under cover of night, found where the jewels were guarded, and slew the watchman. As the entire camp rallied against them, they stood ready to sell their lives dearly. Yet Anv forbade their slaying. Unopposed, they fled far from the host, each taking a Silmaril. Since one is lost, they said, and only two remain, and we are the last of our brothers, it is plain fate intends for us to share our father's heirlooms. But the jewel seared the hand of Maedhros with unbearable agony. In that moment he understood the truth of Enwi's words. His right was void, the oath was now a hollow thing. In anguish and despair he cast himself into a fiery chasm and so perished. The Silmaril he bore was taken into the heart of the earth. As for Maglor, he too could not bear the torment of the jewel. He cast his into the sea, and thereafter wandered the shores alone, singing songs of pain and regret beside the waves. Though Maglor had been a mighty singer, second only to Daeron of Doriath, he never returned to the people of the elves. Thus the Silmarils found their final homes, one in the sky's high airs, one in the world's deep fires, and one in the fathomless sea. In those days, many ships were built upon the shores of the western sea. From there, fleet after fleet, the Eldar sailed into the west, never to return to the lands of weeping and war. The Vanyar returned in triumph to Valinor, beneath their white banners, yet their joy was lessened. They came back without the Silmarils from Morgoth's crown, knowing those jewels could never be recovered unless the world itself were broken and remade. Upon their arrival in the west, the elves of Beleriand made their home on Tol Eressëa, the lonely isle which gazes both toward the undying lands and back toward the mortal shores. From this vantage, they could still journey to Valinor itself. They were welcomed once more into the grace of Manwë, and received the pardon of the Valar. The Teleri forgave the old sorrows, and the long shadow of the curse was finally lifted. However, not all of the Eldar wished to abandon the Hitherlands, where they had endured so much and made their lives for ages uncounted. Some chose to remain in Middle-earth for many long years. Among these was Círdan the shipwright and Celeborn of Doriath, together with his wife Galadriel. She alone remained of the leaders who had once guided the Noldor into exile. In Middle-earth also dwelt Gil-galad the High King, and with him was Elrond half-elven, who, as was his right, chose to be counted among the elves. His brother Elros, however, decided to cast his lot with mankind. From these two brothers alone has flowed into the race of men the blood of the firstborn and a trace of the divine spirit that existed before the world was made. For they were the sons of Elwing, herself the daughter of Dior, who was the son of Lúthien, child of Thingol and Melian. Their father was Eärendil, son of Idril Celebrondil, daughter of Turgon of Gondolin. As for Morgoth, the Valar cast him through the door of night, beyond the walls of the world, into the timeless void. An eternal guard is posted upon those walls, and Eärendil keeps his watch upon the ramparts of the sky. Yet the deceit sown by Melkor, the mighty and accursed, Morgoth Bauglir, the power of terror and hate in the hearts of elves and men, is a seed that does not perish and cannot be undone. Ever and again it sprouts anew, and it will bear its bitter fruit even until the final days. Here ends the tale of the Silmarillion. If it has moved from heights of beauty into darkness and ruin, such was ever the fate of Arda Mard. Should any change ever come and the marring be healed, Manwë and Vardar may know of it, but they have not revealed this, and it is not spoken in the judgments of Mandor. Akallabeth, the downfall of Númenor. The Eldar say that men entered the world during the shadow of Morgoth, and they quickly fell under his sway. His emissaries moved among them, whispering cunning and evil words, so that they came to worship the darkness even as they feared it. Yet there were those who turned from this evil, leaving the lands of their kin to wander ever westward, drawn by whispers of a light in the west that no shadow could extinguish. The servants of Morgoth pursued them with bitter hatred, and their road was long and filled with hardship. Still, they persevered, reaching at last the lands that face the sea, and they entered Beleriand during the time of the War of the Jewels. In the Sindarin tongue they were named the Edain. They became fast friends and allies to the Eldar, performing deeds of great courage in the war against the Dark Lord. From their line, on his father's side, descended bright Eärendil. As told in the Lay of Eärendil, when the victory of Morgoth seemed all but certain, Eärendil built his ship Vingilot, which men called Rothinzil, and sailed the uncharted seas in an unceasing search for Valinor. He longed to plead before the powers, on behalf of both elves and men, that the Valar might take pity and send aid in their most desperate hour. Thus, by elves and men, he is called Eärendil the Blessed, for after long labors and countless perils he achieved his quest, and from Valinor came the host of the Lords of the West. Yet Eärendil never returned to the lands he had loved. In the great battle, when Morgoth was finally overthrown and Thangorodrim shattered, the Edain stood alone among the families of men in fighting for the Valar, while many others fought for Morgoth. After the victory of the Lords of the West, those evil men who survived fled back into the east, where many of their kind still wandered the untamed lands, wild and lawless, having refused both the summons of the Valar and the call of Morgoth. Then came the shadow of fear, cast by wicked men who sought to rule over others, and they were taken as kings. For a time, the Valar turned away from those men of Middle-earth who had ignored their call and instead chosen to serve the allies of Morgoth. These men lived in darkness, haunted by the many horrors Morgoth had created during his reign: demons and dragons, twisted creatures, and the vile orcs, who were cruel imitations of the children of Ilúvatar. Their lives were filled with sorrow, yet Manwë finally cast Morgoth out beyond the world into the void, where he remains, unable to return in visible form, while the Lords of the West hold their thrones. Still, the seeds of his malice continued to grow, bearing poisoned fruit for any who might nurture them. His enduring will guided his servants, ever pushing them to oppose the Valar and destroy those who remained faithful. The Lords of the West understood this completely. Once Morgoth was expelled, they gathered to deliberate on the ages to come. They called the Eldar to return to the West, and those who listened made their home on the Isle of Rhysea. In that land lies the haven of Avilion, the city closest to Valinor, whose tower is the first glimpse a sailor catches of the undying lands after a long voyage across the sea. To the fathers of men from the three loyal houses, a rich reward was also granted. Enwë came to teach them, and they were endowed with wisdom, power, and a lifespan longer than any other mortal race has known. A new land was fashioned for the Edain to inhabit, set apart from both Middle-earth and Valinor by a vast ocean, yet lying closer to the Blessed Realm. Osi raised it from the depths of the great water, Oli established its foundations, and Yavanna enriched its soil, while the Eldar brought flowers and fountains from Tol Eressëa. The Valar named this place Andor, the land of gift, as a sign that all was ready, and as a guiding light over the waves, the star of Eärendil blazed brilliantly in the west. Men marveled to see that silver flame shining even along the sun's path. So the Edain set sail upon the deep, following the star. The Valar calmed the seas for many days, granting sunlight and a steady wind, so the waters sparkled like rippling glass before their eyes, and the foam flew like snow from the bows of their ships. Rothinzil shone so brightly that men could see it glimmering in the west, even at dawn, and on clear nights it outshone every other star. Steering toward its light, the Edain journeyed over countless leagues until they glimpsed from afar the land prepared for them, Andor, the land of gift, shimmering in a golden haze. They came ashore and found a country both beautiful and bountiful, and their hearts were filled with joy. They called the land Elena, meaning starwards, and also Anadune, or Westerness, which in the High Eldarin tongue is Numenori. This was the beginning of the people known in Grey Elven speech as the Dunedain, the Numenorians, kings among men, yet they did not escape the doom of death that Ilúvatar had set upon all mankind. They remained mortal, though their years were long and they knew no sickness before the shadow later fell upon them. Thus they grew wise and glorious, in all ways more like the firstborn than any other family of men. They stood tall, taller than the tallest of Middle-earth, and the light in their eyes was like the bright stars. But their numbers increased only slowly in the land, for though they bore sons and daughters fairer than themselves, their children were few in number. In ancient times the primary city and harbour of Numenor lay along its western shore, named Andunir, for its view toward the setting sun. At the heart of the island rose a majestic peak known as the Menel Tama, the Pillar of Heaven, its summit an open and sacred space dedicated to Eru Ilúvatar. Remarkably, no other temple or shrine existed anywhere in the land. The tombs of the kings were carved into the mountain's base, while nearby, upon a graceful hill, stood the splendid city of Armenello. Here, the great tower and citadel built by Elros, son of Eärendil, dominated the skyline, for the Valar had appointed him as the first king of the Dunedain. Elros and his brother Elrond traced their lineage to the noble houses of the Edan, yet their blood was also mingled with that of the Eldar and the Maiar through foremothers like Idril of Gondolin and Lúthien, daughter of Melian. While the Valar could not revoke the gift of death bestowed upon men by Ilúvatar, the fate of the half-elven was placed in their hands. They decreed that the sons of Eärendil should choose their own destiny. Elrond elected to remain among the firstborn, and so was granted their enduring life. Elros, however, chose the path of mortal kingship, yet he and all his royal line were granted lifespans far exceeding those of ordinary men, a span so great it seemed to brush against eternity itself. Elros himself reigned for 410 years, living to see 5 centuries pass. As the ages turned while Middle-earth languished in shadow and decline, the Dunedain flourished under the guardianship of the Valar and in friendship with the Eldar. They grew in wisdom and physical stature, their culture a brilliant beacon. Their kings and lords were fluent in the Elven tongue, a remnant of their old alliance, allowing them to converse freely with the Eldar, whether from the distant shores of Eressëa or the western havens of Middle-earth. Their scholars mastered even the High Eldarin speech of the Blessed Realm, transcribing ancient lore, songs, and histories into scrolls and books, a treasury of knowledge from the world's dawn, now largely lost to time. Consequently, all great lords of Numenor bore elvish names, as did the fair cities and regions they established both on their island and along the coasts of the hitherlands. The Dunedain mastered many crafts, possessing the skill, had they wished, to outmatch the warlike tyrants of Middle-earth in forging weapons of war. Yet their hearts were turned toward peace. Their greatest love was for the sea. They nurtured shipbuilding and navigation to an art never since equaled in a diminished world. Sea voyages were the supreme adventure for their boldest spirits in the realm's gallant early days. But here's the twist. For all their freedom, a single rule chafed. The lords of the West forbade them from sailing so far that the shores of Numenor vanished from sight. For a long while they obeyed, though the reason for this ban was a mystery that quietly gnawed at their pride. The true design of Manwë was a protective one, to shield the Númenóreans from the perilous longing for the undying lands, lest they grow enamored with the immortality of the Valar and Eldar and seek to overstep the bounds of their mortal bliss. In that age, Valinor still existed within the visible world, a remnant of what might have been had Morgoth's shadow not fallen across creation, a poignant reminder and a temptation held just out of reach. This unspoken tension between their magnificent reach and this one forbidden horizon subtly shaped their civilization, planting a seed of restless curiosity that would one day bear bitter fruit. The Númenóreans understood this truth completely. On mornings when the air was crystalline and the sun rose behind them, they would gaze westward and sometimes catch a glimpse of a radiant city upon a distant shore, its great harbor and tower gleaming like a star. Their sight was keen in those days, yet only the sharpest eyes could perceive this vision, whether from the summit of Meneltama or from the deck of a tall ship that had ventured to the very limit where their laws permitted. They held to the ban of the lords of the West, a command they dared not defy. The learned among them whispered that this was not the blessed realm itself, but Avallone, the elven haven upon Eressëa, the easternmost of the undying lands. From that shore, the firstborn would still occasionally come, sailing to Númenor in silent, oarless vessels that moved like white birds against the sunset. Their gifts were wondrous, songbirds with melodies that could ease a troubled mind, flowers whose scent lingered for days, and herbs of potent healing. Most precious was a sapling of Celeborn, the white tree that stood in Eressëa, which was itself a scion of Galathilion, the tree of Tuna, an image of the legendary Telperion given by Yavanna to the Eldar long ago. This tree, named Nimloth, was planted in the king's courts at Armenelos, where it thrived, blooming at dusk and filling the gathering shadows with an exquisite fragrance. Bound by the ban, the voyagers of the Dunedain turned ever eastward, never west. They sailed from the cold darkness of the north to the scorching heats of the south, and even beyond into nether regions of shadow. Their ships explored the inner seas, coasting the shores of Middle-earth until their mariners, from high prows, glimpsed the gates of morning in the farthest east. In time, they came to the shores of the great lands, and their hearts were moved with pity for the forsaken world they found. During the dark years of men, the lords of Númenor once more set foot on the western coasts, and none dared oppose them, for most of the people living under the shadow had grown weak and fearful. The Númenóreans moved among them not as conquerors, but as teachers. They brought corn and wine, instructing men in sowing seeds and milling grain, in hewing timber and shaping stone, and in bringing a semblance of order to lives lived in lands of swift death and little joy. Here's the ironic twist. These mighty sea kings, who could chart stars and raise towers, found themselves giving basic farming lessons to men who jumped at their own shadows. It was a peculiar mission for a people dreaming of immortality, playing agricultural advisor in a world they considered a fleeting backwater. Yet their efforts brought comfort. In places along the western shores, the wild and menacing forests receded. Men began to cast off the yoke of Morgoth's lingering offspring and unlearn their ingrained terror of the dark. They revered these tall sea kings, and after they sailed away they called them gods, praying for their return. For in those days the Númenóreans never tarried long in Middle-earth, nor built any lasting dwelling there. Their course was set east by law, but their hearts were perpetually tugged westward. This yearning deepened with each passing year, festering into a hunger for the undying city they had seen from afar. The desire for everlasting life, to cheat death and hold on to delight, grew into a powerful, restless obsession. Their power and glory expanded, yet so did their discontent. For though the Valar had granted the Dunedain lives longer than other men, they could not remove the world's weariness that comes in the end. They died, even their kings, descended from Eärendil, and the length of their days seemed a brief flicker to the immortal Eldar. A shadow began to fall upon them, within which perhaps the will of Morgoth still worked its malice in the world. The Númenóreans first murmured in their hearts, then spoke openly against the doom of men, and most bitterly against the ban that barred them from the West. They said to one another, "Why should the lords of the West dwell there in never-ending peace, while we must die and depart to an unknown fate, abandoning all we have built and loved? The elves do not perish, not even those who once defied the lords, having conquered every ocean, with no sea too fierce or vast for our vessels to cross. What is to stop us from sailing to Avallone and greeting our old companions there?" Some even began to ask, why should we not venture all the way to Aman itself? Could we not, for even a single day, taste the bliss reserved for the powers? Have we not grown mighty among the peoples of this world? These words reached the Valar, and Manwë was sorrowful, perceiving a shadow gathering over Númenor's brightest hour. Messengers were sent to the Dunedain, who spoke with grave urgency to the king and to any who would hear them concerning the nature and destiny of the world. The doom of this world, they declared, can be altered only by the one who shaped it. Even if you were to sail past every peril and deception and truly set foot in Aman, the blessed realm, it would avail you little. It is not the land of Manwë that grants its inhabitants life without end, but the deathless who dwell there, who have made the land holy. You would only wither there more swiftly, like moths drawn to a flame too brilliant and enduring to bear. Yet the king retorted, "Does not Eärendil, my own forefather, yet live? Does he not reside in the land of Aman?" To this they replied, "You know well that he was granted a separate fate, judged to be among the firstborn who do not die. Yet his doom is also that he can never return to mortal shores. You and your people are not of the firstborn, but are mortal men, as Ilúvatar created you. It seems now you wish to claim the benefits of both lineages, to sail to Valinor at your whim, and return to your homes as you please. That cannot be, nor can the Valar rescind the gifts of Ilúvatar. You say the elves go unpunished, that even the rebels among them do not die. Yet that is for them neither reward nor penalty, but the very fulfillment of their nature. They cannot escape it. They are bound to this world, never to leave it for as long as it endures, for its life is their life. And you say you are punished for the rebellion of men in which you had little part, and that is why you die. But mortality was not originally appointed as a punishment. Thus you escape, you depart from the world, and are not bound to it, whether in hope or in weariness. Tell us, then, which of us should truly envy the other? The Númenóreans responded, "And why should we not envy the Valar, or even the least of the deathless? Of us is demanded a blind trust, a hope without any guarantee, not knowing what awaits us in just a little while. And yet we too love this earth, and have no wish to lose it." The messengers answered, "The mind of Ilúvatar concerning you is not fully known to the Valar, for he has not revealed all that is to come. But this we hold to be true. Your home is not here, not in the land of Aman, nor anywhere within the circles of the world." The doom of men that they should depart was first given as a gift from Ilúvatar. It became a grief to them only because, falling under the shadow of Morgoth, they felt themselves surrounded by a great darkness and were afraid. Some grew willful and proud, refusing to yield until life was taken from them. We who carry the ever-increasing weight of the years cannot fully comprehend this. But if that grief has returned to trouble you now, then we fear the shadow is rising once more and taking root in your hearts. Therefore, though you are the Dúnedain, the fairest of men, who escaped the shadow long ago and battled valiantly against it, we say to you, beware, the will of Eru cannot be opposed. The Valar urge you earnestly not to withhold the trust to which you are summoned, lest it become a chain that constrains you once again. Hope instead that in the end even the smallest of your desires may bear fruit. The love of ardor was planted in your hearts by Ilúvatar, and he does not sow without purpose. Yet many generations of men yet to be born may pass before that purpose is revealed. It will be made known to you, not to the Valar. These events unfolded during the reigns of Tar-Siriatan, known as the Shipbuilder, and his son Tar-Atanamir. Both were arrogant rulers, consumed by greed, who imposed heavy tribute upon the peoples of Middle-earth, taking far more than they ever gave. It was to Tar-Atanamir that the messengers from the west came. He was the 13th monarch, and in his time the kingdom of Númenor had flourished for over 2 millennia, reaching what many considered the peak of its prosperity, if not yet the full extent of its might. However, Atanamir scorned the messenger's guidance and paid it little mind, a stance mirrored by most of his subjects, who were desperate to evade death in their own lifetimes and unwilling to place their trust in distant hope. Atanamir clung to life far beyond the point of any true happiness, becoming the first of his line to do so. He refused to relinquish the throne until he was a feeble, broken shadow of himself, unjustly denying his son the crown during what should have been the heir's prime. Traditionally, the lords of Numenor married later in their long lives and willingly passed authority to their sons once those heirs had reached full maturity in body and wisdom. Following this grim precedent, his son Tar-Ankalaman assumed the kingship, sharing his father's stubborn pride. Under his rule, the people of Numenor fractured. The majority, known as the King's Men, grew haughty and severed their bonds with the elves and the Valar. The smaller faction, called the Elendili or Elf Friends, while remaining loyal to the crown and the House of Elros, sought to preserve their ancient friendship with the Eldar and still heeded the counsel from the west. Yet, even these so-called faithful were not immune to the shadow falling over their people, and they too were haunted by the dread of mortality. Thus, the blessed joy of Westernesse began to fade, even as its material power and grandeur swelled. For the kings and their followers had not yet forsaken all wisdom, and if love for the Valar had cooled, a thread of fear remained. They did not dare to openly defy the ban or to sail past the appointed boundaries. Their great vessels still sailed eastward. But the shadow of death loomed ever larger, and they sought to postpone it by any means possible. They constructed vast tombs for their dead, while their scholars toiled endlessly, seeking in vain the secret to restoring life, or, at the very least, dramatically extending it. Their efforts yielded only a morbid science for preserving corpses from decay, and they littered the land with silent sepulchres where the obsession with death was entombed in darkness. In a bitter twist, those still living plunged headlong into hedonism and lavish feasts, their hunger for possessions and gold becoming insatiable. After Tar-Ankalaman's reign, the ritual offering of the first harvest to Eru was abandoned, and journeys to the sacred Hallow upon the heights of Meneltama at the island's heart grew rare. It was in this era that the Númenóreans first established vast colonies along the western coasts of the ancient lands. Their own island now felt constricted and offered them no peace or satisfaction. Denied the West, they turned their ambitions to Middle-earth, craving its wealth and dominion. They built massive harbors and formidable fortresses, settling there in great numbers, but they came not as guides or allies, but as overlords, masters, and ruthless tax collectors. Their majestic ships rode the easterly winds, returning perpetually laden with plunder, and the might and glory of their kings knew no bounds. They drank deep, feasted lavishly, and adorned themselves in silver and gold. In all these grim pursuits, the elf friends played scarcely any part. In those days, only the faithful continued to journey northward to the lands of Gil-galad, preserving their ancient bonds with the elves and offering them strength against the shadow of Sauron. Their refuge remained at Pelargir, near the great delta of the Anduin River. Meanwhile, the king's men sailed their vessels far to the south, establishing realms and fortresses whose stories now live only in the whispered legends of later ages. During this era, as chronicled elsewhere, Sauron returned to power in Middle-earth. He grew in might, reverting to the darkness in which he was first schooled by Morgoth, and he became a formidable servant of that ancient evil. Even in the reign of Tar-Minestir, the 11th ruler of Numenor, Sauron had fortified the grim land of Mordor, raising there the dark pinnacle of Barad-dûr. From that time forward, he ceaselessly sought dominion over all Middle-earth, yearning to be a king above kings and a god in the eyes of men. Sauron harbored a deep hatred for the people of Numenor, resentful of their forefathers' deeds, their enduring alliance with the elves, and their loyalty to the Valar. He especially remembered the aid Tar-Minestir had once sent to Gil-galad long ago, during the war in Eriador when the One Ring was forged. As he learned of the growing power and splendor of the Númenórean kings, his hatred festered into a cold dread. He feared they might one day invade his domains and seize his hard-won rule of the East. For a long while, he did not dare confront the lords of the sea directly and kept his forces away from the coasts. Yet Sauron was ever cunning, and tales say that among those he ensnared with the 9 rings were 3 mighty lords of Númenórean blood themselves. When the Elari, the ring-wraiths, arose as his chief servants, and the reach of his terror over men became immense, he finally began to assault the Númenórean strongholds along the shoreline. Back in Númenor, the shadow deepened. The lives of the kings from the house of Elros grew shorter due to their rebellion, yet they only hardened their hearts further against the Valar. The 20th king took his father's scepter and ascended the throne under the name Adunacor, Lord of the West, forsaking the elven languages and banning their use in his court. Ironic, isn't it? So proud to name himself after the very powers he defied, yet still too superstitious to fully break from the old ways. In the Scroll of Kings, the Quenya name Herunumen was still inscribed out of a lingering fearful tradition, a hollow gesture from rulers terrified that completely abandoning custom might bring some unforeseen doom. To the faithful, this title seemed an act of overweening pride, usurping a name belonging to the Valar, and it strained their loyalty to the royal house against their reverence for the powers. But worse was to follow. Ar-Gimmelzor, the 23rd king, proved the most bitter enemy of the faithful. In his time, the White Tree was neglected and began to sicken. He utterly forbade the use of the elven tongues and harshly punished those who dared to welcome the ships from Eresir that still stole secretly to the western shores. The Elandili, as the faithful were known, had dwelt mostly in the west, but Ar-Gimmelzor commanded all he could identify from this party to leave their homes and resettle in the east of the land, where they could be watched. Consequently, their chief dwelling in later days was near the harbor of Romena. From there, many set sail for Middle-earth, seeking the northern coasts where they could still converse with the Eldar in Gil-galad's kingdom. The kings knew of this exodus, but did not hinder it, so long as the Elandili left their shores and did not return. They wished to sever all ties between their people and the Eldar of Eresir, whom they now called the spies of the Valar, hoping to conceal their actions and schemes from the lords of the West. Yet all they did was seen by Manwë. The Valar's wrath grew against the kings of Númenor. Their counsel and protection were withdrawn. The ships from Eresir no longer appeared on the horizon from the sunset, and the havens of Andúni fell into a profound and lasting silence. Following the royal family, the lords of Andúni held the highest esteem in Númenor, tracing their lineage back to Silmarion, daughter of King Tar-Elendil, and thus sharing the blood of Elros. These lords remained steadfastly loyal to the kings, serving as their most trusted advisors. Yet, from the earliest days, they also cherished a deep affection for the Eldar and held the Valar in profound reverence. As a shadow crept over the land, they quietly supported the faithful, though for many years they avoided open defiance, hoping instead to guide the rulers with wiser counsel through subtle influence. There was a lady of great beauty named Inzilbeth, whose mother, Lindoria, was sister to Erendur, the lord of Andúni, during the reign of Ar-Sacalthor. Though her heart belonged to the ways of the faithful, taught by her mother, she was given in marriage to Ar-Gimmelzor, the king's son, who would brook no refusal. No love grew between this king and his queen, nor between their 2 sons. The elder, Inziladun, favored his mother in spirit and form, while the younger, Gimmelchad, mirrored his father's pride and willfulness, some said exceeding them. Ar-Gimmelzor would have gladly passed the scepter to his favored younger son, were the ancient laws not forbidding it. When Inziladun finally took the throne, he reclaimed an elvish title, calling himself Tar-Palantir, for his vision reached far beyond the present. He brought a temporary peace to the faithful, returning to honor the hallow of Eru upon the Meneltama, a practice his father had abandoned. He tended the White Tree with care, uttering a grim prophecy that its death would herald the end of the royal line. Yet his personal repentance could not lift the doom laid upon his people for the arrogance of his forebears, a shadow most still refused to acknowledge. His brother, Gimilchard, harsh and unyielding, openly challenged the king's authority where he dared and conspired against him in secret, leading a faction of proud king's men. Tar-Palantir's reign grew heavy with sorrow. He often journeyed to the western shores, climbing the old tower of Oromet to gaze across the empty sea, a lonely figure hoping against hope for a glimpse of a sail from the vanished west. But the way was closed, and Avallone remained hidden behind perpetual cloud. Gimilcard died unexpectedly young for his lineage, yet this brought the king no relief. His son, Pharazôn, proved even more ambitious, a restless soul hungry for dominion and glory. He had forged his reputation in the wars across Middle-earth, where Numenor extended its reach over the coastal lands, and he returned to his homeland a celebrated and wealthy commander. The people, dazzled by his riches and his bold promises, turned their favor to him. Worn down by a lifetime of struggle, Tar-Palantir passed away, leaving only a daughter, Miriel, as his rightful heir by the laws of the land. In a brutal twist of fate, Pharazôn cared nothing for law or decency. He forced Miriel into marriage, an act forbidden due to their close kinship, and wrenched the scepter from her grasp. Crowned as Ar-Pharazôn, he renamed his unwilling queen Ar-Zimrafel, sealing his usurpation and casting the final long-prophesied shadow over the line of kings. The most powerful and prideful of all the sea kings to ever hold the scepter was Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, surpassing the 24 rulers who came before him, and now rested in their golden tombs beneath the slopes of Meneltama. From his carved throne in the shining city of Armenellos, he contemplated war with a brooding intensity. Reports from his returning shipmasters told of Sauron's growing strength in the east, how the Dark Lord now styled himself the King of Men, and vowed to cast the people of Numenor back into the ocean, even dreaming of their island's ruin. This news ignited a furious and boundless ambition in the king's heart. He resolved, seeking no counsel from the Valar nor any wisdom but his own, to claim that very title for himself and to force Sauron into vassalage. In his towering arrogance, he believed no monarch could ever rival the heir of Eärendil. Thus, he commanded the forging of vast arsenals and the building of countless warships. When his armada was ready, he led it eastward himself. The sight of his fleet, sails stained scarlet and gleaming with gold against the sunset, struck terror into the coastal peoples who fled before him. His journey took him to the great natural harbor of Umbar, from which he marched inland for 7 days beneath banners and trumpet blasts. He established his court upon a hill, his blue, gold, and white tents spreading across the land like a field of strange blossoms, and from there he summoned Sauron to swear fealty. And Sauron came. He left his fortress of Barad-dûr without a fight, for he saw the overwhelming might of the king and knew the hour for open war had not yet arrived. Ever the cunning strategist, he chose subtlety over force, offering fair words and a show of humility. Ar-Pharazôn, wary but proud, decided the best guarantee of Sauron's oath was to take the Dark Lord himself back to Numenor as a royal hostage. Sauron pretended to acquiesce under duress, but in truth this was the very opportunity he desired. Upon seeing the splendor of Armenellos and the glory of Numenor with his own eyes, Sauron's heart burned with a profound envy. Yet he masked it perfectly. Within 3 years, through flattery as smooth as honey and whispers of hidden knowledge, he had woven himself into the king's innermost circle. All the king's counselors, save for one, Amandil, the lord of Andunia, soon bowed and scraped before this captivating guest. Utterly blind to the darkness they welcomed into their midst, a slow and troubling shift began to spread across the land, unsettling the hearts of those who held friendship with the elves. Many abandoned their beliefs out of sheer terror, and while those who stayed true still called themselves the faithful, their foes branded them as traitors. Sauron, now whispering into the ears of men, skillfully argued against all the teachings of the Valar. He urged them to consider the vast, unconquered world that lay before them, lands to the east and seas to the west, brimming with unimaginable riches for the taking. And even if they were to reach the very edges of those lands and seas, what awaited beyond was the primeval, unfathomable darkness. From that darkness, the world itself was forged, he would declare. Only the darkness is worthy of worship, and its master may yet craft new worlds as rewards for his servants, ensuring their power grows without limit. Our Pharazôn, his curiosity piqued, demanded, "Who is this lord of the darkness?" In the seclusion of the royal chambers, Sauron wove his deceit for the king. "He is the one whose name is now forbidden." Sauron lied. "The Valar have tricked you with tales of a phantom called Eru, a fiction born from their own foolish hearts, designed to enslave men in service to them. They are but the mouthpiece for this illusion, speaking only what suits their purpose. Yet the true master they serve will triumph. He will free you from this phantom. His name is Melkor, the Lord of all, the giver of freedom, and he will make you mightier than they could ever be." Thus King Ar-Pharazôn returned to the worship of the dark and its lord Melkor. He began in secret, but it was not long before his devotion was displayed openly, defying his own people, and most of them followed. A stubborn remnant of the faithful endured, however, primarily in the haven of Romena and the surrounding countryside, with scattered others holding fast across the land. Their leader, a beacon of hope and courage in those darkening times, was Amandil, once a royal counselor, and his son Elendil, whose own sons, Isildur and Anarion, were then young men by the measure of Númenor. Both Amandil and Elendil were legendary sea captains, descended from the line of Elros Tar Minyatur, though not of the royal house that held the crown in Armenelot. In their youth, Amandil had been a close companion to Pharazôn, and despite being a known elf friend, he had retained his council seat until Sauron's arrival. Now he was cast out, for Sauron despised him above all others in Númenor. Yet Amandil's profound nobility and his legendary deeds upon the sea commanded such widespread respect that neither the king nor Sauron dared move against him openly. So Amandil retreated to Romena, secretly gathering all he still trusted to be faithful, for he sensed the coming storm and knew every elf friend was in grave danger. His fears were swiftly realized. The holy mountain of Meneltarma stood abandoned and silent. Though not even Sauron would risk defiling that sacred peak, the king forbade any ascent on pain of death, barring even the faithful who kept Ilúvatar in their heart. Sauron then pressed the king to destroy the white tree, Nimloth the Fair, that blossomed in the royal courts, a living symbol of the Eldar and the light of Valinor. At first the king refused, clinging to the old superstition, whispered by Tar Palantir, that the fate of his line was tied to the tree. It was a bitter irony, this man who now hated the Eldar and the Valar, desperately clutching at the last ghost of Númenor's former loyalty. But really, what did he expect? That he could spit in the face of the very powers that blessed his island and still keep their token as a lucky charm? The hypocrisy was almost laughable, a final, pathetic grasp at a legacy he was actively burning to ash. When whispers of Sauron's vile intent reached Amandil, his heart was heavy with grief, for he knew the Dark Lord would ultimately prevail. He spoke urgently with Elendil and his grandsons, recounting the ancient history of the trees of Valinor. Isildur listened in solemn silence. Then, under the cloak of night, he embarked on a desperate and daring mission, a deed for which his name would forever be remembered. He journeyed alone and in disguise to Armenelos, to the very courts of the king, which were now closed to the faithful. He came to the place of the tree, which Sauron had forbidden to all, and found Nimloth watched day and night by his guards. The tree stood dark and barren, for it was late autumn, and its winter was near. Isildur slipped past the watch and took a single fruit that still hung from a branch, turning to make his escape. But the guard was roused. He was assailed and fought his way free, bearing many wounds. Because of his disguise, none discovered who had dared to touch the sacred tree. He came at last, and with great difficulty, back to Romena, placing the fruit into Amandil's hands before his own strength failed him. The fruit was then planted in secret and blessed by Amandil. A shoot sprang from it, with the coming of spring. When its first leaf unfurled, Isildur, who had lain near death for so long, rose from his sickbed, his wounds troubling him no more. This deliverance came none too soon, for after the assault on the tree, the king yielded fully to Sauron and ordered the white tree hewn down, turning his back completely on the allegiance of his forefathers. Sauron then commanded the building of a mighty temple upon the hill at the heart of Armenelos the Golden. Its base was a vast circle, with walls 50 feet thick, spanning 500 feet across. From the ground those walls rose 500 feet, crowned by a tremendous dome sheathed in silver that glittered in the sun and could be seen from far away, though soon that light dimmed and the silver blackened. At the temple's heart was an altar of fire, and from an opening at the dome's peak issued a constant great smoke. Sauron kindled the first altar fire with the hewn wood of Nimloth. It crackled and was consumed, but men marveled at the foul reek that rose from it, lying over the land like a cloud for 7 days before slowly drifting west. Thereafter, the fire and smoke never ceased. As Sauron's power grew daily, men made sacrifice in that temple with bloodshed, torment, and great wickedness, pleading to Melkor for release from death. Most often their victims were chosen from among the faithful, though never openly for their refusal to worship Melkor, the so-called giver of freedom. Instead, charges were fabricated that they hated the king and were rebels, or that they plotted against their kin with lies and poisons. These accusations were largely false, yet in those bitter days hate bred only more hate, and for all their sacrifices death did not depart. It came sooner, more often, and in dreadful new form. Where once men aged slowly and laid themselves down to sleep, weary of the world at last, now madness and sickness assailed them. They lived in terror of dying, afraid to pass into the dark realm of the Lord they had chosen, and they cursed themselves in their agony. In those days, men took up weapons and slew one another for little cause, quick to anger as Sauron and his servants moved through the land, setting neighbor against neighbor. The people murmured against the king and the lords, or against anyone who possessed what they did not, and those in power took cruel revenge. Yet for a long time it seemed to the Númenóreans that they prospered. If they were not happier, they grew stronger, and their rich men grew ever richer. With Sauron's aid and counsel, they multiplied their possessions, devised new engines, and built ever greater ships. They arrived upon the shores of Middle-earth not as the benevolent gift-bearers or even the just rulers of old, but as a hardened host clad in iron, driven by conquest. These fierce warriors hunted the native folk, seizing their possessions and enslaving them, while many others were cruelly sacrificed upon newly raised altars. In those days they erected great temples and imposing tombs within their fortresses, casting a long shadow of fear. The memory of the ancient kindly kings grew dim, overshadowed by countless tales of terror. So it was that Ar-Pharazôn, the king of the Land of the Star, ascended to become the most formidable tyrant the world had known since the age of Morgoth, though in truth the puppet master pulling every string was Sauron from behind the throne. Yet as the years stretched on, the king felt the cold approach of death lengthening his days, filling him with a simmering dread and fury. This was the precise moment Sauron had long cultivated and awaited. The Dark Lord whispered to the king, suggesting that his power had grown so immense he need bow to no will, be bound by no law or prohibition. The Valar, Sauron hissed, have seized for themselves that land where death holds no sway. They deceive you about it, cloaking it in secrecy out of sheer greed and fear that the kings of men might wrest that immortal realm from them and rule the world in their place. While the gift of unending life may not be meant for every soul, surely it is reserved for those of worth, men of great might, pride, and noble lineage. Is it not a gross injustice, then, to withhold this rightful due from the King of Kings, Ar-Pharazôn, mightiest of the earth's children, to whom only Manwë might be compared? Truly, great kings do not accept denial. They take what is owed to them. Bewitched and walking under death's looming shadow, Ar-Pharazôn listened. His mind, clouded by the fear of his own end, began to churn with schemes of making war upon the Valar themselves. He plotted long in secret, though such a grand design could not remain entirely hidden. Amundil, learning of the king's dreadful purpose, was seized by dismay and a profound terror, for he knew men could never triumph over the Valar in battle. Such a war would surely bring ruin upon all the world unless it was stopped. In his distress, he summoned his son, Elendil. "Darkness gathers," Amundil said, his voice heavy. "There is little hope left for men, for we who keep the old faith are now so few. My heart turns to the desperate counsel our forefather Eärendil once followed, to sail into the west, ban or no ban, and seek out the Valar. If it can be done, I would speak to Manwë himself and beg for his aid before all is lost." "Would you betray the king then?" Elendil asked, troubled. "You know well the accusation they level against us, that we are traitors and spies, an accusation that has been false until now." Amandil met his son's gaze steadily. "If I believed Manwë required such a messenger, I would betray the king. For there is a loyalty from which no heart can be absolved, no matter the cause. I plead for mercy upon men, and for our deliverance from Sauron the Deceiver, since at least a remnant has kept faith. As for the ban, I will bear its penalty upon myself alone, so that all our people are not made guilty by my act. But what do you believe will befall your household, those you leave behind, when your deed is known?" Elendil pressed. "It must not become known," Amandil insisted, his tone shifting to one of grim, practical resolve. "I will make my departure in secret. I shall set sail to the east, as so many ships do daily from our harbors. Then, trusting to wind and chance, I will turn my course, whether by southern or northern waters, back toward the west to seek what I may find. For you and our people, my son, I advise this. Prepare other ships. Load them with all those things your hearts cannot bear to leave behind. When they are ready, wait in the haven of Romena. Let it be known among men that you intend in your own time to follow me into the east." Amandil knew his standing with the king was no longer what it had been. Their departure, whether temporary or permanent, would likely be met with little sorrow from the throne. Yet he warned that the move must not appear to be a mass exodus. The king, deep in his war preparations, would grow anxious at the loss of any fighting force. "Seek out those among the faithful whose hearts remain true," he instructed. "Let them join you in secret if they are willing to share in your purpose and journey with you." Elendil asked what that purpose was to be. "To watch, and not to meddle in the coming war," Amandil replied. "I can say no more until I return. Yet it is most probable that you will flee this land of the star with no star left to guide you, for its light is now defiled. You will lose all you have ever loved, tasting a death within life itself, seeking only a land of exile. Where that may lie, east or west, only the Valar can tell." He bid farewell to his entire household as one preparing for death. "You may never see me again," he said. "Do not expect me to return with any sign as Eärendil did in ages past, but you must hold yourselves in readiness, for the end of our world is now upon us." It is recorded that Amundil departed under cover of night in a small vessel, steering first eastward before turning his prow forever westward. With him went 3 servants, beloved to him, and from that day forward no word or sign of them ever reached the world of men. No second embassy could hope to win salvation. The treason of Númenor was beyond any simple pardon. Following his father's commands, Elendil gathered his ships off the eastern coast. The faithful smuggled aboard their families, their most precious heirlooms and great stores of provisions. They took objects of beauty and power crafted in wiser days, vessels, jewels, and lore written in scarlet and black ink. They carried the 7 stones, gifts from the Eldar, and aboard Isildur's ship was guarded the young sapling, a scion of the fair Nimloth. So Elendil waited, keeping apart from the wickedness of the time, watching always for a sign that never came. In his grief and longing for his father, he journeyed once in secret to the western shores and stared out across the water. but he saw nothing save the gathering war fleets of Ar-Pharazôn in the havens. Now, in earlier times, the very weather of Numenor had seemed to bend to the needs and comforts of its people. Timely rains in perfect measure, sunshine that warmed or cooled as desired, and constant winds from the sea. A west wind would often carry a fleeting, heart-stirring sweetness, like the scent of eternal flowers blooming in undying meadows far beyond mortal knowledge. But all that was changed. The sky grew dark with unnatural storms of hail and violent gales. Great ships began to founder and not return to port, a grief unknown since the island's founding, and at times in the evening a vast cloud would rise from the west, shaped like an eagle with wings stretched north and south. It would loom, blotting out the sunset, plunging Numenor into a profound and utter night. Some of these eagle forms bore lightning under their wings, and thunder would roll between sea and cloud. Then, of course, everyone lost their nerve. "Behold, the eagles of the lords of the West," they cried. "The eagles of Manwë are upon us," and they fell grovelling to the ground. You could almost laugh at the sudden piety. Here were the same people who'd been shaking their fists at the heavens just days before. A few would feign repentance for a little while, but most just hardened their hearts further. They'd shout back at the stormy sky, "The lords of the West have plotted against us. They are striking the first blow, as if their own choices had nothing to do with the tempest now breaking over their heads. The next strike will be ours." The king himself declared these words, though they were crafted by Sauron. Lightning now rained down with greater fury, striking down soldiers on the highlands, in the open fields, and along the city's thoroughfares. A searing bolt shattered the temple's dome, leaving it engulfed in fire. Yet the temple's foundations held firm, and there stood Sauron upon its highest spire, mocking the storm and emerging unscathed. In that moment, the people hailed him as divine and obeyed his every command. So when the final omen arrived, they paid it little mind. The very ground trembled beneath their feet, a deep subterranean rumble, blending with the ocean's roar, while smoke poured from the summit of the Meneltama. Undeterred, Ar-Pharazôn drove his war preparations forward with even greater urgency. During those days, the Númenórean armada spread across the western sea like a shadow, their countless vessels resembling a vast drifting archipelago. Their masts rose like a winter forest, their sails formed a looming canopy, and their banners of gold and black fluttered ominously. All awaited the command of Ar-Pharazôn. Meanwhile, Sauron retreated into the temple's innermost sanctuary, where offerings were brought to him for sacrificial flames. Then, emerging from the dying light of the west, came the eagles of the lords of the west, marshaled for war. They advanced in an endless line, their wings broadening to seize the heavens. The western horizon blazed crimson behind them, and their undersides glowed as if kindled by a furious inner fire, casting a sullen, ruddy light over all Numenor. Men looked upon their neighbors and saw faces flushed with what seemed like collective rage. Ar-Pharazôn steeled his resolve and boarded his flagship Alcarondas, the sea fortress. It was a vessel of countless oars and masts, adorned in gold and sable, bearing his royal throne. He donned his full armor and crown. His standard was raised high, and he signaled for the anchors to be weighed. In that instant the trumpets of Numenor drowned out the very thunder. And so the fleets advanced against the threat from the west. The air was eerily still, but they possessed innumerable oars and legions of strong slaves to pull beneath the overseer's whip. The sun sank below the horizon, and a profound silence descended. Darkness swallowed the land. The sea grew calm, and the world held its breath. Slowly, the armada vanished from the view of those watching from the harbors, their lanterns fading until night claimed them entirely. By morning, they had disappeared. An east wind rose and carried them onward. They broke the ban of the Valar, venturing into forbidden waters, waging war against the deathless in a mad quest to seize eternal life within the confines of the world. The fleets of Ar-Pharazôn emerged from the ocean depths to surround Avallonné and the whole isle of Rhesea. The elves grieved, for the Númenórean cloud blotted out the light of the sunset. At last Ar-Pharazôn reached the very shores of Aman, the Blessed Realm, and the coasts of Valinor. A deep silence persisted, and fate trembled in the balance. For even Ar-Pharazôn hesitated in the final hour, his courage faltering so much he nearly gave the order to retreat. His spirit quailed when he beheld the hushed coastline and saw Taniquetil gleaming, whiter than snow, colder than the grave, silent, unchangeable, and dreadful as the shadow of Ilúvatar's own light. But pride had long since become his captain. In the end, he disembarked and set foot upon the shore, proclaiming the land his own if no one dared to challenge him. His mighty host encamped around the deserted city of Tuna, from which all the elves had fled. Then, upon the mountain, Manwë appealed to Ilúvatar, and for that time the Valar set aside their governance of Ardwi Ilúvatar, unveiled his might, reshaping the very fabric of the world. A vast chasm tore through the ocean between Númenor and the Undying Lands, its maw swallowing the seas in a thunderous, smoking cascade that shook the heavens. The entire Númenorian armada was pulled into that bottomless pit, drowned and erased from existence. King Ar-Pharazôn and his mortal soldiers, who had dared to tread upon Aman, were crushed beneath collapsing mountains. Legend says they remained trapped in the caves of the Forgotten, awaiting the final reckoning. Aman itself and the elves' Isle of Rhysé were withdrawn forever, placed beyond the grasp of humankind. Andor, the gifted land, Númenor of the kings, star-shaped Elena, was utterly undone. Positioned near the eastern edge of the cataclysm, its foundations were ripped apart and it plunged into eternal darkness, vanishing from the earth. No sanctuary now remains where the memory of an untainted age endures, for Ilúvatar rolled the great seas back west of Middle-earth and expanded the empty lands to the east, crafting new continents and oceans in a diminished world, as Valinor and Eressëa passed into the realm of hidden things. This doom arrived unforeseen by mortals on the 39th day after the fleet's departure. Then, with shocking suddenness, fire erupted from the Meneltama. A ferocious wind howled, the earth convulsed, and the very sky seemed to spin. Hills crumbled and slid, as Númenor sank beneath the waves, taking with it all its people, its children, wives, maidens, and proud ladies, and all its splendors, its gardens, halls, and towers, its tombs, riches, jewels, tapestries, and art, its laughter, joy, music, wisdom, and lore. Everything was lost. Finally, a colossal wave, cold and green and crowned with foam, surged over the land and claimed Queen Tar-Miriel, more radiant than silver, ivory, or pearl. She struggled, too late, up the steep paths of the Meneltama seeking sanctuary. The waters overtook her, and her cry was swallowed by the storm's roar. Yet, by what might have been the answered prayer of Amandil to Manwë in Valinor, a grace was granted. Elendil and his sons, with their people, were spared the day's ruin. Elendil had stayed behind in Romena, refusing the king's call to war and evading Sauron's soldiers sent to drag him to the temple's fires. He boarded his ship and waited offshore, a decision that, ironically, positioned him behind a headland that shielded his vessels from the initial catastrophic suction toward the abyss. He even found a brief, eerie calm as the storm gathered its first fury, a moment where the sea grew still and the air thick, as if the world itself held its breath before the final blow. But when the devouring wave rolled across the drowning land, a grief so profound struck Elendil that he would have welcomed death as a mercy, for no mortal agony could compare to witnessing his home's end. Instead, a wind of unimaginable violence, roaring from the west, seized his ships. It shredded their sails, snapped their masts, and drove the hapless men like driftwood across a furious sea. 9 ships endured, 4 for Elendil, 3 for Isildur, and 2 for Anarion. They fled before that black gale, out of the twilight of doom and into the world's darkness. The ocean rose in towering rage beneath them, lifting them on mountainous waves capped with seething froth amid tattered clouds, and after many harrowing days cast them ashore upon the coasts of Middle-earth. The western coasts of the world were reshaped by cataclysm in that age, as oceans swallowed the shorelines and ancient islands vanished beneath the waves, while new lands heaved upward from the deep. Hills collapsed and rivers fled their beds, carving unfamiliar paths. In the wake of this devastation, Elendil and his sons established their realms in Middle-earth. To the scattered tribes of wild men, the knowledge and skill of these survivors seemed wondrous and profound, though it was merely a fading echo of the glory that had existed before Sauron's corruption of Númenor. The chronicles of later years are filled with the struggles of Elendil's heirs and their enduring war with a shadow that was not yet finished, for Sauron himself had been seized by a terror far beyond his design. He had anticipated the proud king's defeat and the destruction of his people, but the wrath of the Valar and the doom laid upon the world by Eru was a cataclysm he never foresaw. Seated in his black throne within the temple, he first laughed at the sound of Ar-Pharazôn's battle trumpets. He laughed a second time as the storm's thunder rolled, and a third time he chuckled at his own dark plans for a world forever rid of the Aedaean. In that very moment of triumphant mirth, the abyss opened. His temple and his throne plummeted into the depths, and he was captured within the ruin. Yet Sauron was not made of mortal flesh. Stripped of the fair form that had deceived so many, and thus forever unable to appear gracious to the eyes of men, his spirit endured. It rose from the deep like a shadow and a bitter wind, sweeping across the sea until it returned to Middle-earth and his ancient stronghold of Mordor. There, within the dark tower of Barad-dûr, he reclaimed his great ring. He dwelt in silence, brooding and patient, until he forged for himself a new and terrible guise, a visible image of malice and hatred, crowned by the eye of Sauron, a gaze few could bear to meet. But these events stretch beyond the tale of Númenor's drowning, which here finds its end. Even the land's name was lost. Men no longer spoke of Elena, nor of Andor the gift that was revoked, nor of Númenori on the edge of the world. The exiles upon the shores, when their hearts yearned westward, whispered instead of Marnu Falma, buried beneath the waves of Akallabeth the Downfallen, or Atalante in the elven tongue. A stubborn hope persisted among these exiles. They believed the summit of the Meneltama, the sacred pillar of heaven, had not been lost forever. They whispered it rose again from the ocean, a solitary island adrift in the vast waters, for it had been a hallowed place, untouched even in Sauron's days. Some of Arundil's line later sailed in search of it, spurred by old lore claiming the far-sighted men of the past could glimpse a shimmer of the deathless land from that peak. The hearts of the Dúnedain remained turned toward the west. They acknowledged the world was changed, yet they declared, Avallon has vanished from the earth, and the land of Aman is removed. In the darkness of this present age, they cannot be found. But because they once were, they still are in true being and in the whole shape of the world as it was first conceived. This belief stemmed from their conviction that mortal men, if blessed, might perceive other ages beyond their brief lives. They harbored a constant, aching desire to flee the shadows of their exile and glimpse, however faintly, the undying light. The sorrow of their own mortality had chased them across the sea. Thus, the greatest of their mariners would still venture into the trackless ocean, hoping to find the Isle of Meneltama and witness a vision of the world that was. They never found it. Those who sailed the farthest discovered only new shores, lands as mortal and familiar as those they had left behind, offering no escape from the long shadow of death. The boldest mariners, who dared to sail the farthest, discovered they had merely traced a circle around the globe, returning at last, exhausted, to their starting point. They declared, all paths are now curved, in later years, through both exploration and the study of ancient wisdom and the stars. The rulers of men came to accept the world's roundness. Yet the elves were still granted the grace to leave, and if they chose, to reach the ancient west and the city of Avalloni. This led the sages among men to reason that a straight road must yet exist, reserved for those granted the right to discover it. They believed that as the new curved world receded, the old path, a memory of the West, persisted like a vast unseen bridge. This bridge soared through the very air we breathe and fly in, which itself was now bent with the world, and crossed the pure radiance of Ilmen, a realm mortal flesh cannot survive unaided. Its journey ended at Tol Eressëa, the lonely isle, and perhaps stretched further still to Valinor itself, where the Valar remain, observing the tale of the world unfold along the coastal towns. Whispers and stories began to circulate of lost sailors and desperate men upon the waves, who through some twist of fate or a touch of the Valar's grace had found that straight way. They spoke of watching the world's face drop away beneath their hulls, leading them to the lantern-lit docks of Avalioni, or even to the final silent shores on the edge of Ammon. There, before their lives ended, they beheld the White Mountain, terrible in its majesty and beauty. Thus concludes the account of the Rings of Power and the Third Age, where these tales find their ending. In ancient times there was Sauron, a spirit of great power, whom the grey elves in Beleriand knew as Gorthau. At the dawn of the world, the Dark Lord Melkor drew him into service, and he grew to become the most formidable and trusted of the enemy's lieutenants, and the most dangerous. He was a master of disguise, able for ages to wear a fair and noble form, deceiving all but the most vigilant. After the destruction of Thangorodrim and the overthrow of Morgoth, Sauron once more assumed a pleasing shape and bowed before Onwe, the herald of the High King. He renounced his wickedness, and some chroniclers suggest this repentance was genuine, at least at first, born more from terror at Morgoth's downfall and the wrath of the Western lords than from true remorse. Yet Eowyn lacked the authority to forgive one of his own kind. He ordered Sauron to sail back to the Blessed Realm and submit to the judgment of Manwë. Pride then overcame him. Unwilling to face such humiliation and a potential sentence of long penance to prove his loyalty, especially after wielding such might under Morgoth, Sauron fled when Eowyn's host departed. He vanished into the wilds of Middle-earth, where the old chains of his master's will proved too strong, and he soon slipped back into darkness. The cataclysmic battles and the ruin of Thangorodrim wrought terrible changes upon the land. Beleriand was shattered and drowned, with vast regions in the north and west sinking beneath the waves. To the east, in the land once called Osiriand, the blue mountains were cleft asunder. A great southern gap was torn in the range, and the sea rushed in to form a deep gulf. The river Lune, finding a new path, poured into this inlet, which thus became known as the Gulf of Lune. The Noldor had long before named this region Lindon, and so it was called ever after. Many of the elves lingered there, reluctant to abandon the lands where they had fought and toiled for so long. Their king was Gil-galad, son of Fingon, and with him dwelt Elrond half-elven, son of the great mariner Eärendil and brother to Elros, the first king of Númenor. Upon the shores of the Gulf of Lune, the elves established their havens, naming them the Grey Havens or Mithlond. The harbour was deep and sheltered, and there they kept a fleet of many ships, their white sails a promise of journeys yet to be taken. From the Grey Havens, the elves would often set sail, leaving behind the growing shadows of Middle-earth. By the grace of the Valar, the firstborn could still take the straight road and, if they wished, rejoin their kin in the distant blessed lands across the sea, yet not all chose that path. In that age, many of the Eldar crossed the Blue Mountains, venturing into the vast inner regions. A great number were Teleri, survivors from fallen realms, who founded new kingdoms among the sylvan elves in deep woods and high peaks, far from any shore. Though they built lives there, a quiet longing for the sea's song never left them. Only in the land of Eregion, known to men as Hollin, did the Noldor establish a lasting realm east of the mountains. This region was close to the great dwarf city of Khazad-dûm, called Hadodron by the elves, and later known as Moria. A road ran from the elven city of Ostin-Edil straight to the dwarves' western gate, a symbol of the unique and prosperous friendship that blossomed there, enriching both peoples beyond measure. In Eregion, the jewel-smiths of the Gwathi Medain achieved a mastery of craft rivaled only by the legendary Feanor of old. Foremost among them was Celebrimbor, son of Curufin, who had turned from his father's path and remained behind long ago. Under his guidance, their works grew in subtlety and power. For a time, peace lay across much of Middle-earth, though the lands were largely wild and untamed except where the exiles from Beleriand settled. Other elves, the Avari, had dwelt in those wide eastern lands since time immemorial, wandering free and knowing the tales of Beleriand and Valinor only as distant whispers. Meanwhile, in the south and the far east, the race of men multiplied, sadly. Most turned toward shadow, for Sauron was secretly at work. Observing the world's neglect, he grew proud, believing the Valar had forgotten Middle-earth after Morgoth's defeat. He harbored a deep hatred for the Eldar and a fear of the men of Númenor, who sometimes returned in their great ships. For long years, however, he hid his true mind and dark designs. Men proved the easiest for him to sway, but Sauron coveted the greater power of the firstborn. He traveled far and wide among them, wearing a fair and wise form. He avoided only Lindon, for Gil-galad and Elrond, wise and wary, doubted his fair seeming and denied him entry. Elsewhere, the elves welcomed him gladly, paying little heed to warnings from the north. He took the name Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, and they prospered initially from his friendship. With persuasive words, he chided the lords of Lindon. Alas, that the great are so cautious. Gil-galad is mighty, and Elrond is wise, yet they withhold their aid from my labors. Do they not wish other lands to share in the bliss of their own? Why should Middle-earth remain a desolate, dark place when the elves have the power to make it as fair as the uttermost west? You have not returned there, which tells me you love this land as I do. Is it not, then, our task to work together, to enrich it and raise all wandering elven kindreds to the same height of power and knowledge as those who dwell beyond the sea? It was in Irigen, where the Noldor ever sought to refine their craft, that Sauron's counsel found its most eager and receptive audience, yet their hearts knew no true rest, for they had turned away from the call to the west, and so they were torn. They yearned to remain in Middle-earth, the land they cherished, while still longing for the undying peace granted to those who had departed. It was this inner conflict that made them receptive to Sauron's whispers, and from his vast store of knowledge they learned much. In that age, the master smiths of Ostin-Edhil achieved works of craft beyond any of their prior marvels. They turned their minds to a great endeavor, the forging of rings of power. Yet Sauron, who had subtly guided their efforts, watched every step, for his aim was to ensnare the elves and place them under his unblinking watch. The elves crafted many rings, but in secret Sauron forged a single master ring in the fires of Mount Doom within the shadowed land of Mordor. To command all the others, into this one ring he poured a great measure of his own strength and will, for the elven rings were mighty, and to dominate them required a force of supreme potency. While he wore it, he could perceive all deeds done through the lesser rings, and even sway the very thoughts of their bearers. But the elves were not so easily trapped. The moment Sauron slipped the one ring onto his finger, their awareness was pierced. They recognized him, understood his intent to master them and all their works. In a surge of anger and dread, they stripped their rings from their fingers. Discovering his betrayal and that the elves had seen through his design, Sauron was consumed by fury. He marched against them in open war, demanding the surrender of all the rings, claiming the elven smiths could never have created them without his art and counsel. The elves fled before his wrath, yet they managed to save 3 rings, bearing them away to hidden places. These were the last and greatest works: Narya, the ring of fire, set with a ruby; Nenya, the ring of water adorned with adamant; and Vilya, the ring of air bearing a sapphire. They held the power to defy time's decay and hold back the world's weariness, which made Sauron covet them above all others. But he could not find them, for they had been entrusted to the wise, who hid them and would not use them openly so long as Sauron kept the ruling ring. These 3 remained pure, fashioned by Celebrimbor alone, without Sauron's touch. though they too were bound to the dominion of the One. From that day, war between Sauron and the elves was unceasing. Eregion was ravaged, Celebrimbor was slain, and the gates of Moria were sealed. It was in this dark hour that the refuge of Imladris, known to men as Rivendell, was established by Elrond half-elven, a sanctuary that would endure through long ages. Sauron, meanwhile, gathered the remaining rings of power into his grasp. He distributed them among the other peoples of Middle-earth, hoping to bend to his will all who craved power beyond their natural lot. 7 rings he gave to the dwarves and 9 to men who proved, as ever, the most eager to follow his lead. All the rings under his control were twisted and cursed, made treacherous by his hand in their forging, destined in the end to betray those who wielded them. The dwarves, however, proved stubborn and difficult to subdue. Resistant to the domination of others, with thoughts not easily read or turned to shadow, they used their rings solely to amass treasure. Yet the rings kindled in them a fierce wrath and a consuming greed for gold, which bred evils that later worked to Sauron's advantage. Legend tells that the ancient dwarf kings built each of their 7 hoards upon a single golden ring. Yet those treasuries were looted ages past, consumed by dragons, and of the 7 rings, some burned in dragon fire, while others were reclaimed by Sauron. Men, however, proved far simpler to entrap. Those who wielded the 9 rings grew formidable in their time, kings, sorcerers, and legendary warriors. They amassed immense glory and wealth, but these very prizes became their doom. They gained a semblance of eternal life, yet that existence grew unbearable. They could move unseen beneath the sun if they chose, and peer into realms hidden from mortal sight. But all too often they saw only the phantoms and deceptions Sauron crafted for them. One by one, depending on their inherent strength and the initial bent of their will, each succumbed to the thraldom of their own ring and to the dominion of the one ring which was Sauron's. They faded permanently from sight, save to the wearer of the ruling ring, and passed into the world of shadows. These were the Nazgul, the ring-wraiths, the most dreadful servants of the enemy. Darkness traveled with them, and their voices were the sound of death. Sauron's arrogance and hunger for power then swelled beyond all limits. He resolved to become the absolute master of all Middle-earth, to eradicate the elves, and if possible to engineer the downfall of Númenor itself. He tolerated no freedom or rivalry, declaring himself the lord of the earth. He could still wear a fair guise when it suited him, appearing wise and noble to deceive the eyes of men. But his true rule was one of force and terror, wherever it would serve. Those who felt his shadow lengthening across the world named him the Dark Lord and the Enemy. He gathered to his command all the vile creatures left from the days of Morgoth that lingered on land or under it, and the orcs obeyed him, multiplying like insects. Thus began the Black Years, which the elves remember as the Days of Flight. During this time many elves of Middle-earth escaped to Lindon, and from there sailed over the sea, never to return. Many others were slain by Sauron and his minions. Yet in Lindon Gil-galad held his power firm, and Sauron did not yet dare to cross the Ered Luin mountains or assault the havens, especially with the support of the Númenóreans aiding the elven king. Elsewhere, Sauron's reign was absolute. Those seeking freedom hid in remote woods and mountain strongholds, with fear as their constant companion. In the east and the south, nearly all men lived under his rule. They grew powerful in those dark days, constructing many stone towns and fortifications, becoming numerous, fierce in war, and armed with iron. To them, Sauron was both king and deity. They feared him immensely, for he encircled his dwelling with perpetual fire. Yet there finally came a pause in Sauron's assault on the western lands. As recorded in the Akallabeth, he was confronted by the formidable might of Númenor. The power and splendor of the Númenóreans at their zenith was so overwhelming that Sauron's servants could not stand against them. Hoping to achieve through guile what force could not, Sauron departed Middle-earth for a time and went to Númenor as a so-called hostage of King Tar-Carlion. He remained there until through his cunning he corrupted the hearts of most of that people, inciting them to wage war against the Valar, thereby orchestrating their ruin as he had long intended. But that ruin proved more catastrophic than Sauron had anticipated, for he had forgotten the terrible wrath of the Lords of the West. The world was shattered, the land was engulfed, and the seas rose over it. Sauron's physical form was destroyed, plunging into the abyss. Yet his spirit endured, rising and fleeing back upon a dark wind to Middle-earth, desperate to find a new dwelling. Upon his return, Sauron discovered that Gil-galad's influence had expanded far beyond its former bounds during his absence. The elven king's power now stretched across vast territories of the north and west, crossing the misty mountains and the great river, reaching even the edges of the vast greenwood. It was approaching the very fortresses where Sauron had once felt secure. In response, the Dark Lord retreated to his stronghold in Mordor, the Black Land, to brood and plan for war. During this same era, those Númenóreans who escaped the downfall made their desperate flight eastward, as chronicled in the Akallabeth. Foremost among them were Elendil the Tall and his sons, Isildur and Anarion. Though kin to the king and descendants of Elros, they had turned a deaf ear to Sauron's whispers and refused to wage war against the Valar. With all who remained loyal, they manned their great vessels and abandoned Númenor before its cataclysm. They were a mighty people, their ships towering and robust, yet furious tempests seized them, lifting their prows upon mountainous waves that scraped the clouds before casting them down upon the shores of Middle-earth like storm-driven birds. Elendil was washed ashore in the land of Lindon, where he found an ally in Gil-galad. From there he journeyed up the river Lune, crossing the Blue Mountains to found his kingdom. His people settled throughout Eriador along the Lune and the Brandywine, with his capital at Annúminas by the waters of Lake Evendim. Númenórean settlements also rose at Fornost, on the North Downs, in Cardolan and the hills of Rudau. They raised towers upon the Tower Hills and Weathertop. Though many barrows and ruins now mark those places, the towers of Emin Bereid still gaze eternally toward the sea. Isildur and Anarion, meanwhile, were carried far to the south. Ultimately, they guided their ships up the mighty river Anduin, which flows from Rhovanion to meet the sea in the Bay of Belfalas. There they established a realm in lands later known as Gondor, while the northern kingdom was named Arnor. Long before, in Númenor's days of glory, its mariners had established a haven and strongholds around the mouths of Anduin, defying the nearby threat of Sauron in the east. In later years, only the faithful came to this refuge. So many coastal folk of that region were kin, in whole or part, to the elf friends and Elendil's people, and they welcomed his sons with open arms. The primary city of this southern realm was Osgiliath, straddling the great river, where the Númenóreans constructed a magnificent bridge adorned with stone towers and dwellings, a marvel to behold, with tall ships docking at its quays. They built other formidable strongholds on either side. Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Rising Moon, set eastward upon a spur of the Mountains of Shadow as a warning to Mordor, and to the west, Minas Anor, the Tower of the Setting Sun, at the base of Mount Mindoluin, serving as a bulwark against the wild men of the valleys. Isildur made his home in Minas Ithil and Anarion in Minas Anor, yet they ruled their realm jointly, their thrones placed side by side in the great hall of Osgiliath. These were the principal dwellings of the Númenóreans in Gondor, but in their time of strength they raised other astonishing and sturdy works throughout the land, at the Argonath, at Aglarond, and at Erech. Within the ring of Angrenost, which men called Isengard, they fashioned the unbreakable stone spire of Orthancs. The exiles had brought many treasures and great heirlooms of power and wonder from lost Númenor. Among these, the most famed were the 7 seeing stones and the White Tree. The White Tree, which graced the courts of Minas Ithil before Isildur's house, had a lineage stretching back through the ages. It sprang from a fruit saved by Isildur from Nimloth the Fair, the very tree that once bloomed in the king's courts at Armenelos in Númenor before Sauron set it ablaze. Nimloth itself was a descendant of the tree of Tyrion, a living echo of the eldest white Telperion that Yavanna brought to life in the land of the Valar. This tree stood as a living memorial to the Eldar and the lost light of Valinor. Yet, while the tree was a singular symbol, the seeing stones were divided. Elendil took 3, and his sons, Isildur and Anarion, each took 2. Elendil placed his stones in towers upon the hills of Emin-Bered, upon Weathertop, and in the city of Anúminas. His sons installed theirs in Minas Ithil and Minas Anor at Orthanc, and in Osgiliath. These stones, called the Palantiri, possessed a remarkable power. Those who looked into them could perceive events far distant in both space and time. Typically, they showed scenes near another stone, as the crystals called to one another. But individuals of formidable will and intellect could learn to direct their vision at will. This gift allowed the Númenóreans to uncover many secrets their enemies wished to hide, and little escaped their notice during the height of their power. It is said the towers on Emin-Bered were not raised by the exiles, but were built for Elendil by his friend Gil-galad. The seeing stone there was housed in Illostirion, the tallest tower. To this place Elendil would often retreat, gazing out over the vast, dividing ocean when the ache of exile grew strong within him. Some believe that in those moments his sight, guided by the stone, could sometimes pierce the distance to glimpse even the tower of Aveyoni upon Tol Eressëa, where the Master Stone resided then and remained still. These stones were originally gifts from the Eldar to Amandil, Elendil's father, intended to comfort the faithful during Númenor's darkening days when the elves could no longer safely visit that land under Sauron's shadow. They were named the Palantiri, those that watch from afar, though all those brought to Middle-earth were eventually lost. Thus, the exiles founded their kingdoms in Arnor and Gondor. Yet it was not long before they realized their old enemy had also returned. Sauron slipped back in secret to his ancient realm of Mordor, beyond the mountains of shadow, which bordered Gondor to the east. There, above the desolate valley of Gorgoroth, he built his vast and terrible fortress, Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower. This land was dominated by a fiery mountain, the elves named Orodruin. Sauron had chosen this place long before precisely for its subterranean fires, which he harnessed for his sorceries and his forging. In the heart of Mordor he had originally crafted the One Ring. Now he brooded in the darkness, laboring until he forged for himself a new, terrifying form. His fair visage was forever lost when he was cast into the abyss during Númenor's downfall. Taking up the ring once more, he cloaked himself in immense power, and the malice of the eye of Sauron was a weight few, even among the greatest of elves and men, could bear. As Sauron marshaled his forces for war against the Eldar and the Dúnedain, the fires of the mountain were reawakened. Seeing its smoke from afar and understanding its meaning, the Númenóreans grimly renamed the peak Amon-Amarth, Mount Doom. Sauron drew to himself great strength from the east and south, and his servants included not a few from the high race of Númenor itself, for during his earlier stay in that land he had poisoned the hearts of nearly all its people toward darkness. Therefore, many of those who had earlier sailed east and built strongholds along the coasts were already twisted to his will, and in Middle-earth they continued to serve him with dark enthusiasm. Yet the authority of Gil-galad drove these rebellious lords, figures of great might and malice, to establish their strongholds in the distant southern territories. Among them, Haruma and Fuinur rose to prominence, commanding the Haradrim, a vast and fierce people dwelling in the broad lands south of Mordor, beyond the delta of the Anduin. Seizing his moment, Sauron launched a massive assault upon the fledgling realm of Gondor. He captured Minas Ithil and razed the white tree planted there by Isildur. Isildur, however, managed to escape. With his wife and sons, he fled by ship down the great river, carrying a single sapling of the tree, and set sail from the Anduin's mouth in a desperate search for his father Elendil. Back in Gondor, Isildur's brother Anarion mounted a fierce defense of Osgiliath, repelling the enemy's forces back to the mountains in a hard-won temporary victory. But Sauron was merely regrouping, and Anarion soon realized his kingdom would fall without swift aid. Perceiving the grave threat, Elendil and Gil-galad convened. They understood that Sauron would conquer all his foes individually unless they stood united. Thus they forged the historic pact known as the Last Alliance, marshalling a grand army of elves and men and marching eastward across Middle-earth. Their host, pausing at the refuge of Imladris, was said to be the most glorious and splendidly arrayed force seen in those lands since the ancient wars of the Valar, a sight of awe and dread that would never be matched in later ages. Crossing the misty mountains by numerous passes, the alliance descended the Anduin Valley until they at last confronted Sauron's vast legions upon the Dagorlad, the great plain before the gates of the Black Land. On that fateful day, all living creatures found themselves divided. Beasts and birds of every kind were present in both armies. Only the elves remained wholly united, steadfastly following Gil-galad. Few dwarves took part in the conflict, though the Longbeards of Moria, the kindred of Durin, fought valiantly against the Dark Lord. The combined might of the elves and the tall, wrathful Númenóreans carried the day. None could withstand Aeglos, the spear of Gil-galad, and the sword of Elendil, named Narsil, shone with a terrifying light that struck fear into the hearts of orcs and men alike. What followed was a grueling 7-year siege of Sauron's fortress deep within Mordor, in the ash-choked valley of Gorgoroth. The losses were terrible, with Anarion among the many slain. The conflict reached its climax when Sauron himself was forced to emerge. In a final cataclysmic struggle, he fought Gil-galad and Elendil, and though the High King and the King of Men were both slain, and Narsil shattered beneath Elendil as he fell, Sauron too was cast down. In that moment, Isildur seized the hilt shard of his father's sword and cut the one ring from Sauron's hand, claiming it. Sauron was utterly vanquished, his spirit fleeing to hide in desolate places, bereft of form for many long years. So began the Third Age, a time where hope and the memory of joy were rekindled. Isildur, before his own departure, planted the rescued sapling in the citadel of Anor as a living memorial to his brother. The white tree flowered there for long years in the courts of the kings. Though Sauron's servants were scattered and the dark tower thrown down, its foundations endured, unforgotten. And while many men renounced evil and swore allegiance to Elendil's heirs in secret, countless others still cherished Sauron's memory in their hearts, nursing a deep hatred for the kingdoms of the West. The Númenóreans placed a watch over the land of Mordor, yet no one would live there, haunted by the dread of Sauron's memory and the looming mountain of fire beside the dark tower. The plain of Gorgoroth lay buried under drifts of ash. Countless elves, Númenóreans, and their allies had fallen in the great battle and the long siege. Elendil the Tall and Gil-galad the High King were gone. Never again would such an alliance of elves and men gather in arms, for after Elendil's time, the two peoples grew apart. The One Ring vanished from the knowledge of the wise in that age, yet it endured. Isildur refused to yield it to Elrond and Círdan, who stood beside him. They urged him to cast it into the nearby fires of Orodruin, where it was made, so it might be destroyed, and Sauron's power forever broken, leaving him a mere whisper of malice in the wild. But Isildur would not listen. "This I claim as Wurgild for my father and my brother," he declared. "Did I not strike the final blow against the enemy?" The ring he held seemed to him surpassingly beautiful, and he would not consent to its ruin. So he took it and journeyed first to Minas Anor, planting the white tree there in memory of his brother Anarion. Yet he did not stay long. After advising his nephew Meneldil and entrusting to him the rule of the southern realm, Isildur bore the ring away as an heirloom for his house. He turned north from Gondor along the path his father had traveled, forsaking the South Kingdom, for he intended to claim his father's realm in Eriador, far from the shadow of the Black Land. But here the tale takes a bitter turn. a lesson in the folly of pride. Isildur, believing all his enemies vanquished, grew careless. He marched without proper guard, his mind fixed on the glittering prize he carried. In the misty mountains, a host of orcs lay in ambush. They fell upon his camp by surprise in the land between the greenwood and the great river, near the gladdened fields. There nearly all his people were slaughtered, including his 3 eldest sons, Elendur, Aratan, and Sirion. His wife and youngest son, Valandil, he had left safe in Rivendell when he went to war. Isildur himself escaped by using the ring, vanishing from sight when he wore it. Yet the orcs tracked him by scent and trail until he reached the river and plunged in. And there the ring betrayed its maker's will. It slipped from his finger as he swam and was lost in the deep waters. Suddenly visible, struggling in the current, he was seen by the orcs, who shot him with many arrows. So ended Isildur. Only 3 of his company ever returned over the mountains after long hardship. Among them was Ottar, his esquire, who had been given the shards of Elendil's sword. Thus Narsil came in time to Valandil, Isildur's heir in Rivendell, but the blade remained broken and dark, not to be remade. Master Elrond foretold it would not be forged again until the One Ring was found and Sauron returned, though the hope of elves and men was that such days might never come. Valandil made his home in Anuminis, yet his people were few. Too few Númenóreans and men of Eriador remained to fill the land, or uphold all the strongholds Elendil had built. Many had fallen on Dagorlad in Mordor and upon the gladdened fields. In the years after Erendur, the 7th king to follow Valandil, the Dúnedain of the north fractured into petty realms and lordships. Their enemies consumed them one by one. They dwindled with the passing years, until their glory faded, leaving behind only green mounds in the grass. In time, the descendants of the Dúnedain became a secretive folk, wandering the wilderness, their origins and aims a mystery to all but the wise in Rivendell, within the house of Elrond. Yet the broken sword was kept safe across generations by the heirs of Isildur, their lineage passing unbroken from father to son. Meanwhile, in the south, the kingdom of Gondor stood firm, its glory swelling for an age until it echoed the lost majesty of Númenor itself. The people raised soaring towers and mighty fortresses, with harbors filled with ships, and the winged crown of its kings commanded awe across many lands. For long years the white tree blossomed before the king's house in Minas Anor, grown from a seed Isildur bore from the sea, a lineage tracing back to Avalon and, before that, to Valinor in the world's youth. Yet, as the swift years of Middle-earth wore on, Gondor's strength faded. The royal line of Meneldil, son of Anarion, came to an end. The noble blood of the Númenóreans grew diluted, their wisdom and power waned, their lives grew shorter, and the watch upon Mordor fell into neglect. In the reign of Telemnar, the 23rd king, a deadly plague swept in on foul eastern winds, claiming the king, his children, and countless citizens. The border forts of Mordor were abandoned, and Minas Ithil was left empty. Into that void, evil crept back into the Black Land. The ashes of Gorgoroth stirred as if by a chill breath, and dark shapes gathered. These, it is said, were indeed the Ulari, whom Sauron named the Nazgûl, the 9 ring-wraiths, long hidden but now returning to pave the way for their master's resurgence. Their first open move came in the days of Ernil. They issued from Mordor by night, crossing the shadowed mountain passes to seize Minas Ithil, transforming it into a haunt of such profound dread that none dared gaze upon it. Renamed Minas Morgul, the Tower of Sorcery, it stood in perpetual conflict with Minas Anor in the west. Osgiliath, long deserted by the dwindling populace, became a ruin haunted by ghosts. But Minas Anor held fast, renamed Minas Tirith, the Tower of God, where the kings raised a tall, fair white tower in the citadel, its gaze sweeping over distant land. The city remained proud and strong. For a time the white tree still flowered before the king's house, and there the dwindling remnant of the Númenóreans guarded the river against the horrors of Minas Morgul and all enemies of the west. Orcs, monsters, and wicked men, thus shielding the lands west of the Anduin from war's ravages, Minas Tirith endured even after the days of Erna, son of Ernil, the last king. In a foolhardy act of pride, he rode alone to answer the taunt of the Morgul lord, engaging him in single combat, only to be betrayed by the Nazgul and dragged alive into that city of torment, never to be seen again. With no heir, the rule passed to the stewards of the house of Mardil the Faithful, who governed the city and its ever-shrinking realm. During this time, the Rohirrim, the horsemen of the north, arrived to settle in the green land of Rohan, once called Kalinardon and a part of Gondor, pledging their aid to the lords of the city in its wars to the north. Past the thundering falls of Rauros and the silent, towering gates of Argonath lay older guardians, still forces from a time before memory, whose presence kept the shadows at bay. The servants of darkness dared not stir in those regions, not until the hour was ripe for their master, Sauron, to rise once more. And so, from the days of King Eärnil onward, the Nazgul never again ventured across the great river, nor showed their true forms to the eyes of men from their city of dread. Throughout the long years of the Third Age, following the loss of Gil-galad, Lord Elrond made his home in the hidden refuge of Imladris. There he gathered elves and other wise folk from every corner of Middle-earth, safeguarding the memory of all that was beautiful across generations of mortal lives. His house became a sanctuary for the burdened and a wellspring of sage counsel. Within its walls, the heirs of Isildur found shelter from childhood to old age, both for their shared lineage with Elrond and for his foresight that one of their blood would play a decisive role in the age's final chapter. When the days of the Dúnedain grew dim and they became a scattered people, the broken shards of Elendil's sword were entrusted to Elrond's care. In Eriador, Imladris stood as the heart of the High Elves, yet a remnant of Gil-galad's people also dwelled by the grey havens of Lindon. They would sometimes wander the inland woods, but most made their homes near the sea, crafting and tending the graceful ships that carried those weary of the world to the distant west. Círdan the shipwright ruled the havens, a figure of great reverence among the wise. Of the three rings kept pure by the elves, little was said openly, even among the learned. Few knew where they were hidden, yet their power worked quietly, and wherever they rested, joy lingered, and the wear of time was held at bay. Before the Third Age closed, it became clear to the elves that the Ring of Sapphire was with Elrond in the fair valley of Rivendell, where the starlight shone most brilliantly. The Ring of Adamant resided in the land of Lorien with the Lady Galadriel, a queen among the woodland elves and wife to Celeborn of Doriath. She was of the Noldor lineage, remembering the light of Valinor from the days before days, and she remained the most powerful and radiant of all elves east of the sea. As for the Red Ring, its bearer was a secret kept only by Elrond, Galadriel, and Círdan until the very end. Thus, in two realms the splendor of the elves endured undiminished while that age lasted in Imladris, and in Lothlorien, the veiled land between the Celebrant and Anduin rivers, where golden flowers bloomed on the trees, and no orc or creature of shadow dared trespass. Yet a murmur of foreboding spread among the elves. If Sauron returned, he would either reclaim the lost ruling ring, or his foes would find and destroy it. Either outcome would unravel the power of the three, causing all they sustained to fade, forcing the elves into twilight, and ceding the world to the dominion of men. And so it came to pass. The one, the seven, and the nine were unmade. The three departed, and with them the Third Age closed, the tales of the Eldar in Middle-earth nearing their end. These were the fading years, the last bloom of the elves east of the sea, yielding to winter. In that time, the Noldor still walked the hitherlands, mighty and fair beyond all other beings, and their voices could yet be heard by mortal ears. In that age, the world still held much of beauty and wonder, yet also many things of evil and dread. Orcs and trolls, dragons and fell beasts roamed the lands, and in the deep woods dwelled strange ancient creatures whose names are now lost to memory. In the mountains, dwarves continued their patient labor, crafting works of stone and metal beyond any skill seen since. Yet the dominion of men was advancing, and all things were shifting until the day the Dark Lord stirred once more within Mirkwood. Long ago that vast woodland was known as Greenwood the Great, a place of wide, sun-dappled halls where bright singing birds and noble beasts made their home, and where King Thranduil held his realm beneath ancient oaks and beeches. But as years turned into centuries, a creeping darkness began to seep northward through the trees. Fear took root in the shadowy glades, fell beasts came to hunt, and cruel creatures set their traps. So the forest's name was changed to Mirkwood, for a deep and clinging gloom lay upon it, and few dared to travel there, save in the north where Thranduil's folk still kept the evil at a distance. Where this blight came from, none could say for certain, and even the wise were long in uncovering its source. It was, in truth, the shadow of Sauron and the sign of his return. Emerging from the eastern wastes, he settled in the southern reaches of the forest. There, upon a dark hill, he rebuilt his strength and practiced his sorcery, until all folk feared the sorcerer of Dol Guldur, though at first they did not grasp the full measure of their peril. It's almost laughable, in hindsight, how a terror that would nearly consume the world began so quietly, with just a deepening of the shadows under familiar trees. People went about their lives, dismissing the gloom as a spell of bad weather or the work of lesser spirits, all while the greatest enemy of the free peoples was knitting himself back together in their very backyard. Around the same time these shadows were first felt in Mirkwood. There appeared in the west of Middle-earth the Istari, whom men called the Wizards. None then knew their origin, save for Círdan the shipwright, who revealed only to Elrond and Galadriel that they had come across the sea. Later, it was said among the elves that they were messengers sent by the lords of the West to challenge Sauron's power, should he rise again, and to rally all creatures of good will to courageous acts. They took the form of men, old yet vigorous, and they aged but slowly, bearing great wisdom and many powers of mind and hand. They journeyed far among elves and men, and even spoke with beasts and birds. To the peoples of Middle-earth, they were known by many names, for their true ones they kept secret. Chief among them were those the elves called Mithrandir and Curunir, whom men in the north named Gandalf and Saruman. Curunir was the eldest and arrived first. After him came Mithrandir and Radagast, and others of their order who travelled into the distant east and play no part in this history. Radagast was a friend to all beasts and birds. Curunir, however, moved most often among men, proving subtle in speech and marvellously skilled in the crafts of the forge. Mithrandir was closest in council with Elrond and the elven lord. He was a wanderer in the northern and western lands, never making a lasting home, while Curunir travelled east and later dwelt in Orthanc, within the ring of Isengard, a fortress built by the Númenóreans in their prime. Ever watchful, it was Mithrandir who most suspected the darkness in Mirkwood. While many believed it the work of ringwraiths, he feared it was the first stirring of Sauron himself. He ventured to Dol Guldur, and the sorcerer fled before him, bringing a watchful peace for a time. But the shadow eventually returned, growing stronger, and it was during this period that the Council of the Wise, the White Council, was first convened. Among its members were Elrond, Galadriel, and Círdan, along with other lords of the Eldar, joined by Mithrandir and Curunir, known also as Saruman the White, was appointed to lead the White Council, for he possessed the deepest knowledge of Sauron's ancient machination. Galadriel had wished for Mithrandir to take this role, a slight Saruman quietly resented as his pride and hunger for control swelled. Mithrandir, however, refused any formal office, bound only to those who sent him and unwilling to be anchored to any place or command. Thus, Saruman turned his focus to the lore of the Rings of Power, delving into their creation and their long history. As the shadow deepened, a grim weight settled upon Elrond and Mithrandir. Compelled by this dread, Mithrandir ventured once more into the peril of Dol Guldur, the sorcerer's stronghold, and there confirmed his darkest suspicion before making a narrow escape. Returning to Elrond, he shared the grave news. "Our fears were justified," Mithrandir said. "This is no mere ringwraith, as some long believed. It is Sauron himself, taking form once more and growing swiftly in strength. He seeks to gather all the rings to himself, and searches endlessly for word of the One Ring and the heirs of Isildur, should they still walk this earth." Elrond's reply was heavy with foresight. The doom was sealed in the hour Isildur claimed the ring and refused to relinquish it. Sauron's return was woven into that very act. "Yet the one remains lost," countered Mithrandir. "While it lies hidden, we may still master the enemy if we muster our strength and do not delay." The White Council was convened, and Mithrandir pressed for immediate action. Saruman, however, argued against him, advising patience and watchfulness. "I do not believe," Saruman declared, "that the One Ring will ever be found in Middle-earth. It fell into the great river Anduin and was surely swept out to sea ages ago. There it will rest until the world's ending, when the very seas are undone." And so the council took no action, though Elrond felt a deep foreboding. He confided in Mithrandir, "Yet I sense the ring will be found again, and with it war will return, ending this age. It may end in a second darkness, unless some unforeseen grace saves us, a chance my eyes cannot yet see." "The world is full of strange chances," Mithrandir replied, "and aid shall often come from the hands of the humble when the wise hesitate." The wise were troubled, yet none yet discerned the corruption in Saruman's heart. He had become a traitor in thought, secretly craving the great ring for himself, dreaming of wielding it to bend the world to his will. In his long study of Sauron's methods to defeat him, Saruman had come to envy the Dark Lord as a rival, rather than purely abhor his works. He reasoned that the ring would seek its master as Sauron regained power, but if Sauron were cast out once more, it would again lie hidden. Willing to gamble with this peril, he aimed to outmaneuver both his allies and the enemy whenever the ring should surface. He posted watchers over the Gladden fields, but soon learned that the servants of Dol Guldur were scouring every mile of the river in that land. This discovery chilled him, for it meant Sauron, too, had learned the details of Isildur's fate. In sudden fear, Saruman withdrew to Isengard, fortifying it as his stronghold, all while plunging ever deeper into the secrets of ring lore and their forging. He shared none of this with the council, still hoping to be the first to hear any whisper of the ring. He assembled a vast network of spies, many of them birds, aided by the unsuspecting Radagast, who believed this was merely part of the watch upon the enemy. All the while, the shadow within Mirkwood thickened, and to Dol Guldur crept vile things from every dark corner of the world, united again under a single will, their malice fixed upon the elves and the descendants of Númenor. At last the White Council was summoned once more, and the lore of the rings was debated at length. Mithrandir addressed them, his voice grave. "We cannot wait for the ring to be found," he declared. "So long as it endures in this world, its power persists, and Sauron's strength grows. The might of the elves and their allies has waned. Soon he will overpower you, even without his ruling ring, for he commands the 9 and has reclaimed 3 of the 7. We must act now." Curunir, who secretly wished Sauron to be driven from Dol Guldur, so his own searches there might go uninterrupted, finally gave his assent. For the final time, he lent his power to the council. They marshalled their strength and assailed the dark fortress, cleansing Mirkwood of its shadow for a fleeting season. Yet their blow fell too late. The Dark Lord had anticipated this move, his plans long laid. His 9 servants had already gone forth to prepare his return. His retreat was a mere ruse. Swiftly he returned to Mordor, and before the wise could hinder him, he re-entered his ancient realm and raised once more the dark towers of Barad-dûr. That same year, the White Council met for the last time. Curunir withdrew to Isengard, taking counsel with none but himself. Orcs gathered in multitudes, and in the distant east and south, wild tribes took up arms. Amidst this gathering fear and the rumors of war, Elrond's foreboding was proven true. The One Ring was found again by a chance more strange than even Mithrandir had imagined, and it was hidden from both Curunir and Sauron. It had been taken from the river Anduin ages before, discovered by a simple fisher-folk dweller before the line of kings failed in Gondor. Its finder bore it beyond all search into a dark hiding place under the mountains. There it remained until, in the very year of the assault on Dol Guldur, it was discovered anew. A wayfarer, fleeing from orc pursuers into the deep places of the earth, chanced upon it, and carried it to a far distant country, to the land of the Perianath, the Little People, the halflings of the western reaches of Eriador. Until that day they had been held in small regard by elves and men, and neither Sauron nor any of the wise save Mithrandir had ever given them thought in their councils. Now, isn't it just typical? The fate of all Middle-earth comes to rest not with grand kings or mighty wizards, but with the folks everyone else considered an afterthought. Through fortune and his own vigilance, Mithrandir learned of the ring's location before Sauron had word of it, yet he was filled with dread and uncertainty. The evil power of this thing was too great for any of the wise to wield without risking becoming a dark tyrant themselves. It could not be hidden from Sauron forever, nor unmade by elven craft. Therefore, with the aid of the Dunedain of the north, Mithrandir set a watch upon the Shire and waited. But Sauron had many spies, and soon a rumor of the One Ring, which he desired above all else, reached him. He sent forth the Nazgul to seize it. Thus war was kindled, and in the struggle against Sauron, the Third Age ended as it had begun. Yet the tale of the War of the Ring, with its deeds of valor and wonder, its unforeseen victory and long-foreseen sorrow, is told elsewhere. Here it is recorded that in those days the heir of Isildur arose in the north. He took the shards of Elendil's sword, and in Rivendell they were reforged. He went then to war as a great captain of men. He was Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the 39th heir in the true line from Isildur, and in him the likeness of Elendil was renewed as in no other before him. War raged across Rohan, where the traitor Saruman was cast down and his fortress of Isengard laid waste. Before the great walls of Minas Tirith, a mighty battle was joined, and there the Witch King Sauron's foremost captain was utterly destroyed. The heir of Isildur then led the armies of the free peoples to the very threshold of evil, the black gates of Mordor. In that final desperate stand were Gandalf the Grey, the sons of Elrond, the king of Rohan, the stewards of Gondor, and Aragorn himself with the rangers of the north. They faced what seemed certain doom, their courage seeming a futile gesture against the overwhelming might of the Dark Lord. Yet in that darkest hour, the truth of Gandalf's earlier words was proven. Salvation came not from strength of arms, but from the most unexpected of quarters. For as the tales now sing, it was the hobbits, the little folk of the green hills and quiet meadows, who turned the tide. It is told that Frodo Baggins, at Gandalf's urging, undertook a terrible quest. With only his loyal companion Samwise beside him, he journeyed through countless dangers and deep shadows, and in a final act of defiance against Sauron, he reached the fiery heart of Mount Doom. There, into the chasm where it was forged, he cast the One Ring. Thus its power was undone, its malice consumed in flame. With its destruction, Sauron was broken, his spirit scattering like a foul mist upon the wind. The dark towers of Barad-dûr collapsed into rubble, and the very earth shook with their fall. Then peace returned, and a new spring dawned upon the world. The heir of Isildur was crowned King Elessar, ruling over the reunited kingdoms of Gondor and Arnor. The glory of the Dunedain was restored. In the courtyards of the White City, the white tree bloomed once more, for a sapling had been discovered by Gandalf upon the icy slopes of Mount Mindoluin. Its presence was a living memory, ensuring the elder days were not forgotten by the new age of men. All these wonders were accomplished largely through the wisdom and watchfulness of Gandalf, who in the final days was revealed in majesty, riding to war clad in white. Only when his time in Middle-earth was ending was it known that he had long borne Narya, the Ring of Fire. It was first given to Círdan the shipwright, but he passed it to Gandalf, foreseeing the wizard's long road and his final destination. "Take this ring," Círdan said. "Your labors will be wearying, but this will aid you and ward off despair, for this is the Ring of Fire, and with it, perhaps, you may kindle anew the courage of old in a world growing cold. My own heart belongs to the sea. I will remain upon these grey shores, guarding the havens until the last ship sails. There I shall await you." That final ship was white, and its making was long, and long it waited for the day Círdan foretold. When the king's rule was established and the age of men had truly begun, the power of the three elven rings faded. The world grew old and dim in the sight of the elves. One by one the last of the Eldar departed Middle-earth forever. Last of the keepers of the three rings to ride to the sea was Master Elrond. He boarded the ship Círdan had prepared, and in an autumn twilight it sailed from the grey havens. It left behind the curved seas of mortal lands, rising beyond the world's mists on winds of the straight path until it passed into the uttermost west. And the time of the elves in Middle-earth was ended in this volume. The spelling of certain names follows the conventions established for elvish languages, such as Tulkas and Kemontari. The character combination CH consistently represents the guttural sound found in the Scottish word loch or the German book, never the softer sound in the English church, as seen in names like Carcharoth and Erchemion. The digraph DH signifies the voiced thech, as heard in the English word then, distinct from the unvoiced sound in thin, used in names such as Maedhros, Aridhel, and Howden Arwen. The letter G always carries the hard sound, as in get, meaning region and eregion are not said like the English word region, and the initial syllable of Ginglith rhymes with begin, not gin. Doubled consonants are pronounced with extended length. For instance, the double N in Yavanna is elongated, akin to the sound in unnamed or penknife, rather than the shorter in unnamed or penny. Regarding vowels, the combination AI is pronounced like the English I, so the second syllable of Edan sounds like dine, not dane. The diphthong AU has the value of ow in town, making the first part of all rhyme with ol, and the initial syllable of Sauron, similar to sour, not sore, ei, as in Teglin, carries the sound of the ei in grey. The pairing ie should not be spoken as in the English piece. Instead, both the I and E are distinctly vocalized and blended, resulting in Nienna, not Nina ui, found in Einen, is pronounced like the ue in ruin. The combinations AE, as in Egnor and Ninoeth, and OE, as in Noagith and Loeg, are technically two separate vowel sounds, though IE can be said like II and OA may be spoken as in the English word toy. The sequences EA and EO are not diphthongs, but form two distinct syllables, often indicated with diacritics as EA and EO, or with initial capitals as EA and O, as in Earendil and Ernwe. The accented U in names like Hurin, Turin, and Tuna is pronounced U, yielding Torin, not Turin. The letter combinations ER, IR, and UR, when preceding a consonant, as in Nerdanel, Círdan, and Gurthang, or concluding a word, as in Ainur, should be articulated like the English air, ear, and or, respectively, not like fern, fur, or fur. The vowel E at the end of words is always a clear, distinct sound, marked with a diaeresis as E when necessary, and is also consistently pronounced in the middle of words such as Celeborn and Menegro. In Sindarin, a circumflex accent over a stressed monosyllable indicates an especially long vowel, as heard in Hin Hurin, while in Adunaic and Huzdul names, the circumflex simply denotes vowel length. The index of names included here is extensive, providing page references alongside concise descriptions for each entry. These summaries are not exhaustive accounts, but rather brief identifiers, kept deliberately succinct for the narrative's central figures to manage the index's bulk. A key method of condensation involves merging entries where an elvish name and its English translation are used interchangeably. For example, the entry for Menegroth also encompasses references to the Thousand Caves. Consequently, page listings under a heading like Icoriath include citations for its translation, Encircling Mountains. English renderings are given their own headings with cross-references to the main entry only when they appear independently in the text. Translations are indicated with quotation marks. Many appear in the main narrative, such as Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, while numerous others have been added for clarity. Untranslated names may have additional details in the appendix. For the many English titles and formal phrases whose elvish equivalents are not provided, such as the Elder King and the Two Kindreds, inclusion has been selective, though the majority are catalogued. This glossary aims to be comprehensive, though in a very few instances where a term appears with extreme frequency, such as Beleriand or Valor, the notation passim is used, supplemented by citations to particularly significant passages. For certain Noldoran princes, numerous entries that pertain only to their descendants or houses have been omitted. References to the Lord of the Rings are provided by volume, book, and chapter. Adanadel, meaning elf man, was the name bestowed upon Turin during his time in Nargothrond. Adunacor, translating to Lord of the West, was the title claimed by the 20th ruler of Númenor, the first to adopt a royal name in the Adunaic tongue. His Quenya name was Herunuman. Adurant, the sixth and southernmost tributary, feeding the river Gelion in Ossiriand, derives its name double-stream from its fork around the island of Tol Galen. Aeglos, or Snow Point, refers to the famed spear wielded by Gil-galad. Aegnor, the fourth son of Finarfin, whose name signifies fell fire, defended the northern slopes of Dorthonion alongside his brother Angrod until his fall in the Dagor Bragollach. The Aelin Uil, or Meres of Twilight, marked the confluence where the river Aros met Sirion. Erendir, sea wanderer, was one of the 3 mariners who sailed with Eärendil on his fateful voyages. Erin, a kinswoman of Húrin in Dor Lomin, was forcibly taken as a wife by the Easterling Brodda. She later provided crucial aid to Morwen following the tragedy of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. The term Aftercomers is a translation of Hildur, denoting the younger children of Ilúvatar, mankind. Agawain, meaning blood-stained, was the grim name Turin gave himself upon arriving at Nargothrond. Agalarond, the glittering cavern, is located within Helm's Deep in the Ered Nimraes. Aglon, the narrow pass, was the strategic gap between Dorthonion and the highlands west of Himring. The Anulindale, known as the music of the Ainur, or simply the Great Music, is also the title of the creation narrative attributed to Rumil of Tirion from the Elder Days. The Ainur, the Holy Ones, were the first beings shaped by Ilúvatar, an order encompassing both the Valar and the Maiar, brought into existence before the world. Akalabeth, an Adunaic word for the downfallen, equivalent to the Quenya Atalante, also titles the chronicle of Númenor's destruction. Alcarinque, the Glorious, is the name of a star. Alcarondas was the mighty vessel in which Ar-Pharazôn sailed to Aman. Alderon, Lord of Trees, is a Quenya name for the Valar Orome. The Aldudeni was the lament for the 2 trees, composed by a Vanyarian elf named Elimire. Almaran was the Valar's first dwelling in Arda, an island in a vast lake at the heart of Middle-earth, abandoned after Melkor's second assault. Alcolonde, the haven of the swans, served as the primary city and harbour for the Teleri on the coasts of Aman. Aman, meaning blessed or free from evil, is the western land beyond the Great Sea where the Valar established their realm after leaving Almaran. It is often called the Blessed Realm. Amandil, lover of Ammon, was the last lord of Andúnië in Númenor a descendant of Elros and father of Elendil, who embarked on a voyage to Valinor, from which he never returned. Amaria was a Vanurin elf, beloved of Finrod Felagund, who chose to remain in Valinor, a decision that cast a long shadow of longing over Finrod's heart in Middle-earth. Amlach, son of Imlach and grandson of Murach, initially fomented discord among the men of Estelad, but, upon a crisis of conscience, repented and entered the service of Maedhros. Amon Amarth, Mount Doom, became the name for Orodruin after its fires were rekindled upon Sauron's return from Númenor. Amon Ereb, the lonely hill, stood between Ramdol and the river Gelion in East Beleriand. Amon Ether, the hill of spies, was raised by Finrod Felagund east of the hidden doors of Nargothrond. Amon Gwereth was the hill at the center of the plain of Tumladen, upon which the city of Gondolin was constructed. Amon Obel, a hill within the forest of Brethil, was the site of Ethel Brandir. Amon Root, the bald hill, was a solitary height in the lands south of Brethil that served as the abode of Mime and later as the lair for Turin's outlaw band. Amon Sul, known as the Hill of the Wind, stood within the kingdom of Arnor, later famed as Weathertop. Amon Uilos is the Sindarin title for Oiolose. Amrus, twin to Amrod, was the youngest son of Feanor. Both brothers fell during the assault on Erendil's folk at the mouths of Sirion. The pass called Anak descended from the shadowed woods of Taur Nufuin at the western edge of the arid Gorgoroth Mountains. In the Adunaic tongue of its people, Númenor was named Anadune, meaning westerness. The sun in Quenya is Anar. Elendil's younger son, Anarion, escaped the downfall of Númenor with his father and brother Isildur, helping to establish the exiled Númenorian kingdoms in Middle-earth. As Lord of Minas Anor, he was slain during the siege of Barad-dûr. Among the stars, one constellation was known as Anarima. The mightiest of Morgoth's winged dragons, Ancalagon, was ultimately destroyed by Erendil. Númenor was also called Andor, the land of gift. The Andrum, or Long Wall, was the name for the great dividing escarpment running across the land of Beleriand. Within the hills of Mithrim lay the caves of Androth, where Tuor was raised by the grey elves, flowing east of the misty mountains. The Anduin was called the Long River, also referred to simply as the Great River. On Númenor's western coast stood the city and haven of Andúnir. The wolf Carcharoth bore the name Anfauglir, translated as the Jaws of Thirst. After its ruin in the Battle of Sudden Flame, the plain once called Ardgalen became known as Anfaglith, the gasping dust. The chain forged by Auli to bind Melkor was named Angenor. Morgoth's immense northern fortress, Angband, was the iron prison, a hell of iron that was besieged for long years. In the encircling mountains around Gondolin lay the mine of Angabar, the iron delvings. The sword Anglashel, forged from a fallen star, was given by Thingol to Beleg. When reforged for Turin, it was renamed Gurthang. The Númenorian stronghold on Gondor's western border, Angranost, or the Iron Fortress, was later occupied by the wizard Saruman and known as Isengard. Angrim was the father of the tragic Gorlim. Telchar of Nogrod crafted the knife Angrist, the iron cleaver, which Beren took from Curufin and used to cut a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown. Angrod, third son of Finarfin, defended the northern slopes of Doriath with his brother Aegnor and perished in the Dagor Bragollach. Eol possessed a sword named Anguirol, made of the same rare metal as Anglachel. The grey elf Anael of Mithrim fostered Tuor as his own. During the Second Age, Sauron presented himself in fair guise among the remaining Eldar, calling himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts. The gate of the Noldor, Anon in Gilead, was the entrance to a hidden underground watercourse in western Dor Lomin, leading to Cirith Niniach. By Lake Ninuyel stood Anuminas, the Tower of the West, the city of the kings of Arnor. Men were called the Apanonar, the Afterborn, by the elves. The Sindarin name for Malach, son of Marach, was Aradan. Aragorn, the 39th heir of Isildur, became king of the reunited realms of Arnor and Gondor after the War of the Ring, and wed Arwen, daughter of Elrond. The bleak coastal waste between the Pelori Mountains and the sea in Aman, stretching north to the Helcaraxi, was called Araman. Dior, heir of Thingol, was also named Aranel. Thingol's sword was Aranruth, the king's ire, which survived the fall of Doriath and was kept by the kings of Númenor. The elf Aranwe of Gondolin was father to Voronwe. Isildur's second son, Aratan, died with him at the Gladden Fields. The 8 most powerful Valar were known as the Aratar, the Exalted. Arathorn was the father of Aragorn. Arda, the realm, is the name for the earth as the kingdom of Manwë. North of Doriath lay the great green plain of Ard Galen, which after its devastation was renamed Anfoglith. Its name means the green region. Aridhel, known as the White Lady of the Noldor and of Gondolin, was the sister of King Turgon. Her fate took a dark turn when she became lost in the shadowy woods of Nan Elmoth and was ensnared by the dark elf Eol, to whom she bore a son, Maglin. She is also remembered by the name Arfaniel. Argimilzor ruled as the 23rd king of Númenor and was infamous for his harsh persecution of the faithful, the Elendili. His father was Ar-Sacalthor. The 25th and final king was Ar-Pharazôn, called the Golden. In a staggering act of pride, he commanded a vast armada to assault the Undying Lands, after first capturing and then being corrupted by the Dark Lord Sauron. His Quenya name was Tarkalion. His queen, Ar-Zimrafel, is also known as Miriel. In the geography of Middle-earth, the Argonath, or Kingstones, were the monumental pillars carved in the likenesses of Isildur and Anarion that stood guard on the river Anduin, marking the northern border of Gondor. The northern kingdom itself, founded by Elendil, was named Arnor, the land of the king. To the west lay the coastal region of Arvenian, celebrated in song as the place where Eärendil the mariner once tarried. Among the divine beings, Aryan was the Maya spirit, chosen to guide the sun. The Vala Oli, the great smith and spouse of Yavanna, was also called Astaldo, the valiant. His most secret work was the creation of the dwarves. The haven of Avallone on Tol Eressëa was the elvish city closest to Valinor. The term Atani, meaning the second people, generally referred to men. In Beleriand, it became specifically associated with the noble Edain, the 3 houses of elf friends, and they were also called the Atanatari, the fathers of men. Those elves who refused the initial westward journey from Cuiviénen were named the Avari, the unwilling. Other notable locations include the sunken land of Atalante, a name synonymous with the downfallen, the royal city of Armenellos in Númenor, and the forsaken coastal strip of Avathar in Aman, where Melkor first conspired with the monstrous Ungoliant. In Beleriand, the river Aros flowed through Doriath, crossed at the Arosiak fords. The swift river Ascar, later renamed Rathloriel, was a tributary of the Gelion in Osirian. Significant figures from legend include Azaghal, the lord of Belegost, who wounded the dragon Glaurung in battle before being slain, Barahir, father of Beren, who saved Finrod Felagund and received his ring as a pledge, and his nephew Baragund, father of Morwen. Baran was the eldest son of Beor the Old, who was originally named Balan. The great bay of Balar, with its sheltering island, became a refuge for Círdan and Gil-galad after a great defeat. The forces of darkness were represented by the fiery Balrogs, demons of might, and Sauron's fortress, the dreaded Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower in Mordor. The Noldor built strongholds like Barad-Eithel, the Tower of the Well at the source of the Sirion, and Finrod constructed Barad-Nimrus, the White Horn Tower on the coast. One of the 12 loyal companions of Barahir on Dorthonion was a man named Arthad. The Baranduin, known as the Brandywine River in the Shire, is a major waterway of Eriador, its brown waters emptying into the sea just south of the Blue Mountains. In a contrasting tale of stone rather than water, the dwarf Mime named his home on Amon Rud bar undone with the House of Ransom when he surrendered it to Turin. The history of Beleriand is marked by its great conflicts. Following the first battle came the Battle under Stars, or Dagor Nuin Gileath, then the glorious Battle of Dagor Aglareb, the sudden and terrible Dagor Bragolek, and the tragic Nirnath Arnoediad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, culminating in the cataclysmic Great Battle. Morgoth earned the title Bauglir the Constrainer, while his foe Beleg, called Cuthalion or Strongbow, was a mighty archer and captain of Doriath's March Warden. A loyal friend to Turin, their bond ended in tragedy when Turin slew him. To the west lay Belager, the vast great sea separating Middle-earth from Aman, often simply called the Western Sea. In the Blue Mountains stood the dwarven stronghold of Belegost, the great fortress, known in Dwarvish as Gabilgathol. Its story is one of enduring stone, much like that of Belegund, nephew to Barahir and father to Rian, who was Hor's wife. The land of Beleriand, whose name recalls the country near the Isle of Balar, once encompassed all the northwestern shores south of the firth of Drengist, stretching inland to the feet of the Blue Mountains and split by the river Sirion into east and west. This entire realm was shattered and drowned at the end of the First Age, leaving only Osiriand, later called Linden, above the wave. Far to the south in later ages was the region of Belfalis, on the coast of Gondor, which gives its name to the great bay it borders. In Gondolin, Turgon crafted Belthil, an image of divine radiance modelled on Telperion. The famed bow Belthronding, wielded by Beleg, was laid to rest with its master. The first house of men to cross into Beleriand was led by Beor the old vassal to Finrod Felagund. From him sprang the house of Beor, the eldest house of the Edain. His descendant, Bereg, however, grew discontent in Estolad and led a faction back over the mountains into Eriador. Then there is the legendary Beren, son of Barahir, who performed the impossible quest to cut a Silmaril from Morgoth's iron crown as a bride price for Luthien, daughter of Thingol. Though slain by the wolf Carcharoth, he alone of mortal men returned from the dead to dwell with Luthien on Tol Galen and later fought the Dwarves at Sarn Athrad. His legacy made him the great-grandfather of Elrond and Elros, and an ancestor of the kings of Numenor, also known by the epithets Camlost, Ecamion, and One Hand. The dark land of Mordor is also called the Black Land, and the title Black Sword refers to Mormegil. The peaceful era in Valinor is known as the Blessed Realm, or Aman. The mountain range Ered Luin, or the Blue Mountains, forms a great spine in the west. Among the Easterlings, the chieftain Bor and his three sons Borlach, Borlad, and Borchand remained loyal to Maedhros and Maglor, and all fell in the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. In the line of Beor, Boromir was the first lord of Ledros, grandson of Beor and grandfather of Barahir. His father was named Boron. The forest of Brethil, home to the people of Haleth, lies between the rivers Tegelin and Sirion. Its ruler was Brandir the Lame, who succeeded his father Handir. His love for Ninor and his death came at the hands of Turin. Bregalas, father of Baragund and Belegund, fell in the Dagor Bragolak, and his father was Bregor. The old stone crossing of the Esgalduin is the Iant Iaur, and in Osiriand, the river Thrul, the glittering torrent, is the fourth of the streams that feed the great river Gelion Brithiach, was the ford across the river Sirion, situated north of the forest of Brethil. Brithembar served as the northernmost of the havens of the Fullas, along the coast of Beleriand, where the river Brithen met the Great Sea. Among the Easterlings who came to Hithlum after the Nirnaeth Arnoediad was Brodda, who forcibly married Erin, a kinswoman of Húrin, and was later killed by Turin. The deep gorge in the river Teiglin, known as Cabed en Arus, was the site where Turin finally slew the dragon Glaurung. It was there that Nienor, upon learning the dreadful truth of her lineage, leapt to her death from the cliffs, leading the place to be renamed Cabed Naeramarth. The leap of dreadful doom in the mountains of the Pelori, the Calasiria, or Cleft of Light, was carved, and within it rose the green hill of Tuna. The elves who beheld the light of the two trees in Aman were known as the Kalakendi, the elves of the light, often called the high elves, in contrast to the Moriquendi, or dark elves, who never made that journey. The green province, Kalanadon, was the name for the lands that would later become Rohan, originally the northern territory of Gondor. After failing in his quest, Beren returned to King Thingol without the Silmaril, and took the name Camlost, meaning empty-handed. In Gondolin, the precipice of Caragdur on the north side of Amon Gwareth, was where Eol was cast down to his death. Caranthir, the fourth son of Feanor, known as the Dark for his harsh and quick-tempered nature, ruled in Thargelion and was slain during the assault on Doriath. The great wolf of Angband, Carcharoth, also called Anfauglir, or the Red Moor, bit off Beren's hand which held the Silmaril and was later slain by Wan in Doriath. In the south of Eriador lay the region of Cardolan, a part of the ancient kingdom of Arnor. The red star Carnil shone in the sky. The name Celeborn referred both to the silver tree of tall Erisea, a scion of Galathilion, and to the elf of Doriath, kinsman of Thingol, who wed Galadriel and remained with her in Middle-earth after the First Age. The celebrant, or silver lode, was the river flowing from Mirormir through Lothlorien to meet the Anduin. Celebrimbor, the son of Curufin, was the greatest smith of Erigin in the Second Age and the maker of the three rings of the elves. He was slain by Sauron. The name Celebrindel, meaning Silverfoot, was given to Idril. In Brethil, the stream Celebros, or silver foam, cascaded down to join the Teiglin near the crossings. Celegorm the Fair, the third son of Feanor, once ruled Himlad with his brother Curufin. He later dwelt in Nargothrond, where he imprisoned Luthien and was the master of the great wolfhound Huan. He met his end at the hands of Dior in Menegroth. The river Selen flowed southwest from the hill of Himring into the Aros, its name meaning stream flowing down from heights. The children of Ilúvatar, also called the children of Eru, encompassed both the firstborn elves and the followers, men. Círdan, the shipwright, a Teleran elf, was the lord of the Falat. After the destruction of the havens, he escaped with Gil-galad to the Isle of Belar, and in later ages became the keeper of the Grey Havens. It was to him that Mithrandir entrusted Narya, the Ring of Fire, Cirith Niniash, the Rainbow Cleft, also known as Anon in Jalid, was the passage by which Tuor reached the Western Sea. High in the mountains north of Gondolin lay Cirith Thoronath, the Eagle's Cleft, where Glorfindel fought a Balrog and fell into the abyss. The Kurth were the runic writing system, first devised by Daron of Doriath, Sirion, was the third son of Isildur, slain with his father at the Gladden Fields. In Valinor, Corollare, also called Ezelohar, was the green mound upon which the two trees stood. The mountain peaks south of Gondolin, known as the Chrysagrim, housed the eyries of Thorondor, Lord of Eagle. The crossings of Teiglin in the southwest of the forest of Brethil was where the old road from the pass of Sirion crossed the river. Finally, Cuiviénen, the Water of Awakening, was the lake in Middle-earth where the first elves awoke and were discovered by Oromie, a serene beginning to a long and often tragic history. Culurian was a name given to Laurelin, the golden tree. Curufin, known as the Crafty, was the fifth son of Feanor and the father of Celebrimbor. His history is closely tied to that of his brother Celegorm. The name Curufinwë is another title for Feanor himself. Curunir, meaning the one of cunning devices, is the elvish name for Saruman, one of the order of wizards known as the Istari. Cutalion, translated as Strongbow, refers to the great elf Beleg. Daron served as the minstrel and chief lawmaster for King Thingol. He is credited with devising the Kurth, or runes, and his unrequited love for Lúthien led him to betray her trust on two painful occasions. Dagnir was one of the 12 loyal companions of Barahir who held out in Dorthonion. The title Dagnir Glorunga, meaning Glorung's Bane, was bestowed upon Turin for his deed. The Dagor Aglareb, or the Glorious Battle, was the third major conflict in the wars of Beleriand. It was followed by the Dagor Bragolok, the Battle of Sudden Flame, a catastrophic event often called simply the Bragolok. The Dagorlad, or Battle Plain, was the site of the immense clash north of Mordor between Sauron and the Last Alliance at the close of the Second Age. Earlier, the Dagor Nuin-Gileath, the Battle Under Stars, was fought in Mithrim after Feanor's arrival in Middle-earth. Dairuin also stood among Barahir's 12 companions in Dorthonion. The term Dark Elves, or Moriquendi, originally described all elves who never beheld the light of Aman. Its usage, however, shifted with time and context. When Caranthir scornfully labelled Thingol a dark elf, it was a deep insult, given that Thingol had indeed been to Aman. During the exile of the Noldor, the term was often applied to the elves of Middle-earth, who were neither Noldor nor Sindar, essentially equating to the Avari. The title was also given to the Sindarin elf Eol, whom Turgon considered one of the Moriquendi. The Dark Lord was a title used for both Morgoth and his servant, Sauron. The days of flight refer to a troubled period of exile and retreat. The Deathless Lands are also known as the Undying Lands. Delduath, meaning horror of night's shadow, became one of the later names for the darkened forest of Dorthonion. Denethor, son of Lenwi, led a group of Nandarin elves over the Blue Mountains into Osiriand, only to be slain on Amon Ereb during the first battle of Beleriand. Dimbar is the land lying between the rivers Sirion and Mindeb. Dimrost, meaning the rainy stair, was the name for the falls of Celebros in the forest of Brethil. It was later called Nen Girith Dior, known as Aranel and Eluchiel, Thingol's heir, was the son of Beren and Lúthien and father of Elwing. After his parents' passing, he came to Doriath from Osiriand, received the Silmaril, and was later slain in Menegroth by the vengeful sons of Feanor, a grim irony, considering his own peaceful nature. The Dispossessed refers to the exiled house of Feanor. Dol Guldur, the Hill of Sorcery, was Sauron's stronghold in southern Mirkwood during the Third Age. The great mountain Dolmed Wethead stood in the Ered Luin near the dwarf cities. Dor Caranthir, the land of Caranthir, is also called Thargelion. Dor Cuathol, land of bow and helm, was the realm defended by Beleg and Turin from Amon-Rût. Dor Daediloth, the land of the shadow of horror, was Morgoth's blighted northern domain. Dor Dinan, the silent land, was an empty tract between the upper waters of the Esgalduin and Aros rivers. Dor Firn Iguinar, the land of the dead that live, was the region in Osiriand where Beren and Lúthien dwelt after their miraculous return. Doriath, the land of the fence, or hidden kingdom, was protected by the girdle of Melian and ruled by Thingol and Melian from Menegroth. Dorlus was a man of the Haladin in Bretil, who accompanied Turin and Hunthor to confront Glaurung, but his courage failed him, and he withdrew in fear. He was later slain by Brandir. His wife remains unnamed in the tales. Dor-Lomin was a region in southern Hithlum, granted as a fief to the House of Hador, and later the home of Húrin and Morwen, who was known as the Lady of Dor-Lomin, Dornu Foglith, known as the land under choking ash, is synonymous with Anfoglith. Dorthonion, the land of Peeners, refers to the vast forested highlands marking Beleriand's northern frontier, later renamed Tar-nu Fuin. This region is echoed in Treebeard's verse from The Two Towers. To the pine trees upon the highlands of Dorthonion I climbed in the winter. The dragon helm of Dor-Lumin, an heirloom of the House of Hador, also called the Helm of Hador, was famously borne by Turin. Dragons, the great worms of Morgoth, were among his most terrible servants. Drogluin was the mighty werewolf slain by Huan at Tolin Gauhut. Beren later used its shape to infiltrate Angband. Drengist is the long firth cutting through the Ered Lomin, the mountain wall west of Hithlum. The dry river once flowed from a primordial lake beneath the encircling mountains, a basin that later held Tumladen, the hidden plain of Gondolin. Duilwen names the fifth tributary, feeding the river Gelion in Osiriand. The Dunedain, or Edain of the West, are the Númenóreans. Dungortheb is detailed under Nan Dungortheb. Durin was the lord of the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, known also as Moria. The dwarf road descended from the cities of Nogrod and Beligost into Beleriand, crossing Gelion at San Ethrad Ford. Dwarodelf is the common translation for Khazad-dûm. References to dwarves include the petty dwarves and the seven fathers. The necklace of the dwarves is the Nauglamir, and their fate with the seven rings is under rings of power. See also Naugrim-e signifies the world, the material universe. In elvish it means it is or let it be, echoing Ilúvatar's creative word. Eärendil, called Halfelvin, the blessed, the bright, and the mariner, was son of Tuor and Idril. He escaped Gondolin's fall, wed Elwing at the mouths of Sirion, and sailed with her to Ammon to plead for aid against Morgoth, as a penance or perhaps a peculiar promotion. He was set to sail the heavens in his ship Vingulet, forever bearing the Silmaril, retrieved by Beren and Lúthien. His name means lover of the sea. Eärendil names both the lord of Andúnir in Númenor and the 10th king of Arnor. Eärnil was the 32nd king of Gondor. His son Eärnor became the last king of Gondor, ending the line of Anarion. Érami, meaning sea wing, was the ship of Tuor. Érwin, daughter of Olwe of Alqualonde, married Finarfin of the Noldor. Through her, their children, Finrod, Orodreth, Angrod, Agnor, and Galadriel, carried Telerin blood, which granted them passage into Doriath. Easterlings, also termed swarthy men, entered Beleriand from the east after the Dagor Bragolac. They fought on both sides during the Nirnath Arwediad, and were later granted Hithlum by Morgoth, where they cruelly oppressed the surviving people of Hador. The echoing mountains are the Erid Lomin. Ecoriath, the encircling mountains, surrounded the plain of Gondolin. Ygthalion, an elf lord of Gondolin during the city's sack, slew Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, and was slain by him. Edain is synonymous with Atani. Edrahil was chief of the elves of Nargothrond, who joined Finrod and Beren on their quest, perishing in the dungeons of Tol in Gauhot. Eglador was the earlier name for Doriath, used before Melion's girdle enclosed it, likely related to Eglath. Eglarist was the southern of the havens of the Falas on the Beleriand coast. The Eglath, the forsaken people, were those Telerin elves who remained in Beleriand searching for Elwë Thingol while their kin sailed to Aman. Eilinel was the wife of Gorlim the Unhappy. Eithel Ivrin, Ivrin's well, is the source of the river Narog beneath Erid Wethrin. Eithel Sirion, Sirion's well in the eastern face of Erid Wethrin, was the site of the great fortress of Fingolfin and Fingon. Echaea is the elvish name for the outer sea encircling Arda, also called the outer ocean and the encircling sea. Elbereth, the usual Sindarin name for Varda, means Star Queen CF Elentari. Eldali, the elven folk, is used equivalently to Eldar Eldamar, known as Elvenhome, was the coastal region of Ammon where the elves made their dwelling, sharing its name with the great bay that washed its shores. According to ancient elvish lore, the Vala Orome bestowed the title Eldar, meaning people of the stars, upon all elves. Over time, however, this name became specifically associated with the three kindreds, the Vanyar, Noldor, and Teleri, who embarked on the monumental westward journey from Cuiviénen. This designation included those who completed the voyage to Aman and those who remained in Middle-earth, but it explicitly excluded the Avari, who refused the call. Those elves who reached the Blessed Realm, or who ever resided there, were honored as the High Elves, the Tal-Eldar, and were known as the Elves of the Light, the Calaquendi, in stark contrast to the Dark Elves, the Umeniar, who never beheld the light of the two trees. The term Eldarin refers to the languages of the Eldar, though in practice it most often denotes Quenya, also called High Eldarin or High Elven. The Elder Days, sometimes called the Eldest Days, encompass the legendary First Age. During this era, Manwë was revered as the Elder King. The name Eledwen is an epithet for Morwen, while Elemire holds a dual legacy. It is the name of a bright star and also belongs to a Vanurin elf, the creator of the Ordudenie, the profound lament for the two trees. Another poetic name for Eldamar is Elendil, called the Tall, was the son of Amundil, the last lord of Andunie in Númenor. Though descended from the line of Eärendil and Elwing, his family was not of the direct royal succession. He escaped the catastrophic drowning of Númenor with his sons, Isildur and Anarion, and subsequently founded the exiled Númenorian kingdoms in Middle-earth. His life ended in glory and sacrifice when he fell alongside Gil-galad during the final overthrow of Sauron at the close of the Second Age. His name, fittingly, can be interpreted as elf friend or star lover, a testament to his enduring loyalty. Those in Númenor who shared this loyalty, refusing to turn against the Eldar during the reigns of kings like Tar and Calimon, were known as the Elendili, the elf friends, or simply the faithful. His legacy was carried and tragically cut short by his grandson Elendor, the eldest son of Isildur, who perished with his father at the disaster of the Gladden Field. The island of Númenor itself bore the Quenya name Elena, meaning starwards, a reference to the star of Eärendil that guided the Edain to its shores at the dawn of the Second Age. Vada, the Queen of the Stars, is called Elentari, the Star Queen, a title echoed in Galadriel's lament in Lothlorien. Another of her titles, Elerina, or Crowned with Stars, was also given to the majestic peak of Tani-Ketil. The term elf friends originally referred to the noble men of the three houses, Beor, Haleth, and Hedor, the Edain. Later, during Númenor's history, it described those who, like the Elendili, maintained friendship with the Eldar. Among the notable towers upon the Imen Bereid, the tallest was Illustirion, which housed one of the seeing stones, the Palantiri. The half-elven brothers, sons of Eärendil and Elwing, made profound choices at the end of the First Age. Elrond chose the fate of the firstborn, remaining in Middle-earth as the master of the refuge of Imladris or Rivendell and the keeper of Vilya, the Ring of Air, given to him by Gil-galad. His name signifies Star Dome. In a twist of fate, his brother Elros chose mortality, becoming the first king of Númenor, Tar Miniatur, and living an extraordinarily long life. His name means star foam. In the Sindarin tongue, Ilu was the name for Elwer, who was surnamed Singolo, Grey Mantle. He and his brother Olwy led the Teleri on the westward march until Elwy became enchanted and lost in the woods of Nan Elmuth. He later emerged as the Lord of the Sindar, ruling Doriath with the Maya Melian. His story is one of great triumph and profound tragedy. He received the recovered Silmaril from Beren, only to be slain in his own halls of Menegroth by treacherous dwarves. He is remembered in legend as Elu Thingol. His heir was Dior, called Eluchil, heir of Elu, whose own sons, Elured and Elurin, met a tragic end during the ruthless assault on Doriath by the sons of Fëanor, a grim reminder that even the most luminous legacies can be shattered by Vengeance Elwing, daughter of Dior, fled the ruin of Doriath carrying the Silmaril. She found refuge at the mouths of Sirion, where she married the mariner Eärendil. Together, they undertook a perilous voyage across the Great Sea, ultimately reaching the shores of Valinor. She was the mother of Elrond and Elros, and her name beautifully translates to Star Spray, a poetic reference to the waterfall Lanthir Lemath. Imeldir, renowned as the Man-Hearted, was the wife of Barahir and mother of the legendary Beren. Following the fiery devastation of the Dagor Brigolic, she displayed immense courage, leading the surviving women and children of the House of Beor out of the scorched lands of Dorthonion. It is worth noting that her own lineage traced back to Beor the Old, and interestingly, her father also bore the name Biren, a detail not explicitly recorded in all chronicles. The Emin Bereid, known as the Tower Hills, rise in western Eriador and are most famous for the Tower of Illustirion. To the east of Tol Eressëa, the Valar placed the Enchanted Isles as part of the hiding of Valinor, a mystical barrier in the Great Sea. The geography of the world is defined by many ranges, the encircling mountains, also called Ekorioth, and the vast encircling sea, known as Ekaya, which surrounds all lands. Endor is the elvish term for Middle-earth itself, while the elves sometimes referred to men as the Engwar or the Sickly. Eol, the dark elf, was a master smith who dwelled in the shadowed woods of Nan Elmoth. His story is one of darkness and craft. He forcibly wedded Aridhel, sister of Turgon, and was a known associate of the dwarves. He forged the famed black sword Anglakil, later known as Gurthang, and was the father of Maeglin. His treachery ultimately led to his execution in the hidden city of Gondolin. In contrast, Eonwë stands as one of the greatest of the Maiar, serving as the herald of Manwë and commanding the host of the Valar in the final war that overthrew Morgoth. In the forests of Bretil, the men built their protected settlement upon Amon Obel, calling it the Eifel Brandir, or simply the Eifel far to the south. The grim Eifel Dueth, the Mountains of Shadow, formed a formidable fence between Gondor and the land of Mordor. Beren, after his legendary ordeal, was often called a Camion. The one-handed, not far from the coast in western Gondor, lies the hill of Erech, forever marked by Isildur's stone. The northern wastes were guarded by the Ered Engrin, the Iron Mountains. South of them lay the terrifying peaks of the Ered Gorgoroth, the Mountains of Terror, bordering the dreadful valley of Nan Dungortheb. The mountain ranges of Beleriand included the Ered Linden, or Ered Luin, the Blue Mountains, which became the northwestern coastal range after the world was changed. The Ered Lurmin, the Echoing Mountains, walled in Hithlum to the west, while the great curving range of the Ered Wethrin, the Shadowy Mountains, separated Hithlum from West Beleriand. Crossing the continent, the mighty Ered Nimrais, the White Mountains with their snow-capped peaks, ran east to west. In the Second Age, the Noldorian elves established the realm of Eirigen, or Hollin, at the western feet of the Misty Mountains. It was in these forges that the great elven rings were crafted. Gil-galad, the enduring High King, was properly named Iranian, Scion of Kings. He was the son of Fingon, and his reign saw both great craft and great peril. The voyager Erendil was accompanied by 3 loyal mariners, one of whom was named Erelont. The vast land of Eriador stretched between the misty and blue mountains, encompassing the lost kingdom of Arnor and, in later years, the peaceful Shire. Above all was Eru Ilúvatar, the One, the source of all creation. The river Esgalduin, the river under Vale, flowed through the heart of Doriath, dividing the forests of Neldoreth and Region before joining the Sirion. Among the Valier Este, the spouse of Irmo, was the embodiment of rest and healing. The men of the houses of Beor and Merak first settled in the land of Estelad, the encampment south of Nan Elmoth, after their arduous crossing of the Blue Mountains. In Valinor, the 2 trees once shone upon the green mound of Ezelohar, also called Corollare. Gwyndor, in his love and sorrow, gave Findulaz the name Falivrin. Along the western coasts of Beleriand lay the Folas, home to the Folathrim, the Telerin sea elves led by Lord Círdan. One of their number, Falathar, also sailed with Erendil. Those Teleri who completed the journey into the west were known as the Falmari, the true sea elves. Feanor was the firstborn son of Finwë, his only child with Miriel, and half-brother to Fingolfin and Finarfin. Renowned as the greatest of the Noldor, he led their rebellion, created the Feanorian script, and forged the Silmarils. He met his end in Mithrim during the Dagor Nuin Gilead. His given name was Curufinwë, meaning skill, which he later bestowed upon his 5th son, Curufin. Yet he was universally known by his mother's name for him, Feanaro, or Spirit of Fire, rendered in Sindarin as Feanor. His story is central to chapters 5 through 9 and 13, and his legacy lives on chiefly through the tales of his sons. The Feanturi, or Masters of Spirits, are the Valar Namo, also called Mandos, and Irmo, known as Lorien. Felagund was the name taken by King Finrod after founding Nargothrond. It originates from the dwarvish Felak Gundu, meaning cave hewer, though it is often translated as Lord of Caves. For further details, see the entry for Finrod. Finarfin, the third son of Finwë and younger half-brother to Fëanor, chose to remain in Aman after the Noldor's exile, ruling the remnants of his people in Tirion. He and his lineage were unique among Noldoran princes for their golden hair, a trait inherited from his mother Indis, who was of the Vanyarin elves. Most other mentions of Finarfin pertain to his sons or his followers. Finduilas was the daughter of Orodreth, beloved by Gwyndor. She was captured during the fall of Nargothrond and later killed by orcs at the crossings of Teighlin. Fingolfin, the second son of Finwë and elder half-brother to Fëanor, reigned as High King of the Noldor in Beleriand from his seat in Hithlum. He died in single combat against Morgoth. Numerous references to Fingolfin concern his sons or his people. Fingon, the eldest son of Fingolfin, was known as the Valiant. He rescued Maedhros from Thangorodrim and succeeded his father as High King of the Noldor, only to fall by Gothmog's hand during the Nernaeth Arnoediad. Finrod, the eldest son of Finarfin, was called the Faithful and the Friend of Men. He founded and ruled Nargothrond, earning the name Felagund. In Osiriand, he encountered the first men to cross the Blue Mountains. Saved by Barahir in the Dagor Bragollach, he later honored his oath to Barahir by aiding Beren on his quest, ultimately perishing in defense of Beren within the dungeons of Tollingalhoth. References to Felagund are included here. Finwë led the Noldor on their westward journey from Cuiviénen and ruled as their king in Aman. He was father to Fëanor, Fingolfin, and Finarfin, and was slain by Morgoth at Formenos. Other mentions typically relate to his sons or his house. Firimar, meaning mortals, is one of the elvish names for men. The firstborn refers to the elder children of Ilúvatar, the elves, while the followers denotes the younger children, men, a translation of Hildor. The Ford of Stones is also known as Sarn Athrad, and the fords of Aros as Arosiak Formenos, the northern fortress, was the stronghold of Fëanor and his sons in northern Valinor, constructed after his banishment from Tirion. Fornost, another northern fortress, was a Númenorian city situated on the North Downs in Eriador. The Forsaken Elves are the Egleth Frodo is known as the Ring-Bearer. Fëanor was a renegade Númenorian who rose to power among the Haradrim near the end of the Second Age. Gabilgathol is another name for Belagost. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin and sister of Finrod Felagund, was a leader in the Noldorin rebellion against the Valar. She married Celeborn of Doriath and remained with him in Middle-earth after the First Age, becoming the keeper of Nenya, the Ring of Water, in Lothlorien. Galathilion was the White Tree of Tirion, an image of Telperion crafted by Yavanna for the Vanyar and the Noldor. Galdor, called the Tall, was the son of Hador Lorindol and succeeded him as lord of Dor-Lomin. He was the father of Húrin and Hor and fell at Aithel Sirion. Galvorn is the metal invented by Eöl. Gandalf is the name used by men for Mithrandir, one of the Istari or wizards. See also Olorin. The Gates of Summer was a major festival in Gondolin, tragically interrupted on its eve by an assault from Morgoth's forces. Gelion, the principal river of East Beleriand, had its sources in the heights of Himring and Mount Rerir, its waters swelled by the many streams flowing from Osiriand down the slopes of the Blue Mountains. There were two elves named Gelmir. The first was of Nargothrond, brother to Gwyndor, captured during the Dagor Bragollach. He was later executed before the gates of Aithel Sirion as a cruel taunt to its defenders prior to the Nernaeth Arnoediad. The second, Gelmir, was of the people of Angrod. He and Arminus journeyed to Nargothrond to deliver an urgent warning to King Orodreth concerning the kingdom's looming danger. Gildor was counted among the 12 loyal companions of Barahir who dwelt in Dorthonion. The title Gil Estel, meaning Star of Hope, was the Sindarin name for Erendil as he sailed the heavens in his ship Vingilot, bearing aloft a Silmaril. Gil-galad, Star of Radiance was the name later taken by Iranian, son of Fingon. Following the death of Turgon, he rose as the last High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth, ruling from Lindon even after the First Age's close. He stood with Elendil as a leader of the last alliance of men and elves, and met his end in the same fateful combat against Sauron. Gimilcad was the younger son of Ar-Gimilzor and Inzilbeth, and father to Ar-Pharazôn, the final king of Númenor. The river Ginglith wound through West Beleriand before merging with the Narog just upstream from Nargothrond. The Gladden Fields, a translation of Loeg Ningloron, were the vast reed-choked marshes along the Anduin River. It was in this treacherous landscape that Isildur perished, and the One Ring vanished from all knowledge. Glurung, the first and greatest of Morgoth's dragons, often called the Father of Dragons, brought terror in the Dagor Bragolic, the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, and during the brutal sack of Nargothrond. His most sinister acts were weaving spells of forgetfulness upon both Turin and his sister Nienor, a deception that led to tragic consequences, before Turin finally slew him at Cabed en Arras. He was also known as the Great Worm and the Worm of Morgoth. In Gondolin, King Turgon crafted Glingol, the Hanging Flame, a wondrous image of the golden tree Laurelin. The minstrel Glirwin was from the forest of Brethil. Glorridhel was the daughter of Hador Lorindol of Dorlomin and sister to Galdor. She married Haldir of Brethil, the elf lord Glorfindel of Gondolin, whose name signifies golden-haired, met a heroic end. During the escape from the city's sack, he fought a Balrog upon the high pass of Cirith Thoronath, and both fell to their doom. The Sindarin term for the Noldor was Golodrim, derived from Golodv, their name for a Noldo, and the collective plural Rim. See also the Anonin Jlit, the gate of the Noldor. Gondolin, the hidden rock, was the secret citadel of King Turgon, nestled within the encircling mountains, the Echoriath. Its inhabitants were the Gondolindrim. The name Gondor, Land of Stone, belonged to the southern kingdom in Middle-earth, founded by the Númenorian brothers Isildur and Anarion, with its great city at Minas Tirith. The dwarves were sometimes called the Gonhirim, masters of stone in Sindarin. The term Gorgoroth referred both to the arid Gorgoroth, the mountains of terror, and to a desolate ash-strewn plateau within the dark land of Mordor, lying between the converging ranges of shadow and ash. Gorlim, called the Unhappy, was another of Barahir's 12 companions on Dorthonion. Tormented by a phantom vision of his lost wife, Eilinel, he was tricked into revealing Barahir's refuge to the enemy. Gorthar was the Sindarin name for the Dark Lieutenant Sauron. Turin, during his time as a captain in Dor Curatol, took the ominous name Gorthol, Dreadhelm, Gothmog, the fearsome lord of Balrogs and high captain of Angband, was the slayer of the great elf lords, Fëanor, Fingon, and Ecthelion. This same title was later borne in the Third Age by the lieutenant of Minas Morgul. The river Gelion was formed by two northern branches, one of which was the Greater Gelion, originating on Mount Ririer. Great Lands was another term for Middle-earth itself, and the Great River was the Anduin. The Green Elves were the Lyquendi, the Nandorin elves, who made their home in the land of Osirian. East of the Misty Mountains lay the vast woodland known as Greenwood the Great, which in darker days would earn the name Mirkwood. The grey elven tongue was Sindarin, spoken by the grey elves or Sindar. The grey havens, also called Mithlond, were the western ports from which many elves departed Middle-earth. The name Grey Mantle referred to both Singollo and his more common name, Thingol, the elven king. The perilous bridge between the lands of Aman and Middle-earth was the Grinding Ice, or Helcarax. Morgoth wielded in battle a colossal mace named Grond, the hammer of the underworld, which he used in his legendary duel with Fingolfin. Centuries later, the forces of Mordor paid homage to this weapon by naming their massive battering ram, used against the gate of Minas Tirith after it. The Talath Dirnin was the guarded plain, and the blessed realm of the Valar was often called the Guarded Realm, or Valinor Gilin was the father of Gelmir and Gwyndor, elves from the kingdom of Nargothrond. Gundor, the younger son of Hedor Lorindol, lord of Dor-Lomin, fell alongside his father at Aethel Sirion during the Battle of Sudden Flame. The sword Anglashel, after being reforged for Turin in Nargothrond, was renamed Gurthang, meaning Iron of Death, and from this blade Turin earned the name Mormegil. In Eregion, the Fellowship of Master Craftsmen was known as the Gwaethi Myrdain, the people of the Jewel Smiths, whose greatest member was Celebrimbor, son of Curufin. Gwyndor, an elf of Nargothrond and brother to Gelmir, was once enslaved in Angband but managed to escape. He later aided Beleg in rescuing Turin and brought him to Nargothrond, where Gwyndor fell in love with Findulas, daughter of Orodreth. His life ended on the battlefield of Tumhalad. The Sindarin name for Khazad-dûm, more commonly known as Moria, was Hadhodrond. Hador, called Lorindol, or Goldenhead for his bright hair, was the lord of Dor-Lomin and a vassal of Fingolfin. He was the grandfather of Húrin and perished at Aethel Sirion in the same great battle. His line was known as the Third House of the Edain. The second group of men to enter Beleriand were the Haladin, later called the people of Haleth, who made their home in the forest of Brethil. Their leader during an early orc attack in Thargelion was Haldad, who was slain there alongside his son Haldar. Haldad was also the father of the Lady Haleth. After Haleth's passing, leadership fell to Haldan, son of Haldar. Haldir, son of Halmir of Brethil, married Gloridhel, daughter of Hador of Dor-Lomin, and was killed in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Lady Haleth herself led her people from Thargelion to the lands west of the river Sirion, and her name was forever given to her folk. The term half-elven, a translation of the Sindarin, Peredel, was applied to Elrond, Elros, and Eärendil, while halflings translates to Perianath, referring to hobbits. The Halls of Awaiting are another name for the Halls of Mandos. Halmir, lord of the Haladin and son of Haldan, joined forces with Beleg of Doriath to defeat orcs that came south after the Battle of Sudden Flame. His son, Handir, who was father to Brandir the Lame, became lord after Haldir and died fighting orcs in Brethil. The men of the southern lands beyond Mordor were called the Haradrim. Hareth, daughter of Halmir, wedded Galdor of Dor-Lomin and was the mother of Húrin and Hor. Among the 12 companions of Barahir on Dorthonion was Hathaldir the Young. Hathor was the father of Hador Lorindol. In the forest of Brethil lies Hoden Arwen, the Lady Barrow, burial mound of Haleth. Near the crossings of Teiglin is Hod en Eleth, the mound where Findulas was laid to rest. On the desert of Anfauglith stands Hod en Dengin, the mound of slain, also called Hod en Nirnaeth, the mound of tears, where the dead of the Battle of Unnumbered Tears were piled. Various havens are remembered, Brithombar and Eglarist on the coast of Beleriand, the havens of Sirion at the close of the First Age, the Grey Havens or Mithlond in the Gulf of Lune, and Alkalonde, the Swan Haven, often called simply the Haven. In the northeast of Middle-earth lay the inland sea of Helkar, where the mountain of the lamp Iluin once stood, and where the Bay of Cuiviénen, site of the elves' awakening, was located. The strait between Araman and Middle-earth, the treacherous passage of grinding ice, was known as the Helcaraxe. In northern Thargelion, below Mount Raria, was the Lake Helivorn, meaning black glass, where Caranthea made his dwelling. The star Sirius was called Helluin. At the end of the Second Age, a renegade Númenorian named Haruma rose to power among the Haradrim. The Quenya name for Aradunacor was Herunuman, Lord of the West. The title Hidden Kingdom was given to both Doriath and Gondolin. High Elven refers to Quenya, and High Elves to the Eldar. The region known as Tauren Faroth is also called the High Faroth, Hildor, meaning the followers or the aftercomers, is the elvish term for the race of men, known as the younger children of Ilúvatar. Their first awakening occurred in the eastern land of Hildorian. To the south of the pass of Aglon lay Himlad, the cool plain, which became the domain of Selagorm and Curufin. Further west, the great hill of Himring rose above Maglor's Gap, crowned by the fortress of Medros. Its name translates fittingly as ever cold. Within the forests of Doriath stood the immense beech tree Hirulorn, the tree of the Lady, whose 3 trunks formed the prison of Luthien. The Quenya name Hisilome, land of mist, refers to the region more commonly called Hithlum, a land shrouded in fog and bounded by the mountain ranges of Ered Wethrin and Ered Lomin. The mighty spine of the continent, the misty mountains, bears the elvish name Hither Iglir, the line of misty peaks. These hitherlands, also known as Middle Earth or the Outer Lands, held many such realms. The great wolfhound Huan, a gift from the Vala Orome to Selagorm, was a legendary figure from Valinor who became a crucial ally to Beren and Luthien, meeting his end in a fatal struggle with the wolf Carcharoth. Among men, Hunthor of the Haladin in Brethil joined Turin in the assault on the dragon Glaurung at Cabedenaras, where he was tragically killed by a dislodged stone. His kinsman Huor, son of Galdor, husband to Rian and father of Tuor, journeyed with his brother Hurin to the hidden city of Gondolin and later fell in the battle of unnumbered tears. Hurin himself, called the Steadfast, endured capture by Morgoth and long imprisonment upon Thangorodrim. After his release, his grim path led him to slay the petty dwarf Mime in Nargothrond, and to bring the famed Nauglamir to King Thingol, a chain of events that would sow the seeds of future discord, a bitter irony for a man who had already sacrificed so much in the south beyond Valinor. The peak of High Armentir stood as the highest mountain. The northern borders of Doriath were marked by Iant Ior, the old bridge spanning the river Esgalduin. Among the petty dwarves was Ibun, a son of Mime. The line of Gondolin's kings continued with Idril Celebrindle, Silverfoot, daughter of Turgon, who escaped the city's fall with her husband Tuor and their son Erendil, eventually sailing into the west. In the ancient world, one of the great lamps of the Valar, Iluin, illuminated the north of Middle-earth until its destruction by Melkor created the inland sea of Helkar. The celestial regions included Ilmin, the realm of the stars, and the Maya Ilmare, handmaid to the queen of the stars, Vada. All creation stems from Iluvatar, the father of all. The deep valley sanctuary of Imladris, known as Rivendell, was founded by Elrond in the Misty Mountains. In the early ages, the Vanurin elf Indis, kin to Ingwe, became the second wife of Finwë and mother of Fingolfin and Finarfin. Ingwe, leader of the Vanyar and the first to undertake the westward journey, was later regarded as the high king of all elves in Armen. In the later years of Númenor, Queen Inzilbeth of Andúnië bore Argimilzor, a son named Inziladun, who would reign as Tar Palantir. The Vala Irmo, whose name means desirer, is more commonly known by the name of his gardens, Lorien. The moon's Quenya name is Isil. The history of the Second Age was profoundly shaped by Isildur, son of Elendil, who cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand only to lose it, and his life in the river Anduin, a pivotal moment that haunted his heirs for generations. The Order of the Istari, the wizards, including figures like Saruman, Gandalf, and Radagast, were sent to guide the peoples of Middle-earth in the struggle against the rising shadow. Ivrin was the lake and waterfall nestled below the Ered Wethrin mountains, the source from which the river Narog sprang. Its clear pools were known as Eithel Ivrin. The term Kelvar, an elvish word, was preserved in the speeches of Yavanna and Manwë, meaning animals or living things that move. Yavanna herself bore the title Kementari, Queen of the Earth. The dwarves referred to themselves as Khazad in their own tongue. Khuzdul and their greatest stronghold was Khazad Dûm, the vast underground mansions of Durin's folk within the Misty Mountains, also called Hadorond or Moria. The element Dûm likely signifies excavations, halls, or mansions. Among the petty dwarves, Kim was the son of Mime and met his end at the hands of one of Turin's outlaws. In Numenor, the king's men were those who grew hostile toward the Eldar and the faithful, the Elendili. A dark chapter in elven history was the kinslaying, the slaughter of the Teleri by the Noldor at Alcalonde. The lands northeast of Dorthonion, known as Ladros, were granted by the Noldorin kings to the men of the house of Beor. In memory of his friend Beleg Cuthalion, Turin composed Lair Cu Beleg, or the Song of the Great Bow, at Aethel Ivret. The green elves of Osiriand were called the Lyquendi. Hurin and Morwen's daughter, named Laughter or Laleth, died while still a child. North of the Firth of Drengist lay Lamath, the Great Echo, a region named for the reverberations of Morgoth's terrible cry during his struggle with the monstrous Ungoliant. Other notable places included the Land of Shadow, Mordor, and the Land of the Dead that live, Dor Firn Iguinar. Numenor was often called the Land of the Star. In Osiriand, Dior made his home by the waterfall of echoing voices, Lanthir Lemeth, a name which inspired that of his daughter Elwing, meaning star spray. At the close of the Second Age, the last alliance was forged between Elendil and Gil-galad to overthrow Sauron. In Valinor, Lorelin, the Song of Gold, was the younger of the two trees. The epic tale of Beren and Lúthien was recorded in the Lay of Lethien, which translates to release from bondage, and from which the prose account in the Silmarillion is derived. The third tributary of the river Gelion in Osiriand was Ligolin. The Eldar's sustaining waybread was called lembas in Sindarin, from an earlier term for journey bread, known as koimas, life bread, in Quenya. Lenwa led the group of Teleri elves, later known as the Nandor, who chose not to cross the misty mountains during the westward journey from Cuivienen. He was the father of Denethor. In Eriador, the river Lune flowed into the Gulf of Lune. The great mere in Nevrast was Linawen, the Lake of Birds. The name Linden was first applied to Osiriand in the First Age, but after the cataclysms at that age's end, it was kept for the lands west of the Blue Mountains that remained above the sea. Lindoria was the mother of Inzilbeth. One of the two northern branches feeding the river Gelion was the Little Gelion, originating in the hill of Himring. The pools of the golden waterflowers were called Loeg Ningloron, also known as the Gladden Fields. Quenya had the word Lomilindi for dusk singers, or nightingales. Eredhel gave her son Maeglin the Quenya name Lomion, son of twilight. The lonely isle was Tol Eressëa. Ulmo was the lord of waters, and the Valar were often called the lords of the west. In the gardens of Lorien in Valinor lay the lake Lorelin, where the Valar Este rested by day. After the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Lorgan became the chief of the Easterling men in Hithlum, and it was he who enslaved Tuor. The name Lorien referred both to the gardens and dwelling of the Vala Urmo, who was himself often called Lorien, and later to the forest realm between the Celebrant and Anduin rivers, ruled by Celeborn and Galadriel. This land's name was likely adapted in form from the Valinorian Lorien, with the Sindarin word Loth, flower, prefixed to create Lothlorien, Lorien of the blossom. Hador was also called Lorindol, Goldenhead. At the mouth of the Firth of Drengist was Losgar, where Feanor burned the ships of the Teleri. The vast open plain north of the March of Medros was Lothlan, the wide and empty. Among the stars were Luinil, which shone with a blue light, and Lumbar, Lúthien, the daughter of King Thingol and the Maya Melian, chose a mortal life to share the fate of her beloved Beren after the Silmaril quest was complete and he had passed from the world. Her story is also told under the name Tinuviel. Mablung, an elf of Doriath known as of the Heavy Hand, served as King Thingol's chief captain and was a steadfast friend to Turin. He met his end in Menegroth during the assault by the dwarves. Mahidros, the tallest and firstborn son of Feanor, was famously rescued from Thangorodrim by Fingon. He commanded the fortress of Himring and the surrounding lands, later forming the ill-fated Union of Maedhros, which culminated in the disaster of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. carrying one of the Silmarils. He perished at the close of the First Age. Maeglin, whose name means sharp glance, was the son of Eol and Aridhel, sister of Turgon. Born in the shadowed woods of Nan Elmeth, he rose to power in Gondolin, only to betray its secrets to Morgoth. Tuor slew him during the city's devastating sack. Maegor, the second son of Feanor, was renowned as a singer and minstrel. He defended the territory known as Maglor's Gap, a vulnerable plain between the northern branches of the Galeon River. In the First Age's final days, he and Madros took the two remaining Silmarils from Middle-earth. In a moment of anguish, Maglor cast his into the relentless sea. The region he guarded, lacking protective hills, remained a strategic weakness. Magor, son of Malach Aradon, led the men of Maric's people into the western regions of Beleriand. The dwarves knew the Vala Ola by the name Mahal. Outside the gates of Valmar stood Mahanaxar, the Ring of Doom, where the thrones of the Valar were placed for their councils. Mahtan, a master smith of the Noldor, was the father of Nerdanel, who married Feanor. The Maiar were Ainur of a lesser order than the Valar. Malach, son of Marach, was given the elvish name Aradan. The river Malduin, a tributary of the Teiglin, likely earned its name from its yellowish waters. Malinalda, meaning tree of gold, was another name, for Laurelin Mandos refers both to the Vala Namo, the judge, and to his dwelling place in Aemon, often called the Halls of Mandos or the Houses of the Dead. It was from here that the doom of the Noldor and the curse of Mandos were proclaimed. Manwë, the chief of the Valar, was also known as Sulimo and the Elder King, the sovereign ruler of Arda. Marach led the third host of men into Beleriand and was an ancestor of Hador Lorindol. The March of Maedhros, also called the Eastern March, comprised the open lands north of the Jaelian's headwaters, defended by Maedhros and his brothers to protect East Beleriand. Mardil, known as the Faithful, became the first ruling steward of Gondor. After its cataclysmic sinking, Númenor was referred to as Mar New Falmar, the land under the waves. The Maya Melian departed Valinor for Middle-earth, becoming queen to King Thingol in Doriath. She wove a protective enchantment, the girdle of Melian, around that realm. As the mother of Lúthien, she is the foremother of both Elrond and Elros. Melkor, whose name signifies he who arises in might, was the Quenya name for the rebellious Vala, the source of all evil, and originally the mightiest of the Ainur. He was later called Morgoth, the Dark Lord. The Sindarin form was Beligur, though it was seldom used without alteration. Men, the Atani, or children of Ilúvatar, included the Easterlings. Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, were the hidden halls of Thingol and Melian along the Esgalduin River in Doriath. Meneldil, son of Anarion, was a king of Gondor. The constellation Orion was known as Menelmacha, the swordsman of the sky. In the center of Númenor stood the Meneltama, the pillar of heaven, a mountain whose summit held the hallow of Eru Ilúvatar. The Meres of twilight refer to the region of Eilinuil. Fingolfin held the Merith Adathad, the feast of reuniting, near the pools of Ivrin, a brief shining moment of unity before the shadows lengthened. Mickelberg is the translation of the dwarven fortress Belegost, meaning great fortress. Middle-earth, the lands east of the Great Sea, was also called the Hither Lands, the Outer Lands, the Great Lands, and Endor Mim, the petty dwarf, provided shelter to Turin and his band of outlaws within his home, Bar Endanwedd, on the hill of Amon Rûd. This refuge was ultimately betrayed by Mim to the Orcs. He later met his end at the hands of Hurin within the halls of Nogothrond. Minas Anor, the Tower of the Sun, was the city of Anarion, nestled at the base of Mount Mindilluin. It would later be renowned as Minas Tirith. Its counterpart, Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon, was built by Isildur upon a ridge of the Ephel Duath. After its fall to the Ringwraiths, it earned the ominous title of Minas Morgul, the Tower of Sorcery. Minas Tirith also refers to an earlier watchtower constructed by Finrod Felagund on Tol Sirion, a site of darker history, later known as Tol in Garroth. The great mountain looming behind the Gondorian city was Mindaluin, the towering blue head. In the blessed realm stood the Minden Eldeliva, the lofty tower of the elderly, belonging to Ingwe in Tirion. The lineage of rulers saw two notable figures named Miriel. The first was the wife of Finwi and mother of Feanor, a skilled needleworker called Serinde, who faded after childbirth. The second was the daughter of Tar Palantir, who was forcibly wed to Alpharazon and took the queen's name Zimrafel. The vast forest, once known as Greenwood the Great, fell under shadow and became Mithlond, the Grey Havens, were the elvish harbours on the Gulf of Lune. One frequent visitor there was Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim, an elvish name for the wizard Gandalf. The region and great lake of Mithrim, east of Hithlum, gave its name to the Sindarin elves who first dwelled there. Far to the east, beyond the mountains, lay Mordor, the Black Land, the realm of Sauron. This name echoed that of the first Dark Lord, Morgoth, the Black Enemy, a title bestowed by a vengeful Feanor. The great dwarven city of Khazad-dûm was later called Moria, the Black Chasm. In contrast, the Moriquendi were the elves of the darkness who never beheld the light of the two trees. A grim title, Mormigil or the Black Sword, was given to Turin during his time as a captain in Nargothrond. Morwen, wife of Hurin and mother of Turin and Nienor, was known for her grace and called Eledwen, or Elfsheen, the Lady of Dor Lomin. The world was framed by many ranges. The Pelori Mountains defended Arman, the Orokani were the mountains of the east, and the Ered Engrin were the Iron Mountains. The Misty Mountains, or Hithagilla, were crossed by many migrations, including that of the Teleri. Those of this host who turned back from this daunting journey were called the Nandor, though a group led by Denethor later journeyed into Osiriand. Several valleys bore names of dread and beauty. Nan Dungortheb was the valley of dreadful death between the cliffs of Ered Gorgoroth and the girdle of Melian. In Nan Elmoth, a forest east of the river Selon, Elwë first encountered Melian and was lost in enchantment. It later became the home of the dark elf Eol. Finally, there was the peaceful Nantathran, the land of willows, where the river Narog met Serion, a place celebrated in song long after its time. Nargothrond was the vast subterranean stronghold situated along the river Narog, established by Finrod Felagund and later laid to ruin by the dragon Glaurung. The name also referred to the surrounding realm that stretched across the lands bordering the Narog. The Nan Ihin Hurin, or the Tale of the Children of Hurin, is the lengthy poetic work from which the later chapter was drawn. It is credited to the poet Dihaval, a man who resided at the havens of Sirion during the time of Eärendil and met his end during the assault by the sons of Feanor. A Nan specifically denotes a narrative composed in verse but intended for recitation rather than song. The Narog was the principal river of West Beleriand, originating from the pools of Ivrin beneath the Ered Wethrin mountains and eventually merging with the mighty Sirion in the land of Nantathrin. Narsil was the famed sword of Elendil, forged by the dwarven smith Telchar of Nogrod. It shattered when Elendil fell in his duel with Sauron, but its fragments were later remade for Aragorn and renamed Andúril. The Narsillion is known as the Song of the Sun and Moon. Among the three rings of the elves was Narya, the Ring of Fire, often called the Red Ring. It was first held by Círdan the Shipwright and later entrusted to Mithrandir, who is more commonly known as Gandalf. The Nauglamir, the magnificent necklace of the Dwarvies, was crafted for Finrod Felagund by dwarven hands. It was a piece of tragic history, brought out of ruined Nargothrond by Hurin and delivered to King Thingol, ultimately becoming the instrument of the king's demise. The Sindarin term for the dwarves was Nogrim, meaning the stunted people. The term Nazgul refers to the dreaded ring wraiths. The name Nithan, meaning the wronged, was adopted by Turin during his time living with a band of outlaws, a title reflecting his profound sense of injustice. Neldoreth was the great forest of beeches that formed the northern region of the guarded realm of Doriath, referenced in Treebeard's song as Tor na Neldor. the star Nenar shines in the heaven. The falls of Celebros in the forest of Brethil were known as Dimrost, but also by the more ominous name Nen Girith, the shuddering water. The river Nenning flowed through West Beleriand to its mouth at the haven of Eglarist. In Eriador lay Nenuil, the Lake of Twilight, source of the Baranduin River, and site of the ancient city of Anuminos. Nenya, the Ring of Water or the Ring of Adamant, was one of the 3 elven rings and was borne by the Lady Galadriel. Nerdanel, called the Wise, was the daughter of the smith Martan and the wife of the fiery craftsman Feanor. Among the Valier, the female powers was Nessa, sister to Orome and spouse of the vigorous Tulkas. The land of Nevrast, meaning hither shore, lay west of Dor Lomin beyond the echoing mountains. It was here that Turgon dwelt before his hidden journey to found Gondolin. Originally, the name described all the northwestern coastline of Middle-earth. Nienna, a lady of the Valir counted among the highest order of the Aratar, was the sister of Mandos and Lorien, a figure of profound pity and mourning. Nienor, whose name means mourning, was the daughter of Húrin and Morwen and sister to Túrin. Under a terrible spell cast by Glaurung at Nargothrond, her memory was stolen. In this state of ignorance, she later wedded her own brother in Bretel under the name Niniel Tear Maiden. Upon learning the horrific truth, her despair drove her to leap into the rushing waters of the river Teiglin. The birch woods of Nimbrithil graced the region of Arvernian in southern Beleriand, their timber famed in song. Nimloth has 2 significant references. First, it was the white tree of Númenor, a sapling from which, saved by Isildur, grew the white tree of Minas Ithil. The name White Blossom is Sindarin, from the Quenya Ninkalote, a name for Telperion. Second, Nimloth was an elf of Doriath who married Dior Thingol's heir and became the mother of Elwing. She was slain in the sack of Menegroth by the sons of Feanor. The great pearl Nymphalos was a gift from Thingol to the dwarf lord of Belegost. The delicate white flower known as Nifredil first bloomed in Doriath under the stars at the hour of Lúthien's birth, and was later found in the fair land of Lothlorien. The Nirnaeth Arnawediad, the battle of unnumbered tears, was the catastrophic 5th conflict in the wars of Beleriand. Nivrim was the portion of Doriath located on the western bank of the river Serion. Finally, the Noegith Nibin were the petty dwarves, a diminished and wandering folk distinct from the great dwarven clans. Nogrod was one of the 2 dwarven cities located within the Blue Mountains, known in Sindarin as the translation of the dwarvish name Tumunzahar, also referred to as Hollowbold. The Noldorlente, or the Fall of the Noldor, was a profound lament composed by Maglor, son of Feanor. The Noldor, often called the Deep Elves, formed the second host of the Eldar during the great westward migration from Cuivianen, led by Finwë. Their name, Quenya for Noldo and Sindarin for Golod, signified the wise, specifically denoting those rich in knowledge rather than worldly judgment. The language of the Noldor was Quenya. To the men of Beor's company, Finrod and his people were known as Nom and Nomin, meaning wisdom and the wise in their own tongue. In Eriador, the North Downs were the site of the Númenorian city of Fornust. The dwarves knew Nargothrond by the name Nulukizdin. Númenor, fully named Númenore in Quenya, and often called Westerness or the Westland, was the vast island realm fashioned by the Valar as a gift for the Edain after the First Age. It bore many other titles: Anadune, Andor, Elena, the Land of the Star, and following its cataclysmic downfall, Akalabeth, Atalante, and Mar Nu Falmar. Its people were the Númenorians, also known as the Dunedain. The Nuatali Valinoriva recorded the hiding of Valinor. Otar, meaning warrior, served as Isildur's esquire and was the one who carried the broken shards of Elendil's sword to the refuge of Imladris. Oyolose, translated ever snow white, was the name most frequently used by the Eldar for Taniketel, rendered into Sindarin as Amon Uilos, though some texts describe it as the highest pinnacle of that mountain. Near the grinding ice of the Helcaraxa lay the mist-shrouded region of Oyomure. Olorin was a Maya, one of the order of Istari, or wizards, who would later be known as Mithrandir and Gandalf. The term Olvar, preserved in the speeches of Yavanna and Manwë, referred to all growing things rooted in the earth. Olwe, brother to Elwë, Thingol, jointly led the Teleri hosts westward from Cuivienen and later ruled the Teleri of Alcoronde in Aman. The original Quenya name for the hidden city was Ondolinde, meaning stone song, which we know as Gondolin. Orcs were the vile creatures bred by Morgoth. The Orfalsh Ekor was the great ravine cutting through the encircling mountains, serving as the sole approach to Gondolin. Ormul, crafted by Olle, was one of the great lamps of the Valar, standing in the southern reaches of Middle-earth. The Orokani, or Red Mountains, formed the eastern mountain range of the continent. Orodreth, second son of Finarfin, served as warden of Minas Tirith on Tol Sirion, and later became king of Nargothrond after his brother Finrod's death. He was the father of Finduilas and fell in the Battle of Tumhalad. Orodruin, the mountain of blazing fire in Mordor, where Sauron forged the One Ring, was also dreadfully called Amon Amarth, or Mount Doom. Orome, a mighty Vala among the Aratar, was the great hunter who first found the elves at Cuivienen and spouse of Vana. His name evokes the sound of horns, reflected in his horn Valaroma, and appears in Sindarin as Aro. The hill of Orome stood near the haven of Andúnir in western Númenor, crowned by the tower of Tar Minastir. Orthanc, the forked height, was the ancient Númenorian tower within the ring of Isengard. Osgiliath, the fortress of the stars, was the original capital of Gondor, spanning both banks of the Anduin River. Osse, a Maya and vassal of Ulmo, was a spirit of the coastal seas who cherished and taught the Teleri Osiriand, the land of 7 rivers. Gelion and its 6 tributaries flowing from the Blue Mountains was the home of the Green Elves. The city of the elves in Eregion was called Ost in Edhil, the fortress of the Eldar. The outer lands and hitherlands were terms for Middle-earth itself, while the outer sea refers to the encircling Echaia. The Palantiri, those that watch from afar, were the 7 seeing stones brought from Númenor by Elendil and his sons, masterworks originally fashioned by Feanor in Aman Pelargir, known as the Garth of Royal Ships, was the Númenorian harbour situated above the delta of the Anduin River. The Pelori, often called the Mountains of Aman or the Mountains of Defence, were the great fencing heights raised by the Valar after their original home on Almaran was destroyed. These mountains curved in a crescent along the eastern shores of Aman, stretching from the north to the south. The people of Haleth are referenced under Haladin and Haleth. Perianath is the term for the halflings, commonly known as hobbits. Petty dwarves is the translation of Noegith Nebin, with more details found under the entry for dwarves. Pharazôn is noted under our Pharazôn. The prophecy of the north refers to the doom of the Noldor, proclaimed by Mandos along the coast of Araman. Quendi is the original elvish name for all elves, including the Avari, meaning those that speak with voices. Quenta Silmarillion translates to the history of the Silmarils. Quenya was the ancient language shared by all elves, taking its refined form in Valinor. It was brought to Middle-earth by the exiled Noldor, but gradually fell out of daily use, especially after King Thingol forbade its speaking. This language is referred to in various texts as Eldarin, High Elven, the tongue of Valinor, the speech of the elves of Valinor, the tongue of the Noldor, or the high speech of the West. Radagast is identified as one of the Istari, or wizards. Radruin and Ragnar were among the 12 companions of Barahir on Dorthonion. Ramdal, meaning wall's end, marked where the dividing fall across Beleriand ceased, as noted under Undram. Rana, the Wanderer, was a name for the moon used by the Noldor. Rathloriel, or Golden Bed, became the later name for the river Askar, after the treasure of Doriath was sunk within it. Rauros, meaning roaring spray, refers to the great falls in the Anduin River. The Red Ring is detailed under Narya. Region describes the dense forest forming the southern part of Doriath. Rerir was the mountain north of Lake Hellevorn, source of the greater tributary branch of the Gelian River. Rovanion, or Wilderland, was the vast region east of the Misty Mountains. Rudauer was a territory in the northeast of Eriador. Rian, daughter of Beligund and wife of Hor, was the mother of Tuor. After Hor's death, she died of grief upon the Hod and Dengin. Ringil was the sword of Fingolfin. The Ring of Doom is referenced under Mahanaxar. The rings of power included the One Ring, also called the Great Ring or Ruling Ring. The 3 rings of the elves known as Naria, Nenya, and Vilya, the 7 rings of the dwarves, and the 9 rings of men. Ringwill was the stream flowing into the Narog River at Nargothrond. Ring wraiths, enslaved by the 9 rings of men, were chief servants of Sauron, also termed Nazgul and Uleri. Rivendell is the translation of Imladris. The Rivil stream fell northwards from Dorthonion into the Syrian River at the Fen of Serich, with a notable site called Rivil's Well. Roshula was the horse of Fingolfin. Rohan, the horse country, became the later Gondorian name for the great grassy plain once called Kalinardon. The Rohirrim were the horse lords of Rohan. Romena was a haven on the east coast of Numenor. Rothinzil is the Adunaic name for Erendil's ship Vingailet, both meaning foam flower. Rumil, a Noldoran sage of Tirion, is credited as the first deviser of written characters and the author of the Anulindale. Saros, a Nandorin elf and chief counselor of Thingol in Doriath, insulted Turin in Menegroth and was pursued to his death by him. Salmar was a Maya who entered Arda with Ulmo and crafted Ulmo's great horns, the Ulumuri. Sarnathrad, or Ford of Stones, was where the dwarf road from Nogrod and Belegost crossed the Gelion River. Saruman, man of skill, was the name among men for Curanir, one of the Istari. Sauron, the Abhorred, known in Sindarin as Gorthau, was the greatest servant of Melkor, originally a Maya of Aule. The second-born refers to the younger children of Ilúvatar, which are men. Seeing stones are detailed under Palantiri north of the pass of Sirion, lay the vast marshland known as Seri, fed by the Rivil flowing down from Dorthonion. Upon the stony heights of Amon Rud grew the Serigon, a hardy plant whose blossoms were a deep, startling red, earning it the name Blood of Stone. The title, the Broideress, or Serinde, belonged to Muriel, famed for her peerless skill. The dwarves trace their lineage to the 7 fathers, while the 7 stones refer to the far-seeing Palantiri. The mountain range bordering Beleriand to the north and west was the Erd Wethrin, the shadowy mountains, and the great shepherds of the trees were the Ents. The constellation known as the Sickle of the Valar is also called Valashirka, Silmarion. Daughter of the 4th Númenórean king Tar Elendil, became the mother of the first lord of Ondunir and the foremother of Elendil and his sons, Isildur and Anarion. Crafted by Feanor before the darkening of Valinor, the 3 Silmarils contained the captured light of the 2 trees. Telperion, one of those trees, was also named Silpion. Those elves known as the Silvan, or woodland elves, were originally of the Nandor, who chose not to cross the Misty Mountains, remaining instead in the wide vale of Anduin and under the boughs of Greenwood the Great. The Sindar, or Grey Elves, were all the Tellerin elves the Noldor discovered in Beleriand, excluding the Green Elves of Osiriand. The name may have come from the grey skies of Lake Mithrim, where they were first met, marking them as elves of the twilight, neither of the light of Valinor nor of the darkness. It was also linked to their high king, Elwi, called Thingol, or Grey Cloak. They referred to themselves as the Edhil. Their language, Sindarin, evolved over long ages in Beleriand from the common elvish tongue, becoming distinct from Quenya and adopted by the exiled Noldor. Sirion was the great river, the spine of Beleriand with its famous falls, fens, gates, havens, mouths, and broad vale. The 7 sons of Feanor, Maedhros, Maglor, Celegorm, Caranthir, Curufin, Amrod, and Amros, are often spoken of collectively, a band bound by a terrible oath. Among the stars was the constellation Soronume. By the cliffs of Cabed Naramath along the Teiglin stood the Stone of the Hapless, a memorial to Turin and Nienor. After the world was bent, only the elves could still find the straight road, the hidden path over the sea to the true west. Beleg was called Strongbow, a translation of Cuthalian. Manwi was known as Sulimo, the lord of the breath of Arda. The Swanhaven was Alcolonde, and the swarthy men were the Easterlings. In the lands north of Nargothrond lay the guarded plain, Talath Dirnan, while Thargelion was once called Talath Runen, the East Vale. The highest peak in Arda was Tanicatil of the Pelori, the high white peak where Manwe and Varda dwelt. It was also named Oyalose, the Everwhite. The line of Numenor's kings included Tar Kalaman, during whose reign the people first split into factions, and Tar Atanamir, who received the messengers of the Valar. Ar-Pharazone's Quenya name was Tar Kelion, while Tar Siriartan was the shipbuilder king. Tar Elendil was the fourth king and grandfather of Elendil. Tar Minastir sent aid to Gil-galad against Sauron, and the first king, Elros half-elven, was called Tar Minyatar. Tar Miriel was the last rightful queen. In the highlands of Dorthonion lay the clear, cold waters of Tarn Eluin, the secret refuge and final resting place of Barahir and his companions. Tar Palantir, the 24th ruler of Numenor, turned away from the customs of his predecessors and adopted a Quenya name meaning he who sees far, also known as Inziladun. The forested highlands west of the river Narog, overlooking Nargothrond, are called Tower en Faroth, or the High Faroth. South of the Andrum, between the rivers Sirion and Gelion, lies the wild region named Tower Imduinath, the forest between rivers. Dorthonion later became known as Tower Nufuin, the forest under night, sometimes referenced as Delduath. Among the Sindar, Orome was called Tauron the Forester, translated as Lord of Forests in the Valaquenta, similar to Alderon. The river Teiglin, flowing from the Ered Wethrin into Sirion, forms the southern border of the forest of Brethil, with notable crossings along its path. Telchar, the most famous smith of Nogrod, forged the dagger Angrist and, as Aragorn noted, the sword Narsil. Telemna served as the 26th king of Gondor. The Teleri, the largest host of the Eldar during the westward journey from Cuivienen, were led by Elwë, Thingol, and Olwë. They called themselves Lindar, the Singers, while others named them the Last Comers. Many Teleri remained in Middle-earth, with the Sindar and Nandor tracing their origins to this group. Telperion, the elder of the two trees of Valinor, was known as the White Tree. Telumendil is the name of a constellation. Thalion, meaning steadfast or strong, refers to Húrin. Thalos is the second tributary of the river Gelion in Osiriand. Thangorodrim, the mountains of tyranny, were raised by Morgoth over Angband and destroyed in the great battle at the end of the First Age. Thargelion, the land beyond Gelion, lay between Mount Rerir and the river Askar, where Caranthir resided. It was also called Dor Caranthir and Talath Runen. Thingol, meaning grey cloak in Sindarin, Sindacollo or Singollo in Quenya, was the name for Elwë, co-leader of the Teleri and later king of Doriath, known as the Hidden King. Thorondor, the king of eagles, made his nests in the peaks of the encircling mountains in ancient times. The Thousand Caves refer to Menegroth. Thranduil, a Sindarin elf, was king of the Sylvan elves in northern Greenwood the Great, later Mirkwood, and father of Legolas of the Fellowship. Thuringwithil, the woman of secret shadow, served as Sauron's messenger from Tol in Garroth in bat form, a guise Lúthien used to enter Angband. Tilion, a Maya, piloted the moon. Varda, called Tintole, or the Kindler for creating the stars, is mentioned in Galadriel's lament. Beren named Lúthien Tinuviel, a poetic term for the nightingale meaning daughter of twilight. Tirion, the great watchtower, was the elven city on Tuna Hill in Aman. Tol-Eressëa, the lonely isle, ferried the Vanyar, Noldor, and Teleri across the sea with Ulmo's aid eventually settling in the Bay of Eldamar near Amman. It later housed Noldor and Sindar after the First Age. Tol Galen, the Green Isle in the River Adurant in Osiriand, became the home of Beren and Lúthien after their return. Tol Sirion, an island in the Pass of Sirion where Finrod built Minas Tirith, was captured by Sauron and renamed Tol in Gaurhoth, the Isle of Werewolves. After Beleriand's flooding, Tol Morwen emerged with a memorial stone for Turin, Nienor, and Morwen. Tulkas a Vala, known for his strength and prowess, arrived last in Arda and was also called Astaldo. The Tumhalad Valley lies between the rivers Ginglith and Narog, the site where the forces of Nargothrond met their defeat. Another valley, Tumladen, known as the Wide Valley, was the hidden vale within the encircling mountains, home to the great city of Gondolin. It is worth noting that the name Tumladen was later given to a valley in Gondor as well. The hill of Tuna, rising green within the Calasyria, was where the elven city of Tirion was established. Tuor, son of Hor and Rian, was raised by the grey elves of Mithrim. He carried the warning of Ulmo to the hidden city of Gondolin, where he wed Idril, daughter of Turgon. Together with their son Erendil, they fled the city's ruin, later setting sail into the west upon the ship Erame. Turin, son of Hurin and Morwen, whose tale is central to the Narni Hín Húrin, took the name Turambar, meaning Master of Doom, during his time in the forest of Brethil. His father, Húrin, endured a grim captivity, a period that twisted his perspective into one of bitter, unyielding defiance, a stark shift from the noble lord he once was. Turgon, called the Wise, was the second son of Fingolfin. He first dwelt at Vinyamar in Nevrast, before his secret journey to found and rule Gondolin, earning the title the Hidden King until his death during the city's sack. In the forest of Brethil lies Tur Haritha, the burial mound of the Lady Harleth. The term the two kindreds refers to elves and men, while the two trees of Valinor were the legendary lights of the Blessed Realm. Uinen is a Maya, known as the Lady of the Seas and spouse of Osse. Ulmo, a Vala and Lord of Waters, is one of the mighty Aratar. His great horns are the Ulumuri. The term Umenia refers to those elves who began the westward journey from Cuivienen but never reached Aman, distinct from the Amanyar who did in Nargothrond. Turin once used the false name Umarth, meaning ill fate, for his father. The great haven of Umbar was a formidable Númenorian fortress south of the Bay of Belfalis. The undying lands encompass Aman and Eressëa. The monstrous spider Ungoliant, who with Melkor destroyed the trees, was an ancestor to Shelob of later ages. The Union of Maedhros was the alliance formed to challenge Morgoth, meeting its end in the catastrophic Nirnaeth Arnawediad. Among Barahir's 12 companions on Dorthonion was Erthel. The Quenya word Uruloki means fire serpent or dragon. Melkor's first great fortress in the north of Middle-earth was Utumno, later destroyed by the Valar. Vera, called the Weaver, is one of the Valier and the spouse of Mandos. The constellation of the Great Bear is known as Valasirka, the sickle of the Valar. Valandil was the youngest son of Isildur and third king of Arnor. The Valaquenta, or account of the Valar, is a separate text from the main narrative of the Silmarillion. The Valar, the powers who entered to guard Arda, are also called the Great Ones and the Lords of the West. Their demonic counterparts, the Valaraukar, are the Quenya form for the beings known in Sindarin as Balrogs. The horn of the Valar Orome is Valaroma, and the term Valier refers to the queens of the Valar Valinor. The realm of the Valar in Aman lies beyond the towering Pelori Mountains and is often known as the Guarded Realm. Within it stands Valmar, the city of the Valar, sometimes called Valimar, a name Galadriel, in her lament in Lorien, uses to speak of all Valinor. Among the Valier is Varna, the ever-young, sister to Yavanna and spouse of Oromi. The Vanya, the first host of the Eldar to journey west from Cuivienen under Ingwar's leadership, are named for their fairness, most notably their golden hair. Then there is Vada, the exalted Lady of the Stars, greatest of the Valier and spouse of Manwe, who dwells with him upon Tanicatil. She is also called Elbereth, Ilentari, and Tintale. To the Noldor the sun was known as Vasa, the consumer. Among the three rings of the elves is Vilja, the ring of air, born first by Gil-galad and later by Elrond, often named the Ring of Sapphire. Erendil's ship, Vingilut, whose full Quenya form is Vingilote, means foam flower. In Nevrast, beneath Mount Taras, stood Vinyamar Turgon's house, its name likely meaning new dwelling. Voronwe, the steadfast, an elf of Gondolin, was the sole survivor of the 7 ships sent west after the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. He met Tuor at Vinyamar and guided him to the hidden city. The White Council, formed in the Third Age to oppose Sauron, is also noted, along with references to the White Mountain and the white trees of Minas Ithil and Minas Anor. Turin once called himself the Wild Man of the Woods when he first came among the men of Brethil. Among the constellations is Wilwerin, a Quenya word for butterfly, possibly corresponding to Cassiopeia. Yavanna, the giver of fruits, a Valier among the Aratar and spouse of Aule, is also called Kementari. The Year of Lamentation marks the time of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. The following notes on elements in Quenya and Sindarin names are compiled for those curious about the Eldarin languages, with examples drawn extensively from the Lord of the Rings. They are intentionally concise, which may lend an air of certainty not entirely warranted, and are selective due to space and the editor's knowledge. The headings are arranged not by roots or linguistic forms, but to make name components easily identifiable. For instance, Adon, plural, Edain, appears in names like Adanidel and Dundain. Aelin means lake, pool, as in Aelin Wheel. Aglar, meaning glory, brilliance, is seen in Dagor Aglareb and Aglarond, its Quenya form. Olkar shows a consonant transposition. The root kal, shine, underlies this. Aina, holy, appears in Ainur and Ainulindale. Alda, tree in Quenya, is found in Alderon and Malinalda, corresponding to cinder in Galad, as in Caras Galadhon. Alqua, swan, cinder in Alf, is in Alcolonde from the root alak, rushing, also seen in Ankalagan. Amarth, doom, appears in Ammon Amarth and Kabed Nearamath, and in the Sindarin form of Turin's name, Turamath. Ammon, hill. A Sindarin word begins many names, with plural imin in Emin Bereid. Anka, jaws, is in Ankalagon. And, long, appears in Andram and Anduin, as well as in Anfalas and Angathus. Andune, sunset, west, is in Anduni, with Sindarin Annun as a counterpart. The city of Anuminas and the hidden refuge of Henith Anun, meaning window of the sunset in Ithilien, share a linguistic heritage. Their ancient root, endu, signifying down from on high, echoes in the Quenya term numen, for the way of the sunset, west, and the Sindarin, dun, for west, as seen in Dundain. The Adunic word adun, found in names like Adunikar and Anadune, was borrowed from Eldarin tongue. The element hanga means iron, appearing in Sindarin as ang within names such as Angeno, Angband, Angabar, and Gurthang. Its derivative angren of iron is in Angrenost, with the plural angrin in Ered Engrin. Anna signifies gift, present in Anatar and Yavanna, with a related stem in Andor, the land of gift. For a great door or gate, the term is Anan, plural Enin, as in Anan in Gilead, similar to Mordor's Morannon, the Black Gate, and Moria's Siranan, the Gate Stream. The prefix ar can mean beside, outside, likely in Araman, outside Ammon, and also appears in Nirnaeth Arnoediad, tears without reckoning. A separate and noble R.A., meaning high, noble, royal, is prolific in names like Aradan, Argonath, and Arnor. An extended form, Arat, is seen in Aratar and in Arato for champion, as with Angrod from Angarato. The word Aran for king is in Aranruth, and its plural is part of Arenian, scion of kings, and Fornost Erain in Arnor. This noble prefix, also influenced the R in the Adunaic names of Numenor's kings. The name Aryan, the mire of the sun, connects to a root yielding Quenya Are for sunlight. Atar is father, found in Atanatari and Iluvatar. The concept of band, from an original mbando, means prison duress, central to Angband, with its Quenya equivalent in Mandos. For dwelling, bar derives from ancient Mbar, referring to the home of people and places, as in Brithombar, Eldamar, and Valimar. A name like Mardil means devoted to the house of the kings. Barad is a tower seen in Barad Dur, with its plural in Emin Bered. Beleg signifies mighty, used in Belegost and Lair Ku Beleg, while Bragol means sudden in Dagor Bragolak. Brethil likely denotes the silver birch, as in the woods of Nimbrethil or the Entwife Fimbrethil, and Brith means gravel in names like Brithiach. The common Sindarin word for green is Kalen or Galen, appearing in Ard Galen Kalanardon and Parth Galen, the green sward by the great river. Cam, from Camber, refers to the hand, specifically when cupped to receive or hold, found in Camlost. The root Karak relates to Fang, with Sindarin Kark in Karcharoth and Karkost, a Fang fort at Mordor's entrance, and in formations like Karash Angren, the Iron Jaws. Karan is red, Quenya, Kane, present in Caranthir and in Caradrus, the red-horned peak, whose crimson slopes were said to bleed light at dawn, a detail travelers often shared in hushed tones. The name Karcharoth, translated as Red Moor, blends this with the Fang root. Celeb is silver, Quenya Telpe, seen in Celebrant and Celebros. Celebrimbor means silver fist, and Celebrindor combines silver with foot. Corone is a mound, as in the great Serin Amroth in Lothlorien, and Ku means bow in names like Cuthalion. The word Quivier signifies awakening, most famously linked to the waters of Quivianen, known in Sindarin as Nen Echui. This same root appears in Dorfernai Gwinar, as well as in Quaire, the early stirring of spring called Echuir in Sindarin, and in Comas the Quenya term for the life-sustaining waybread, Lembas, Kul, describes a golden red hue, seen in the name Kulurian. Kuru, meaning skill, is found in Kurufinwe and in Kurunir. Day translates to shadow, present in Dor Dealoth and possibly in Daron. Dagor, for battle, stems from the root endak, with another form being Dagnir, as in the title Dagnir Glaurunga. Del conveys horror, used in Delduath, while Deloth means abhorrence, also part of Dor Dealoth. Din indicates silent, seen in Dor Dinan, Rathdinan of Minas Tirith, and the beacon hill Amon Din. Dol, often applied to hills and meaning head, appears in Lorindol, Dol Guldur, Dolmed, and Mindoluin. Dor, for land, is derived from Endor and is common in Sindarin, as in Doriath, Gondor, and Mordor. In Quenya, this stem merged with Nore, meaning people, leading to names like Valinore and Numenore, though the original land sense persisted in forms like Valandor. Draug means wolf, as in Draugluin. Du signifies night or dimness, found in Delduoth and Efelduoth, related to Quenya Lome. Its derivative Dulin is the Sindarin word for nightingale. Duin refers to a long river, seen in Anduin and Esgalduin. Dur means dark, present in Barad Dur and Dol Guldur. Ar is the Quenya word for sea, used in Erendil and other names, with Sindarin Gar, likely from the same origin. Ekor appears in Ekorioth, the encircling mountains. Edhel is the Sindarin term for elf, found in names like Aridhel and Paradehil. Ithel means well, as in Ithel Syrian. The elements El and Ellen for star trace back to an ancient exclamation of wonder at the first stars, leading to related words like elder. Means one or alone, seen in Erebor, the lonely mountain. Erig signifies thorn or holly, as in Erigen. Esgal means screen or hiding, used in Esgalduin. Falas refers to the shore or surf line, present in Belfalas. Faroth relates to hunting, as in the hills of the hunters above Nargothrond. Forg means gape, found in Anfoglith. Fair signifies spirit seen in Feanor. Finn relates to hair, appearing in names like Finrod. Forman is Quenya for north, with Sindarin equivalents in Fornost. Fuin means gloom, as in Tower Nu Fuin. Ger for sea in Beleger comes from a root implying awe and dread. Finally, Gower means werewolf, derived from an ancient term for howling, seen in Toll in Gauhop. The word Gil, meaning star, appears in names like Dagor Nuin Gileath, which translates to battle under the stars. And in Osgiliath, the citadel of the stars, it is also found in Gil Estel, the star of hope, and in the name of the elven king Gil Galad. Girith, signifying shuddering, is seen in Nen Girith, the shuddering water, and similarly in Girithron, the Sindarin name for the last month of the year. The term glean, a gleam, often describing eyes, is part of Meglin's name. Gollers is the Sindarin form for a Noldo, with its plural being Goladrim or Gelid, as seen in Anon in Gelid, the gate of the Noldor, for stone. The word Gond forms the basis of Gondolin and Gondor, as well as the Gonhirim, the masters of stone. King Turgon first conceived the hidden city's name in Quenya as Ondolinde, combining Ondo for stone with Linde for song. Yet, in legend, it endured in Sindarin as Gondolin, often interpreted as the hidden rock. The root Gor, conveying horror or dread, is present in names like Gorthor and Gorthol, with an intensified form, Goroth, appearing in the fearsome places Gorgoroth and the arid Gorgoroth Mountains. Interestingly, a traveller's tale once described the echo in those peaks not as wind, but as a lingering whisper of ancient terrors, a detail not found in older texts. Groth or Grod, meaning a delving or underground home, is seen in Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, and in Nogrod. The latter was originally Novrod, hollow delving, but its name shifted under the influence of Naug, the word for dwarf. The term ghoul for sorcery, used in Dol Guldur and Minas Morgul, shares an ancient root with the word Noldor, though its meaning darkened through association with Morgul, the black arts. What a poetic twist of fate, that a stem linked to knowledge and lore could be so corrupted by malice and fear. Girth means death, as in the sword Gurthang, and Gwaith refers to a people, like the Gwaith Emerdan, the people of the jewel smiths. The element Gwath or Wath, indicating a shadow of dim light, is part of Delduoth, Ethelduoth, and the river Gwathlo, the Grey Flood. It is distinct from shadows cast by objects which were called morchant. Hadrod in Hadodrond was a Sindarin rendering of the Dwarvish name Khazad. A mound is Haud as in Howden Arwen. For Lord, the Quenya Heru appears in Heruma, while its Sindarin form here is seen in Gonhirim and Rohirrim, with Hiril for lady in Hirilorn. Him suggests cool as in the region Himlad, and Hini means children, found in Eruhini, the children of Eru. Heath is mist, forming Hithaglir, the misty mountains, and Hithlum, a name adapted from the Quenya Hisilome. The word hot, a host or hoarder, usually with a negative connotation, appears in Toll in Gauhot and names for peoples like the Lossoth or the Glamhoth, a term for orcs. The Quenya Hjarman for south is seen in Hjarmentir, with Sindarin equivalents like Harad. I denotes a void or abyss central to the name Moria, while Iant is a bridge, as in Iant Ior, the old bridge. The term Iath means a fence or girdle, giving us Doriath, the land of the fence. Ior is old, also part of the elvish name for Tom Bombadil, Iar Wain. The stem Ilm appears in words like Ilmin and Ilmarin. The high mansion of Mongwe and Vardar, Iluve, meaning the all, is part of Iluvatar. The root Kal or Gal, meaning shine, is prolific. It appears in Calatsiria, Calaquendi, and names like Gil-galad and Galadriel. It is crucial to note that Galadriel's name has no link to Galad, the Sindarin word for tree, though that connection was often mistakenly made. Her high elven name, Alatariel, derives from Alata, radiance, and Riel, a garlanded maiden, meaning a maiden crowned with a radiant garland in reference to her luminous hair. From this same root comes Kalen or Galen for green, etymologically bright. The Quenya word Kano, a commander, is the origin of the second element in the names Fingon and Turgon. Finally, Kel means to go away, or for water, to flow down, as in the river Selon, with related forms like Eithel for a spring or source. The word Kemen means earth in the name Kementari. It is a Quenya term for the world as a solid plain beneath the sky, known as Menel. The element Kelek signifies ice, found in Helkar and Helcaraxe, with the Quenya word Helka, meaning icy or frigid. However, in the name Helivorn, the first part comes from the Sindarin Helid, meaning glass, which itself is borrowed from the dwarvish word Hild, as seen in Kelzaram, the Mirrormere. Thus, Helivorn translates to black glass. The root Hil carries the sense to follow, appearing in Hildor, Hildorian, and Iluchil. For cut or cleave, the root is Kir, used in Calateria, Kurth, Angurthas, and Sirith. From an extended meaning of pass swiftly through came the Quenya word Syria for a swift ship, akin to a cutter, and this sense is also present in the names Sirdan, Tar Siriatan, and likely in Syrian, son of Isildur. The term lad refers to a plain or valley, as in Dagorlad and Himlad. Imlad denotes a steep-sided, narrow valley, exemplified by Imladris and Imlad Morgul. Lore means gold, but specifically of light and color, rather than the metal seen in Lorellin. Its Sindarin forms appear in Gloridhel, Glorfindel, Loeg Ningloron, Lorindol, and Rathloriel. Lach is a leaping flame, found in Dagor Bragolach, and probably in the sword Anglachel, forged by Eol from star iron. The element Lin one means pool or mere, as in Linawen, which also includes Eol for a small bird, and Teglin. The root Lin, too, meaning to sing or make music, occurs in Anulindale, Lorelin, Lindar, Linden, Ered Linden, and Lomelindi. Lith signifies ash, present in Anfauglith, Dor Newfauglith, Ered Lithui, the Ashen Mountains bordering Mordor, and Lithlad, the plain of ashes beneath those peaks. The root lok implies to bend or loop, seen in Uruloki, with Quenya Holoke and Sindarin, Luke both meaning serpent. Lom means echo, found in Dor Lomin and Ered Lomin, and is related to Lamath and Lanthe Lamath. Lome is dusk, appearing in Lomian and Lomelindi. Londe is a landlocked haven in Alqualonde, with its Sindarin form Lond in Mythlond. Los means snow, as in Oyolose, from Oyo, ever, and Losse, snow white. The Sindarin Los is in Amon Uilos and Aeglos. Loth is flower in Lothlorien and Nimloth, with Quenya Lote in Ninkalote and Vingilote. Luin means blue, seen in Erid Luin, Heluin, Luin, Il, and Mindoluin. Maeg signifies sharp or piercing, from Quenya Mica, used in Maeglin. Mal means gold, found in Malduin and Malinalda, and also in Malorn and the field of Cormallen, named for its golden circle of Kulumalda trees. The root man denotes good, blessed, or unmarred, present in Aman and Manwe, with derivatives in Amandil, Araman, and Umanya. Mel is love, seen in Melian, from Meliana, meaning dear gift, and in the Sindarin word melon for friend, famously inscribed on the west gate of Moria. Men is way, used in Numan, Hoyaman, Roman, and Forman. Menel means the heavens, appearing in Meneldil, Menelmacha, and Meneltama. Merith is feast, found in Merith Adithad and Merithrond, the hall of feasts in Minas Tirith. Minas means tower, as in Anuminas, Minas Anor, and Minas Tirith. This stem appears in other words for isolated, prominent things like Mindaluin and Minden, and is likely related to Quenya Minya for first, as in Tar Miniatur, Elros as the first king of Numenor. Mir is jewel, from Quenya Mire, found in Elamire, Gwathi Mirdan, Miriel, Nauglamir, and Tar Atanamir. Myth means grey, appearing in Mithlond, Mithrandir, Mithrim, and in Mitithel, the river Horwell. Mor is dark, used in Mordor, Morgoth, Moria, Moriquendi, Mormigil, and Morwen. Moth is dusk, as in Nan Elmuth. Nand means valley, found in Nan Dungortheb, Nan Elmuth, and Nan Tathran. Nar is fire, present in Narsil and Naria, and in the original forms of Aegnor, Aeconaro, and Feanor, Feanaro. Its Sindarin form is Naur, as in Sammath Naur, the chambers of fire in Orodruin. From the same ancient root came the name of the sun, Quenya Anar, also in Anarian and Sindar in Anor, as in Minas Anor and Anorian. Finally, Nog means dwarf, seen in Nogrim, with the related Sindarin word Nogoth, plural Noegith, as in the Noegith Nibin, the petty dwarves. The suffix endil appears frequently in personal names such as Amandil, Arendil, sometimes shortened to Ernil, Elendil, and Mardil. It conveys a sense of devotion or selfless love, as explored in the entry for Mardil. A similar meaning is found in the ending Nur, seen in names like Erendur, which can be shortened to Ernur. The word Neldor means beech, as in the forest, Neldoreth, though it originally referred specifically to the great triple-trunked beech known as Hirilorn, from the elements Neldi, three, and Orn, tree. The element Nen signifies water used for lakes, pools, and smaller rivers. It appears in names like Nen-Girith, Nenning, Nenuil, and Nenya, as well as in Quivienen and Uinen. This element is also common in The Lord of the Rings, in places such as Nen-Hithoel, Bruinen, Emin-Arnin, and Nuanin. Relatedly, Nin means wet, found in Loeg, Ningloron, and Nindalf, for the color white. The element Nim, from earlier forms nymph or nymphis or in, is used in Nimbrithil, Nimloth, Nymphalos, and in Nifredil, from Nifred Pala. It also appears in Barad Nimras and Ered Nimres. The Quenya equivalent is Ninqua. Thus, Ninqualote is the Quenya name for Nimloth. This root is also seen in Tanikatile. The word Orn for tree is found in Celeborn and Hirilorn, and similarly in Fangorn, Treebeard, and in Malorn, Melian, the golden trees of Lothlorien. For mountains, Orod is used in Orodruin and Thangorodrim, as well as in Orocarni and Oromet. Its plural form, Erd, appears in ranges like Ered Engrin and Ered Linden. The element Orst denotes a fortress, seen in Angrenost, Belegost, Formenos, Fornost, Mandos, and in Nargothrond, from Narog Ost Rond. It is also in Ost, Gileath, and Ost in Edhill. From Quenya, Palan means far and wide, used in Palantiri and the name Tar Palantir. The stem Pel, meaning to go round or encircle, appears in Pelargia and the Pelori Mountains, as well as in the Pelennor, the fortified fields of Minas Tirith. It is also present in Ephel Brandir and Ephel Dueth, where Ephel derives from Et Pel, meaning outer fence. The verbal stem Quen Quet, meaning to say or speak, is fundamental in Quendi, with divisions like Calaquendi, Lyquendi, Moriquendi, Quenya Valaquenta, and Quenta Silmarillion. In Sindarin, the initial Qut typically becomes P or B, for example, Pedo, speak on Moria's west gate, corresponds to Quenya Ket, and Gandalf's phrase Losto Beth Laman, listen to the words of my tongue, uses Beth, word, related to Quenya Keta. The word Ram, wall, Quenya Ramba is found in Andrum and Ramdol, and also in the Ramas Ekor, the great wall surrounding the Pelennor field. The stem Ran, implying to wander or stray, appears in Rana, a name for the moon, and in names like Mithrandir and Erendir, as well as in the Gondorian river Gilrain. For a river's rant or course, see adorant with Ardu, double, and celebrant, silverlode. The element ras means horn, as in Barad Nimras, Karadras, Redhorn, and Methydras, last peak in the misty mountains. Its plural rays is seen in Ered Nimrais. A darker term, Rauko, demon, appears in Valarauka, with its Sindarin forms Raug and Rog found in Balrog. The element Ril, signifying brilliance, is in Idril and Silmaril, and also in Anduril, Aragorn's sword, and Mithril, the silver of Moria. Idril's Quenya name was Itarilli or Itarilde, from a stem Ita, to sparkle for a host or great number. Rim, Quenya Rimbe, often forms collective plurals like Golodrim, Mithrim, Naugrim, and Thangorodrim. The word ring, cold or chill, is found in Ringil, Ringwill, and Himring, as well as in the river Ringlo in Gondor and in Ringare, the Quenya name for the year's last month. The element ris, to cleave, appears blended with a similar stem kris, from kir, to cleave or cut, resulting in names like Angrist, Orcrist, or Cleaver, Thorin Oakenshield's sword, Crisegrim, and Imladris. For rock, horse, Quenya Rocco, see Roshalor, Rohan, from Roshand, land of horses, and Rohirrim. It is also in Rohirrim, horse of the lady, the name of Aragorn's horse, a gift from Arwen. A stemrom, used for the sound of trumpets and horns, appears in Orome and Valaroma. Compare Bema, this Valar's name in the language of Rohan, rendered in Anglo-Saxon as beam, trumpet. The Quenya word Roman means uprising sunrise east, seen in Romana. Related Sindarin terms for east are rune in Talath Runin and Umrun. Finally, rond referred to a vaulted or arched roof, or a large hall or chamber with such a roof, as in Nargothrond, Hadhodrond, and Aglarond. This concept could be poetically extended to the heavens, giving us the name Elrond, meaning star dome. The word ros carries the meaning of foam, spindrift, or spray, as seen in names like Celebros, Elros, and Rauros, and also in Caer Andros, an island within the great river Anduin. Ruin signifies a red flame, from the Quenya root runia, famously used in Orodruin. For anger, the term is root, found in the sword name Aranruth. A small stone is denoted by Sarn, appearing in Sarn Athrad. The location known in the Shire as Sarn Ford on the Brandywine is a partial translation of this. This element is also present in Sarn Gibir, meaning stone spikes, which describes the treacherous rapids in the Anduin, and from it derives the river name Cerny in Gondor. The concept of blood is Serig in Sindarin, related to Quenya Serke, and is the source for the name Serigon. To shine with a white or silver light is expressed by Sil or its variant Thil, seen in Belthil, Galathilian, and Silpian. This root gives us the Quenya Isil and Sindarin Ithil for the moon, leading to names such as Isildur, Narsil, Minas, Ithil, and the land of Ithilien. The legendary Silmarilli are said to derive from the substance Silima, named by Feanor himself. For river, the word is seer, from the root meaning to flow. It is a component of Osiriand, where the prefix relates to the number 7, and Sirian, as well as Siranan, the gate stream of Moria, and Sirith, a river in Gondor. When this es changes to an h in compound words, it appears in Minhiriath, between the rivers, the lands between the Brandywine and the Grey Flood, in Nanduhirian, the Vale of Dim Streams or Dimril Dale, and in Ethir Unduin, the vast delta where the great river meets the sea. The word for wind is sul, found in Amon Sul, and in the name Sulimo, which is echoed in the Quenya name for the third month, Sulimo. Foot is tal or dal, as in Celebrindle, and it can also mean end, as seen in Ramdal. A plain or flat land is a talath, exemplified by Talath Dirnan and Talath Runan. The prefix tar, meaning high or lofty, is used in the royal names of Numenor and in Anatar, with its feminine form Tari, meaning queen, as in Elantari. A related word is Tama for pillar, used in Meneltama. The willow is Tathar, with the adjective Tathran appearing in Nan Tathran, the willow vale. A great forest is a tar, from Quenya Tar, seen in names like Tauron and the dark wood Taura nu Fuin. To finish or be last is conveyed by tel, the root in Teleri. Strong or dauntless is Thalion, as in Cuthalion. Oppression is Thang, a component of the volcanic Thangorodrim and the fortress of Durthang in Mordor. Its Quenya counterpart, Sanga, meant to press, giving us the name Sangayando, throng cleaver. The sense of lying athwart or across is Thar, found in San Athrad and Thargelion, and in Tharbad, the ancient crossway where the north-south road once forded the Grey Flood. For something abominable, the term is Thaur, which is the root of Sauron's name, from Thauron, and his epithet Gorthaur. The color grey is thin days, central to the name Thingol. Its Quenya form Cinder gives us Sindar and Singolo. A helm is a thal, seen in Dor Cuarthol. The pine tree is Tone, giving its name to the highland region of Dorthonion. An eagle is a Thoron, as in Thorondor, Quenya Sorontar, and Cirith Thorona. A point, or horn, is Till, present in the mighty peak Taniketel, and in Tilion, the Horned, as well as in Celebdil, the Silvertine of Moria. To sparkle is tin, related to Quenya words for causing to sparkle, seen in Tintala and in Tindoma for starry twilight, which poetically yields Tindomeril, daughter of twilight, a name for the nightingale. This root also appears in the marvelous substance Ithildin, star moon, used on the doors of Moria. To watch over is Tyr, the essence of Minas Tirith. The Palantiri and Tyrian, an isle with steep sides, is a toll, as in Tol Eressëa. A deep valley is a tum, found in Tumhalad and Tumladen, with its Quenya form being Tumbo. This concept extends to the dread fortress of Utumno, Sindarin Udun, a name later used for the deep dale guarding the entrance to Mordor. Power, or mastery, is Tur, an element in names like Turambar, Turgon, and Turin. Finally, twilight is Ual, seen in the merging waters of Aelin Ual and the lake Nenual. The root relates to heat, appearing in Uraloki, the names Urim and Urui, drawn from Quenya and Sindarin respectively, mark the 8th month of the calendar. These terms connect to the Quenya word aure, meaning sunlight or day, a concept famously echoed in Fingon's rallying cry before a great battle. In Sindarin, this appears as Aw, and in the shortened form Or, it prefixes the names of the weekdays. The element, Val, signifying power, is found in words like Valar, Valasirka, and Valinor. This stems from an original root Bal, which survives in Sindarin as Balan, plural Belain, for the Valar, and in the name Balrog. The suffix wen, meaning maiden, is common, appearing in names such as Earwen and Morwen. Meanwhile, wing, denoting foam or spray, is rare, used only in the names Elwing and Vingalo. From Quenya, Yave means fruit, seen in Yavanna, and relates to Yavania, the name of the 9th month, as well as Yavie, meaning autumn. The literary works of J.R.R. Tolkien encompass a wide range, from the beloved tale of The Hobbit to the epic narrative of The Lord of the Rings. His shorter works include Leaf by Niggle on fairy stories and Farmer Giles of Ham. The posthumously published collections have greatly expanded the understanding of his legendarium, featuring titles such as The Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, and The Children of Húrin. Christopher Tolkien's editorial work on the History of Middle-earth series provides a comprehensive 12-volume study into the evolution of his father's fictional world. Published by HarperCollins, this material is protected under international copyright law. All rights are reserved by the J.R.R. Tolkien Copyright Trust. No portion of this text may be reproduced or transmitted in any form without the express written permission of the publisher. I have reflected on these matters considerably. The core issue, I believe, revolves around the relationship between art or sub-creation and primary reality. The origin of evil did not begin with a mere mistake. It was a sub-creative fall. This is precisely why the elves, who stand as the ultimate representatives of sub-creation, became his foremost adversaries. They were the primary focus of his malice and his cunning, uniquely vulnerable to his deceptions. Their own descent lies in the corruption of their craft into a tool for domination and, to a lesser extent in the trap of possessiveness, a sad perversion of their innate gift. When we consider the symbolic or allegorical meaning of all this, light stands as such a fundamental primal symbol within the nature of the universe that it resists simple analysis. The light of Valinor, drawn from a source untouched by any fall, represents the light of art that remains inseparable from reason. It perceives things both with scientific or philosophical clarity and with imaginative, sub-creative vision, declaring them good, that is to say, beautiful. In contrast, the light of the sun and moon is derived from the two trees only after they had been tainted by evil. In a more straightforward sense, this simply indicates that my conception of elves is merely a representation or an understanding of one facet of human nature, though that is not the language of legend. Elrond personifies ancient wisdom throughout the tale, and his household embodies lore, the reverent preservation in memory of all tradition concerning what is good, wise, and beautiful. It is not a place of action, but one of quiet reflection. Consequently, it becomes a necessary waypoint on the journey toward any significant deed or adventure. It might lie directly on the intended path, as it did in The Hobbit, yet it may also be the point from which one must strike out in a completely unforeseen direction. This is precisely what occurs in The Lord of the Rings. After finding refuge with Elrond from the pressing pursuit of immediate evil, the hero sets forth on an entirely new course to confront that evil at its very root. A perspective is established here, one that becomes clearer later with the hobbits who briefly bear the ring, that each kind possesses a natural lifespan integral to its biological and spiritual essence. This span cannot be truly enhanced in quality or extended in quantity. To prolong it is akin to stretching a wire ever tauter or spreading butter ever thinner. It ultimately becomes an unbearable torment. The Silmarillion chronicles the elder days, or the first age of this world. It is the ancient epic to which the characters of The Lord of the Rings harken back, an age in which figures like Elrond and Galadriel were direct participants. These tales are set in a time when Morgoth, the original Dark Lord, resided in Middle-earth, and the High Elves waged a long war against him in a desperate bid to reclaim the Silmarils. Crafted by Fëanor, the most gifted of all elves, these three jewels held imprisoned within them the pure light of the two trees of Valinor, captured before the trees themselves were ravaged by Morgoth. From that point on, the unsullied light survived only within these gems, but they were stolen by Morgoth and set into his iron crown, jealously guarded within the immense northern fortress of Angband. The narrative of the Silmarillion is, at its heart, the history of Fëanor and his kin's rebellion against the divine powers, their exile from the blessed realm of Valinor, their return to Middle-earth, and their profoundly heroic, yet ultimately hopeless war against the great enemy. The volume also encompasses several shorter works. The Enulindale presents a mythic account of creation, while the Valaquenta describes the nature and powers of the gods, the Valar. The Akallabeth records the tragic downfall of the great island kingdom of Númenor at the close of the Second Age, and Of the Rings of Power relates the cataclysmic events at the end of the Third Age that are fully narrated in The Lord of the Rings.